check. Hello, check. Mic testing. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, test. Hello.
Okay, we are already late. So our chairman, country director of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, in particular in the field of policy and poverty alleviation, has come, and we are very thankful to you, sir, that you will chair this session. And he will introduce our main speaker, very renowned economist, Professor Arvind Subramanian. And welcome that you are here, sir, and I leave this to you now. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Dr. Gupta and ADRI. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's fabulous to see the convening that you've pulled together and the speakers that who've come together over the last few days to speak about various critical topics. I know the focus is on statistics, but this morning it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, Dr. Arvind Subramaniam, who's the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. I don't think Dr. Subramaniam requires much of an introduction, but per protocol, I'll just go through a quick summary. Dr. Subramaniam has been the CEA since October 2014, and prior to that, he was the Dennis Weatherstone Senior Fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in the US. He's also served as Senior Fellow at the Center for Global Development in the US. He was previously Assistant Director in the Research Department at the IMF. He's taught at various leading global institutions, including the Harvard School's Kennedy School of Government, as well as Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Subramaniam has written widely about topics including growth, trade, development, aid. He's also focused a lot on the trajectories of countries like India and China. Two of his books in recent years have actually focused on the economic trajectories of India. There was India's Turn, published in 2008, and Eclipse, published in 2011, which looked at China. In 2011, Dr. Subramaniam was named to Foreign Policy's list of 100 global thinkers. And I think it's fair to say that we feel lucky and privileged to have him as CEA during these pretty turbulent times globally as well as domestically. So with that, I'll hand over to Dr. Subramaniam to start on his talk, which is going to focus on an overview of the Indian economy. Just in terms of structure for this session, Dr. Subramaniam will speak for about 30 minutes, and then we'll have a moderated Q&A. We'll take batches of about 3 questions, and it would be great if people can stick to the question that they'd like to ask, as opposed to getting into a commentary on Dr. Subramaniam's presentation. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks to Hari, the Gates Foundation, Shoaib, my good friend, and the organizers for inviting me here. It's great to be here. It's my 3rd time coming to Patna. I hope you won't get bored when I come and kind of keep talking about the Indian economy and the work we're doing in my office. I want to let's say focus today on a few of the topics that we discussed in the economic survey. So I will get into that. I want to just, for those who perhaps don't know, I mean, you all probably know about the economic survey, but just want to give you some background to it. The economic survey is meant to be a kind of description of how the economy has done in the year just preceded, and kind of looks ahead to some extent. What I did when I came was to actually physically also change, both physically and content-wise, change the survey. We now have 2 volumes in the survey. Volume 2 looks back at what's happened. It's an amazing compendium of facts, data, description about the Indian economy. And in volume 1, we build upon that. And volume 1, which used to be earlier one chapter written by the CEA, is now a whole volume. And what we try and do in this volume is to actually look forward, and we try and do a lot of, kind of simple research and analysis to highlight some of the key policy issues. So it's, because I honestly do believe that economics and economists can serve a valuable function by doing, serious, simple analysis, and providing ideas for policy, which I think are going to be terribly important. I do believe, as John Maynard Keynes said at the end of his great book, that in the end, it's ideas, not vested interests, that determine good and evil in society. So I think generating ideas is really very, very important, and that's what we try and do in the survey. And in fact, last year I was here to discuss the Bihar Economic Survey. So I'm sure you're also doing very similar things, and I was very excited to hear about that. And one of the things I would like to do, and last year Karthik and I discussed this when we were talking about this, is that it would be nice to have kind of offices of chief economic advisors in all the states, or in some of the states. I think that's something that I want to spend a little bit of time devoting, trying to create such places in at least a few states, perhaps even including Bihar, where you can generate capacity to do analysis and generate ideas for policy making. So with those kind of prefatory remarks, let me just launch into this year's survey. We have three broad themes in this year's economic survey. First is the macro situation, what's happening globally, what's happening to India in terms of growth, inflation, fiscal performance, etc., etc. Then one theme which I think we used quite a lot, or which I felt was very important, is that the problem of exit in India. I think the great South Indian or Tamilian Indian intellectual Rajaji had this great phrase called India had become a license quota permit Raj long ago. It's a very evocative phrase. But of course, what he had in mind was, a license quota, Raj, in relation to entry, firms coming in. But I think what I felt was that, in India, we've made great progress on entry. Licensing has been liberalized. We've opened up to the world economy. FDI is now very, very open. In fact, one of the big successes of this economy in the last couple of years. We've really managed to attract FDI inflows. But I think, exit is proving to be still quite a challenge in the Indian economy. And I think it takes a big toll in terms of how much money we spend, how factors are locked into inefficient uses, and other pathologies that we all know that restricted entry also apply to, my favorite example, of course, is fertilizer, where, we really can't exit from this sector. A lot of inefficient firms still remain, and it's not as if they're providing a whole lot of employment either. So I think that's a problem, and we see that across the board, whether it's the fertilizer sector, the agriculture sector. In fact, one of the main macroeconomic challenges we face today, which is this overhang of over-indebtedness both in the corporate sector and in the banking sector, is very much an exit problem. Some mistakes were made in the past, but we can't seem to get out of it. And that's, I think, a big problem. And, the government has passed a bankruptcy law, which I think will help in that regard. But I think exit is something that is a theme that pervades and permeates this year's economic survey. The third topic or theme is what we would call strengthening the state. We have 4 chapters on this. We have a chapter on fiscal capacity. I'll talk about that to some extent. We have a chapter, last year when we presented the survey, people said, you focus on subsidies, but you don't focus on, what we do for the richer sections of society by way of, giving away stuff. And in fact, the Prime Minister often says that when you give money to the poor, you call it subsidies. When you give money to the rich, you call it incentives. So I think that's a very fair criticism. And so this year we actually documented in about 7 or 8 sectors, how much subsidies we actually give to the relatively well-off in society, and it has very important implications for how to strengthen the state. Perceptions about the state and what it can do to economic performance. I think it's very important. We have a chapter on mother and child, and I think that partly because I felt that there are many ways to come at the gender issue, and I thought the mother and child was one kind of segue into that, one perspective on that. And we actually show in this chapter that if you look at all the interventions possible in terms of in the social sectors, I think we make the claim, maybe a little bit exaggerated, but early life interventions in terms of their social returns are arguably the highest in society, and therefore we need to make progress on that. And then we have a last chapter on the whole jam thing, and how not to spread jam across the Indian economy. Jean Drez is in the audience, so I have to be very careful about jam. So that's why I was about to say how to spread, but I'm also saying how not to spread jam across the Indian economy. Okay, so let me quickly, I don't want to, in the Q&A we can discuss a lot of these things. The only thing I want to say is that, in terms of India's medium-term growth prospects, how should one think about it? There's a very famous book written by Acemoglu and Robinson called Why Nations Fail. It's based on a series of articles that they wrote along with their co-author Simon Johnson, who's a very close friend of mine. But it's a literature that goes back to Douglas North, Holland Jones, Engerman and Sokolov. A very rich tradition in the last 25-30 years that has argued that in the long run, public institutions matter for long-run economic development. So if you look at the y-axis, it's a measure of economic development, just per capita GDP, and on the x-axis, it's some measure of political institutions. Sorry, their claim is actually it's not economic institutions that determine long-run development, but in turn political institutions, because it's political institutions that in turn determine how economic institutions evolve. And so they make this claim that, it's a very bold claim, but it's deliberately bold and simplistic. And they say that, a country's political evolution is going to determine its long-run economic future as well. And, that red line that you see there is actually a very, very strong relationship that actually supports their contention broadly. But then if you look at it a little bit deeper, and I wrote a critique of that, is that, it doesn't explain the two largest economies in the world. You see, China and India are completely off the line, so that they don't fit into the relationship. And they don't fit the relationship in completely opposite ways. China, for example, is too rich given its level of political institutions. That's why it's on that side of the line. And India is on the other side, which means that given its political institutions, it should be much richer. So these are two kind of anomalies to the very bold and fairly compelling hypothesis that in the long run political institutions matter. So what I use this to argue that if you think over the next 25-30 years, both these countries are in some ways going to revert to the mean, i.e. are going to become much more typical economies, then what's going to happen is that China, some combination of slowing down and political development will make it a more normal country. And in India, some combination of, hopefully much more economic growth will make it a more normal country. So you can use that to actually come up with a prediction for, or a forecast for long-run economic growth. And that's how I calculate that, for India, the medium-term growth potential is something like 8 to 10%. Whereas for China, it's actually going to slow down considerably. It's going to go down to about between 4 and 5% over the next 5, 10, 15 years. And that's not because, in some ways, China is doing badly and India is doing well. It's just going to be a consequence of both countries becoming more normal. So it's the very process of normalization that's going to lead to much higher rates of growth in India and slower rates of growth in China. So this is just something that we did in the So the second theme is what I call the Chakravyuha or exit challenge. What we showed in this chapter was the problem of exit is pervasive in the Indian economy. It's not just the public sector, but also the private sector. I mean, public sector, we know the exit problems, whether it's fertilizer, the banks, the discoms, civil aviation, administrative schemes. We just, randomly looked at the number of centrally sponsored schemes and how they tend to persist over time. There's actually one scheme in India which is 96 years old. It's still on the book. Some dairy scheme. It still exists. So I think it's very difficult to get out of all this, and I think that's a big problem. So as I said, it's not just in the public sector, it's also in the private sector. I mean, for example, now, if you look at the steel industry today, the problems are mostly in the private sector, not in the public sector. Similarly, we think that it also it's not just doesn't just afflict manufacturing. It also afflicts agriculture in some ways. I mean, you could argue that one of the exit problems of the Indian economy is that we cannot get out of cereals. The exit from cereals is becoming very difficult, when in fact now our pulses situation is such a problem. And I mean exit not in a consumption sense that we need to provide less for the poor, but in the production sense, in the sense that our incentives for producing cereals relative to other crops have been kind of stuck, and we're unable to recalibrate those relative incentives. So, and we document the cost of this in the economy. And the question is that why is exit difficult, and why is it difficult? And I think there are all kinds of reasons related to interests, institutions, and ideas. And I think that all of these contribute to the exit problem. And one thing I'm struck by, of course, is that if you take the problem of the corporate over-indebtedness in the corporate sector and the banking sector, I mean, I've come to see that in India now, it's not just that public institutions may be weak in some sense, but actually some institutions may be so strong that they actually have led to a paralysis in decision making, which creates a real problem. I mean, for example, it's going to be very difficult for public sector bank managers to be able to write down loans because of the fear that those decisions will be challenged as benefiting some interest group or the other, which kind of is leading to a kind of bureaucratic paralysis. So I think it's very interesting. I think that we need to do think much more about how to solve the problem of exit in the Indian economy. I think on agriculture, I won't spend much time except to say that there is I do think we need to think much more hard about raising Indian agricultural productivity. Still very far from the frontier. I was struck by this chart in particular. If you look at the volatility of agricultural growth in India and China, for a long time we were very similar. But notice how in the last 10, 15 years, the blue line has become very steady. China somehow has managed to crack at least the volatility problem, and Indian agriculture still seems to be pretty volatile. So I think that both raising agricultural productivity, but also protecting poor and small farmers against this volatility, I think are going to be two big challenges for the Indian economy going ahead. My favorite example, we have a whole chapter on the fertilizer situation. The calculation that we do is that, of the total urea subsidy of about 50,000 crores, we calculate that 24% of that goes to inefficient firms. The remaining 41 gets diverted either to industrial uses or across the border. And really only 35% of the total goes to small farmers, the way we calculate small farmers. So I think there's really scope for using Aadhaar and JAM to actually clean up this sector, and some pilot projects have been started in fertilizer. This now in Krishna and West Godavari districts, and then next Kharif season, the pilots are going to be extended to about 15, 16, or maybe 20 districts across the country. So, just to give you a sense, the fertilizer subsidy in India is about 75,000 crores plus about 40,000 in arrears. So it's about 0.8% of GDP, which is, quite a big amount. And we know what, it's not just the fiscal cost, but the overuse, the health cost, the water tables, and all of that. So I think the fertilizer sector is eminently ripe for more reform. Just to give you an example of the fertilizer regime, the fertilizer, in fact, is one situation where we have 30 firms. We actually give, the more inefficient the firm, the more the subsidy that they get. So it's really a very interesting case of a very perverse subsidy regime. And of course, when we talk about the exit problem, this is not a case where the exit problem, I have a lot of, sympathy for, tackling the exit or an inability to tax the exit problem because of, where there's a large number of people employed, like in the banking sector or wherever. But in the fertilizer sector, if you'll see that there are lots of very inefficient firms which actually employ very few people. So I don't think this is a sector where employment and any redundancy should be a serious obstacle to addressing the exit problem. One of my favorite, we also did some work on the power sector. And I would urge all of you to read the power chapter. My team has really done a lot of very good work. But I'll just show you one chart on power, and I think this is for me so amazing, and it kind of opens your eyes. Generally we believe that every market should have one price. At most we say, well, there are poor and rich, we'll have two prices or whatever, right? So. But we know that the more prices that you create in a market, the more leakage there's going to be. All the incentives are going to get distorted. They're going to be black markets and all of that stuff. In the case of the power sector, this is a tariff schedule from one of the states, which I'm not going to name, but all states' tariff schedules are like this. I mean, we have about 150 different power tariffs. I'll give you one example. There is a separate tariff for mushroom and rabbit farms. Why would we have that? There's a separate tariff for floriculture and greenhouse. There is a separate tariff for wetland farmers greater than 2.5 and another tariff for wetland farmers less than 2.5. It just goes on and on and on like this. I mean, this cannot be by any stretch a reasonable way of setting prices in any sector. And so, they're just, transparency and efficiency benefits that come just from simplification. And we wanted to highlight that with the power sector. But, in the power sector, there are also other issues like, I always like to say that, we're one country politically, but I've been struck by how in sector after sector, we are such a fragmented, balkanized country. Whether it's agriculture, whether it's taxes, and hopefully the GST will address that. Power. Every state reserves the right to impose tariffs on importing power from other states. It's like we've balkanized the country. I mean, if you're in Tamil Nadu and you want to buy power from Andhra Pradesh, you effectively pay a tariff as in a trade tariff, as in a restriction of about 60-70%. I mean, how can this be? Forget about all the inefficiency costs of all of this. Just, it just gets at me, at the notion of one India. We should be one economic India, and how we've completely balkanized that is something that really is still quite striking to me. This is the tariffs that states are imposing now on, getting power from other states. In Tamil Nadu, it's like almost like a 60 to 70% tariff. It's something that I think we should. So there's also a chapter on employment in the survey, and but since then, actually, I'm very excited to report that. Last week the government passed a series of measures to boost the clothing sector, and I was heavily involved in that. Because I think that if you look at the employment challenge facing India, it's enormous. Everyone recognizes that. And the challenge really is to get a lot more formal sector jobs, high productivity jobs. and of course jobs that can generate exports, can generate growth, and jobs that have the potential for social transformation. And the clothing sector is just fantastic in that respect because it's very labor intensive. For every unit of investment, you get something like 25, 30 times more employment in clothing that you do in auto and steel. And also, it's a sector that employs a lot of women. I mean, almost 80% of workers in the sector are women. And so if we could boost this sector, we could get jobs, we could get exports, we could get employment, and we could get social transformation as well. So the economic empowerment of women, I think, can happen via the clothing sector. And the experience of Bangladesh actually is very telling in this regard, that labor force participation rates increased, fertility rates declined over a very short period of time in Bangladesh. I'm sure for a lot of reasons, but one of them also was the fact of the takeoff in the garment and apparel sector, which led to very high levels of employment for women. So last week, Cabinet approved a series of measures to boost, including a very good employment subsidy for the sector and some de facto export subsidies as well. And we made the case that this is important because there's a historic opportunity for India, because China is vacating share which India could usefully occupy. So I'm very excited about the clothing sector because of its potential for employment creation and social transformation in particular. So I think that's very... Now, last, I think it's probably the most important, probably most interesting for you. I'm sorry to bore you with other stuff. But I think that, see, one of the questions we asked in this survey was, does India tax too much or too little? Does the government tax too much or too little? Does the government spend too much or too little? And, and you'd be surprised at how much misperception there is on this. And I'm not even going to say that my answer is correct, what we came up with here, but I just want to put this to you as a way of how we should even think about these questions. So I'll just take you through how we thought through this. So if you just look at the table on the left and compare India's tax to GDP ratio and spending to GDP ratio, it's much lower than most emerging market countries, and of course much lower than advanced countries. So you say, and this is what everyone says, oh, India taxes too little. But we know from the history of economic development that taxation rises with development for a whole number of reasons. And then, what you do is that if you control for the level of development, it turns out that India doesn't undertax, doesn't underspend. I mean, there is a regularity that richer countries tax and spend more, poorer countries tax and spend less. So if you take that into account, India is not bad at all. So that's the second level at which you can answer this question. But then there's a third level at which you can answer this question. But India is a democracy. And how does it compare with other democracies? Because we know that generally democracies tend to have larger states because they have this pressure to redistribute, because especially if there's poverty and inequality, then you want to satisfy the median voter. The median voter is not very rich, and therefore there's more redistribution going on. So if you take that into account, it does turn out to be the case that India, if you control for the fact that it's a democracy, it actually does undertax and underspend. So that's the third level. So one, just simple comparison, undertaxes. Controlling for the level of development, it's okay. But controlling for the level of political development, it does undertax and underspend. But it doesn't stop there. And I want to take you to that last chart. However, you could make the case that even a democracy like the United States, what that chart shows is, it compares India in red, independent India, and the black line is post-Great Depression America, and the light blue, the blue line is America after the Civil War. So essentially the point is that even democracies, the reason they started spending more was because of 2 world wars and then the welfare state in the 40s. So in a sense, because they were affected by these major shocks, that's what led, I mean, among other things, to a rapid expansion of the state. So in that sense, I think, even though I said just a while ago that amongst democracies, India underspends and undertaxes, but if you control for the historical evolution of these democracies and what particular events happened there which didn't happen in India, I think one should be a little bit more careful about any clear assessment about whether India overtaxes or overspends. And then we have a number of, I think we say some things about therefore, but India does need to spend more, no question about it, the government. And how do we generate the resources? And I think there's a very interesting political economy question here about how we should do that. I think if you want to induce more voluntary compliance, I think that the state needs to be perceived as more legitimate and more, more efficient. And so I think that's why those are the things we need to work on if we want to, expand, which we do, the role of the state in India. Of course, I think India has very few taxpayers, and I think that's something that we can talk about in the discussion. So we actually calculated how much we give away to the well-off. So what we did was we took the top 40% in the NSS and then just looked at 7 or 8 sectors and looked at the subsidies that we give, i.e., how much do we, for this class, how much do we actually subsidize the consumption of kerosene, railways, power, gold, LPG, etc. And this is just a small list. And just this list generates something like, at least 75,000 crore of subsidy to the middle class. So I think the notion that, only the poor are getting subsidized is something that we should really disabuse ourselves out of. And I'm not even looking at, the IITs, the IIMs, all kinds of other things that we do for the middle. I mean, it's amazing how in India, even the rich feel they're very poor. So that's something that is a pathology that we need to think about more carefully. So, but I think this serves as a useful corrective to always focusing on subsidies for the poor, when in fact I think the middle class and the well-off are not doing so badly by living off the state either. So this is something that we did. We have a whole chapter on mother and child. And this graph just shows what the return is on the y-axis relative to when we intervene at the age of the child. And we start before 0 because, of course, pregnant mothers also are very important. And one of the things I was struck by here in this is that that I was told that the average Indian woman at the end of pregnancy is lighter than the average African woman at the beginning of pregnancy. So I think that the whole gamut of issues related to mother and child, I think are really very, very important. Need a lot more discussion and attention. And of course, there's a kind of just even forget about any which I think are very important intrinsic reasons why we should promote this. Even from the point of view of productivity and exploiting the demographic dividend, I think the returns are very huge. So some of the interventions that we discuss that could help, including providing nutrition to pregnant mothers and open defecation. It turns out, if you look at the recent data, it's very interesting how open defecation and the weight of children are highly correlated. The height and weight of infants are correlated. So I think that we need to work on that. And of course, there's a whole agenda here of how do we think about interventions to change social norms and behavior. So I think we're at a very early stage in thinking on this, but I really think there's a huge, very important research and policy agenda that awaits more discussion and action, I think. This is the based on the most recent data, we show that early life health is much worse in areas of high open defecation. So there's actually a correlation between sanitation and children's health as well. We have this a chapter on how to spread jam across India's economy. I think the one thing I would say, one of the things that I came away from this chapter learning is that, there are two, I think, new insights here. Stable is incomprehensible. But two things that I learned from this. One is that when I was thinking about, JAM is this Jandhan, Aadhaar, mobile, which kind of leads to direct benefit transfers for a whole range of, to replace a whole range of subsidies. there are two things that I learned which I didn't know before, which I want to share with you. We've known that, the problem with jam is that you have to, there's what we call the first mile problem, the identification, the lists, and all of that stuff. We know there's a last mile problem, the whole problem of financial inclusion. And these are serious problems. But two things I learned. I think I learned also that there's a big middle mile problem. That if you want to, make this politically acceptable and feasible, the retailer who runs the fertilizer shop, the PDS shop, his incentives have to be kind of taken into account. Because if you actually, and the more kind of controversial way of putting it is that if you completely eliminate corruption, the incentives for the guy PDS will not be there, or the fertilizer shop, and it can get into all kinds of difficulties of actually making this thing work. So I think we need to think about the middle mile problem. If we are going to go for jam, how do we incentivize the middle person to do this? I think is actually very important. The last thing I would say is a more a policy thing is that we came up, without being too immodest, I would claim that jam was a term that we invented last year. But we have a new term this year as well, which we call BAPU, which is that, given that last mile problems are very acute still, that the notion that we can have direct benefit transfers for food and kerosene, I think we're very far away from that. If we jump into that, there are going to be a whole lot of legitimate beneficiaries who will be left out, what we call exclusion errors. And therefore, I think for some considerable period of time, we advocate what's called a BAPU model, that is biometrically authenticated but physically uplifted. So that what would happen is that the beneficiary would go to the fair price shop, he would get authenticated with the Aadhaar and everything, but he would still just get the physical at the shop, because that avoids a lot of the problems that happen if financial inclusion isn't as good as it should be. So I think this is something that I've been in Krishna district where this is working very well, but even there where systems are very advanced, for food and kerosene they still do the BAPU model and not the direct benefit transfer. So I think it's kind of an important insight or learning that happened for me as well. So I've spoken a lot. There's some interesting things we do on the jam. We calculate how prepared are different states for implementing jam, and we find that most states are not ready to implement jam, at least in the sense of going all the way with the financial inclusion in place and doing the direct benefit transfers. We have basically the red map shows that very few states are actually ready for in rural areas for full development of jam. So I think we need to go at a steady pace, checking every time that we're not creating exclusion errors, and doing it in a very judicious fashion as we go ahead on this. So I've spoken a lot. I think that maybe we can talk about this. I'm very my overall assessment of the economy, how it is. I think we've just had a major shock in the world, as you know. Brexit has happened. I think that we maybe sitting in Patna, far away or remote from this, we may think that this is maybe far away from us or distant, but I do think that this is a very, very significant development in the history of, I think, post-war development, political and economic development. I think it's going to have huge consequences for the UK, for Europe, to some extent also for us in direct and indirect ways. And I think that one thing I can say for sure is that there is just so much uncertainty about what's going to happen. It's not just the economic consequences for the UK and others, but also the political consequences for the UK and Europe as a collective entity, and therefore what it means for globalization internationally, what it means for how elites in society need to readjust and recalibrate and reassess their role and what they've done. I think there are whole kinds of issues that are going to be raised by Brexit. I also think on a personal note, it's a very sad moment. I was speaking to my two older children, who are kind of a little bit international citizens, having been born and grown up all over the world, and including in Europe. There is a sense of really deep, deep sadness at what was a great social experiment at bringing people together, overcoming atavistic hostilities, overcoming difference, trying to repudiate all the sadness of history. That experiment is being reversed, and that's actually, I think, very, very sad. But I think in economic terms, we are well braced, at least in the short run, to we have a solid macro economy. Our growth prospects are looking good. So we're going to be thinking about how to deal with this in the days and months ahead. But just as an event in itself, I think it's quite a sad and a landmark moment in the history of post-World War II world. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Subramaniam. So we started at 9:40. Can we go until 10:40, or should we end at 10:30? Accordingly. Okay. So we have about 10 minutes for questions and answers. So if people can raise their hands, I'll pick you randomly. Just begin by identifying yourself and your organizational affiliation if you choose, and just stick to a concise question if possible. If there are any comments on what Dr. Subramanian spoke, you can get into during the tea break.
Good morning. I am R.K. Das from NABARD, Patna. Sir, in India, around 50% of the geographical area of India is under cultivation, mostly for food crops. So, but in the world, average is about 10% or so. And second thing is that this annual per capita availability of the fresh water is about 1700, and which was in 2005. Now it has also reduced, and we are now fast sliding into water stress country from water stress to water scarce country. So my request would be, sir, can there be a legislation to stop usurpation of the arable land, fertile arable land, by the secondary and tertiary sector? And second thing, can we have also land and water magistrates in all agricultural districts of the country to enforce the land and water magistrate, so that they would enforce whatever the area-specific crops should be grown and what should be the efficient cultural practices, mostly for conserving and efficient use of the water. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take two more questions and then I'll ask Dr. Subramaniam. Yeah.
So Arvind, I want to congratulate you for a wonderful presentation, very comprehensive, and you also brought in Brexit, etc. towards the end. So excellent. So I have just two thoughts, and I'd like your response to it. Development obviously will need resources, and principally tax resources in a very important way. Now, I think whatever I know of the tax system here, the tax GDP ratio is still stuck somewhere around 17, maximum around 18% or so. And we had reached 17% even in 91 at the beginning of the reform process. And when Raja Chalaya took on the tax reform committee thing, the idea was that we'll slowly move up. But actually, the tax GDP ratio went down, as you I'm sure know, and has only moved up now. How soon can we expect, looking at direct taxes, where we have done somewhat better in recent years, there is great scope for increasing the tax GDP ratio in direct taxes. So even Chalaya had thought of thinking of something like 20-21%. That will give you an additional 3% or so margin on tax GDP ratio. Huge for developmental purposes. That's number one. So how do you see the tax GDP ratio moving? You can bring in the GST also on that. Number two, you did not touch on the issue of poverty and inequality, but your time was limited, and I'm sure there are many other issues that are equally important. On inequality in particular, there are perceptions that inequality is getting sharpened in the country. And what is your take on the inequality issue, which you chose not to?
One more question, maybe at the back. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. No, I picked the... No, actually, there's a person out there sitting in Dr. Dre's row. We'll try and have one more round of questions. So,
Sir,
bolo.
I'm Manish from NDTV. So when our economic fundamentals are so strong, then why do we need to pay 200 rupees for per kg dal and 80 rupees for per kg tomato, and for how long?
Okay, so over to you, Doctor.
Excellent questions. Hello, yeah. Excellent questions. On water, I share with you completely the anxiety about what a water scarce country we're becoming. Especially if you add on the long-term pressures coming from climate change, the fact that we're a downstream country from, China. I think all of these things make water, I think, a terribly important policy issue. And I'm not an expert on this, and what I've not thought through completely is, how do you do this? Would passing legislation, having land and water magistrates help? I just don't know whether that. I mean, we know from the history of whatever we've learned in the last 30, 40 years that these are complex problems, and we can't easily just have new legislation or create these magistrates. It's just our state capacity is such that I don't have full confidence in these solutions. So I think we need to, and frankly, these are also things that states need to think about. The center needs to think about this, because water is a state subject, and I think states need to think much more about this. So I don't have any good solutions for this. On Puneet's question, the tax to GDP ratio, the fact that it's been stuck for such a long time, I completely agree. I have two responses to you. I do think that we need to get up to, we're at about, you're exactly right, we're about 17 state and center. I think the GST will impart some additional buoyancy to that over time. I'm fairly confident of that. But I am of the view that, the history of development is such that you get economic and political development when you actually increase direct taxes, because that's what creates the connection between the citizens and the state. And there, I think that so you see the chart on that left-hand side. We calculated the ratio of taxpayers to voters in any society. And you can see that this is direct income taxpayers. And India is pretty much at the bottom. And for democracies, I think we're very, very poor. Again, adjusted. So I think the big thrust has to come from expanding that. We calculate that ratio of taxpayers to voters, which is 4%, should actually rise to about 23%, the number of taxpayers. So that's what we need to do. And we have a chart there on the right-hand side. This is one of those areas where you can actually reform by stealth. What China did was, this. I think the red one is China, and the red one is India, and the this is just India. There's a similar chart for China. See how we've actually consciously raised our exemption limits, and see how per capita GDP has behaved. If we had just not done anything, which is what China did, automatically growth brings more and more people into the tax bracket. And I think this is a case where I think we can. So I think the action has to be in terms of getting more direct income taxpayers, and the government is actually very, very, I think, keen on this issue. of course, we have to do it in a way without becoming tax terrorists, without harassing the taxpayer and so on. But I think, how can we have a country where, where only, we had some calculations in terms of where, where the tax limit is relative to per capita GDP and things. I think we need to do much more on that. I think there's no question about that. On inequality, let me tell you where and I'll be honest with you, I kind of push back a little bit at this. I think this is a terribly important subject. There's no question about it. I push back a little bit because this gets put on our agenda because, suddenly the West has rediscovered inequality as a big problem. And, Thomas Piketty says, this is the #1 problem in the world. And therefore, I think a certain, Delhi intellectual then says, oh my God, this is also very important and so on. So I think, and I'm being a little bit, not very nice here, but I think that kind of thing, I think, because I think that it's not just that, it's a Western agenda, whatever. I mean, that's part of it. But if it gets framed in the way that it's got framed in the West, I think that can be misleading because our problem of inequality, and remember, my credentials here are good because in the economic survey I'm telling you how much the government is subsidizing the rich as well. So it's not that in any way, I want to take the side of the rich in any way. But I think the focus of the policy response in the West is how do you, raising taxes, very progressive taxes back to 50-60% so that, you can reduce, this phenomenon of the top 1% hogging everything. I think our inequality problem, at least in the first instance, is about how do we focus on bringing those people at the bottom up. The poverty agenda, the skill agenda, the education agenda, all those things. So I think that it's a long-winded way of saying, yes, it's important, but it's not the agenda that's been set by the West. Yeah, see, on food prices, we have a big pulses situation in India. Remember, dietary patterns are shifting towards pulses, and we, on the production side, still emphasize cereals. So I think we need to do a whole bunch of things, which I think there's actually even a national pulses initiative. So, and remember, pulses is one area. See, in food, in cereals, at least we can, buy this stuff from abroad because we're still a very small player. In pulses, we are one of the world's biggest consumer, and our consumption is a big fraction of world production. So, pulses is something that we have to focus on producing much more domestically. That's why, if you'll notice in the last 3 or 4 seasons, the government has announced very high increases in minimum support prices for pulses. Because I think finally we have to get, pulses are mostly grown in rain-fed areas. We have to make pulses profitable. It has to become part of being grown in irrigated areas, and only then I think will the pulses thing be really solved. So I think pulses we have to really focus on. On the vegetables, I think it's kind of a different set of issues where it's a lot more about making. There, I don't think it's a problem of underproduction so much. I think in pulses we have a genuine problem of underproduction and how to increase the incentives to increase production and efficiency, bringing in more science, more technology. In the case of vegetables, it's also a lot about making India's market function much better. Because, you can get onions in Maharashtra, they don't get transferred on time elsewhere. Similarly, the same thing is with tomatoes as well. So I think it's a different kind of problem on vegetables and fruits. It's a kind of market problem, whereas in pulses, it's really an underlying production, efficiency, technology problem.
Last question, because you had your hand up earlier.
My name is Sanjay Kumar. I work with the Center for the Study of Developing Society, CSDM. You were building up an argument that the subsidy of the government is more or less not equal, but for the rich, for the middle and the poor. And you had a chart in which you tried to explain 76,000 crore subsidy for the poor. And I was wondering about
for the middle class.
Middle class. And I was wondering about the items you had put in that kerosene, LPG. I wonder how would you put kerosene as an item for subsidy for the middle class? If we put LPG in that, I don't think that LPG is an item which is only used by the middle class, whether you are rich or poor or middle class. If you cook food, it is an item which is which is applicable to the rich as well as the middle class. So I had the problem about the categorization.
So I can explain that.
So what is there in the poor when you talk about subsidy to the poor? Which are the items there on the poor? Only PDS.
Again, please don't get me wrong here, that for the poor, we know the focus is on food, kerosene, sorry? Those are well documented and well known. So what we did here was we picked items that are consumed by the top 40%. So even if you take something like gas, a lot of the top 40% consume gas. Now the question is that cooking gas. I mean, there's no reason why that should. So it's not that cooking gas per se is not the criterion for which you should have whether or not to have subsidies. It's who consumes them that you should do that. So in cooking gas, we chose the top 40%. And then said they get subsidized. Then why should they, and what's the cost? So it's not a commodity-wise picking. Kerosene is also from the data. This is NSS data. The top 40% seem to consume kerosene as well.
I know there are a bunch of other hands, but we are out of time, unfortunately. Maybe there's time during the tea break to have some further conversations. But thank you so much, Dr. Subramaniam. Fabulous talk. I mean, very diverse set of areas that you touched upon. As you said, the challenges before us, nationally as well as globally, are going to require us to up our game. I was very intrigued by the comment you made about the state level CEA type office. We weren't able to get into a discussion on that, but hopefully that's something that institutions like ADRI, etc., can pursue in states like Bihar. It would be great to see this level of analytics and data being brought to bear on policy formulation as well. So thank you so much, and with that we end the session.
Thank you so much, and we are very happy with such an informative exposition on the Indian economy. And I'm very sorry, but I'm sure there are many questions, but I think many of them can be answered over tea. And I would now like to ask Mr. Manoj Rai from Times of India to present you the coffee table book, both of you, the chairman. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I ask you, Dr. Sunita Lal, to present the souvenir memento. Thank you. We have now tea, and any questions can be asked over tea. Thank you. And we will start again. Dr. Preet Rustaki, please come forward to the dais. Dr. Preet Rustaki. Okay. She is not going to start, but we are going to start. So, I mean, we will start. Because we are running already 15 minutes late at Jubilee. We are not going to short this session. We are going to shorten your lunch break. Okay. I really welcome all of you. And I'm very happy all of you are there, except Dr. Preet Rastogi. I hope she will be there soon. But I welcome in particular our chairman of today. He's a specialist in macroeconomics, a professor at Mumbai, in Mumbai University. And I leave it to you, sir, to chair this session. Thank you so much.
This is working, yes. You'll notice she was not as eloquent as she has been over the past few days, describing the connection between the chair and the theme, because in this case there isn't one easy to find. I, as she indicated, work in the area of macroeconomics, monetary economics, some political economy, all in a theoretical mode. Although some years ago I did make a foray into the subject when a colleague of mine, quite easily really, with offering me a lot of money, induced me to work on a paper on gender and macroeconomics. I delivered, but right through that exercise I couldn't get over a feeling of great disquiet. Because try as I might to get hold of the basics of this subject called gender economics, I couldn't succeed. It kept slipping away into one category or the other of political economy. Nevertheless, Shaibal Gupta and Anjan Mukherjee have greater faith in me, and they've always been extremely kind. So I am grateful to ADRI for this invitation and this session. I now know, of course, there are different levels of interpretation and appreciating the theme. From Ruchira Gupta the other day in a special lecture, through interventions and insights from the days, as well as Arvind Subramaniam's piece this morning, I know now there is a level of appreciation of the theme which is beyond the confines of economics. So while economists might not be able to understand something like the last woman, there is, or the marginal woman, there is some meaning to be attached to the last woman. So I will now invite the speakers in the order of the program to address us. I'm going to request a very harsh timekeeping exercise in all cases. You'll have to maybe edit or cut short a couple of slides in your presentations, because I'll keep it to a range of about 10 to 15 minutes each for the main speakers. I'll give you a friendly but firm warning at around 10 minutes for you to begin to wind down. And then for the two discussants, maybe on the right side of 10 minutes each, leaving enough time open for the audience. So without any further ado, I invite Dr. Jyotsna Jha, who is Director of the Center for Budget and Policy Studies in Bangalore, to make a presentation.
I'm grateful for that. Yeah, and thank you, ADRI, for inviting me here. Yes, sorry. Yeah. So there are many speakers, there are others also who are going to speak on the issue of gender budgeting, which actually helps me, because the points I miss, I'm sure they would raise, and the presentations are going to be complementary, and therefore time should not make much difference. And also when I was thinking of this presentation, I was not sure in terms of the familiarity of the audience with the issue. So forgive me if you think it's too elementary for some of you. I will try to focus on illustrations, the examples, and I think that is what makes it more interesting rather than other aspects of that. So there are 3 points to my presentation. One is that the concept of gender budgeting, which is very often commonly misunderstood, and the practice, the way it's practiced in India, it is definitely conceptually, I would say, confused, if not wrong. And then data-related issues, and I'll try to actually focus on data more than others. One is that many a times it's seen as an end in itself, and that's a problem with India's practice of gender budget also. When I say India, I mean Government of India and state governments. And second is that it's also not only about allocation. It is definitely about allocation, but it's also about impact, which is far more important than allocation alone. And it's also not only about the government. It actually, it's a tool that can be applied by anyone and on any particular piece of, either institution or location. So it's more a tool and a very general kind of a tool. So this I will actually leave, because hopefully they will cover if people are interested. What's important, this also I will actually leave. Some of the points that are important from the perspective of gender budget analysis or gender responsive budgeting process are listed here, and I'll try to actually talk about one of those, which is transformational, and I think that is important. And here I'll actually bring 2 examples that Dr. Subramanian referred to in the context of women. One was employment, the garment industry. Sure, it's important to raise females' workforce participation, and garment industry has been a very feminized workforce across the developing world. But if we are doing a gender budget analysis, we will not only look at the allocation and employment figures, we will go deeper into it. Garment industry, apart from being a very feminized workforce, has also been a very exploitative industry. Bangladesh again is the best example for that. Minimum wages are not paid, social protection doesn't exist, even physical protection doesn't exist. And therefore, a deep, a comprehensive gender budget analysis will go into all these. And therefore, just, from one exploitative situation of home being transplanted to other exploitative situation of work is not really movement, it's not really transformational. And therefore, that is an important point. Similarly, mother and child. Definitely, it's very important. And when it comes to health, and we did talk a lot about maternal health, and that remains a very, very major issue. But also, I think it's important to point out that women's health is not limited to being a mother, to womb. It's also much more than that. And I'll give you one example of one analysis that we did of health insurance in Karnataka. And so what happens that if you look at overall figure, men users and women users, or male users, female users, it's roughly the same. You go deeper, you realize that women have almost entirely, they are confined to those sectors which are again linked with childbirth. And when you go to incidence data, for example, reason for death, cardiovascular diseases also is equally prevalent. If you look at reason, it's almost similar actually in terms of percentage for both men and women's death as a cause of death. And there the use by female is much less. The burns, the use by female is much higher. Now that's not a cause for celebration. So these are the things, if you really want to do a gender analysis of budget and expenditure, so one has to go deeper. And that stands for any, actually, even inequality, not only gender, other forms of inequality as well. Another point which generally is not made in the context of gender budgeting, I would like to talk about, is revenue side analysis is very rare, and that also can form and does form part of gender budget analysis. Again, I think the colleagues from CBGA will go deeper into it, and therefore I will be very brief on this. the last bullet is actually important, that the way gender budget comes, and here also I'm sure they will go actually perhaps state by state, and so you will get a complete picture there. The way it comes, the simple thing is that if you have not looked at gender budget document either from the Government of India or from a state that actually does it, it's all the schemes that are supposed to be meant to be used entirely by women forms part A of the gender budget, and all the schemes that where you think that about 30% users will be women or girls, you put it under statement B. Now what the problems are there? Problems are that these classifications, the basis is unclear, the assumptions are not shared, no one knows why a scheme is there. It's departments supply that, and finance department or ministry just compiles it. That's the impression one gets looking at that. And there's no explanation, there's no assumption, and there's no reporting. So 1 year, so suppose this is A is the figure for so-called gender budget component. Next year you don't know how much of that was spent and how was that spent. So there's no reporting on that, and of course revenue is completely untouched. And no effort to use to gauge the use and impact. Karnataka government instituted a task force. I'm also a member, and some of us did some analysis of schemes. So one was Hema Swaminathan from IIM Bangalore. She took housing and she did this Indira Awas Yojana analysis. And what we found, it's data, I mean, basically these are still with the government. They have not done anything with these analysis so far. But Hema and I shared with each other, therefore I know about it. So Indira Awas Yojana is in part A, and it has a good number of about 5 to 10% of men beneficiaries also, and so we are not clear why it's in part A. Second, like Thai Bhagya is a health department initiative which I analyzed, and it includes Janani Suraksha Yojana. It has more things. Now here what we did, we try to, it's 100% women beneficiary, but still we try to do actually a benefit incidence, try to do a BPL, non-BPL, and we realize that, for example, urban is much more pro-poor as compared to rural and those kinds of analysis. What I'm trying to say, that if you are looking at it from gender budget lens, then it's not only about allocation for women. You have to go deeper than that. And of course, the issue of voice. Systematic inclusion of voice is not visible. Okay, then I'll again, rather than sticking to this slide, I have 4 illustrations. And if I can spend a minute each, that will be helpful. These are all my own work or my team's work. So one is from UP. Okay, in nutshell, what was this? This was a subsidy given to unaided private schools, basically opening of unaided private schools in unserved areas. It's all girls' schools. Opened 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs. It's a 10-year-old, 15-year-old scheme. And then through a GO, boys were allowed. No one knew about it. Like I accidentally got to know, sitting in examination board secretary's office, that Balika Vidyalaya had boys. And I asked, "Arey, isme ladke kaise aa gaye?" To bole, "Haan, wo to aate hain." Lekin in the statistics, these are shown as enrollment in Balika Vidyalaya. Now there's no way to know that these are boys. And so there are subversions, and then how you, I mean, this is a chapter of a book, one can read it. Then there is this health insurance, Yashaswini, again a very celebrated scheme from Karnataka. Very poor data, basically management. We got the data with a lot of difficulty because of the fact that one knows, one has kind of inroads. But very poor monitoring. How do you do any analysis? See, there's one column where you can either write APL, BPL, SC, ST, OBC, everything. So it's very difficult to do any, and even, I mean, I'll show you another micro irrigation where even gender comes there. So I can either write an SC or a woman or a marginal farmer all in the same column, and therefore there's no meaningful analysis possible. And public-private partnership, I think that's also an important point to point out, that these hospitals, for example, Yashaswini, the biggest beneficiary, they refused to share the data despite a letter from the government and despite the fact that a colleague's husband was also employed there, a colleague who was leading our health research. Now policing, Delhi police, we try to do a gender budget analysis, and there are some of the issues, for example, the voice issue. And yesterday during crime statistics, this was raised, that the whole condition. And so the condition is bad for even police force, the men police force, but it's really, really bad for women police force, and those kinds of issues came. Again, the segregated data. The whole issue of women's security after Nirbhaya incident has become important, but it's all CCTV guided. That, you know, CCTV is the panacea for the security issue and women's security issue. And no one questions, it's all vendor driven, and it's also the fact that it's also lack of data, lack of gender segregated data, and what really leads to that, no effort to change the macho image of the police, no effort to place women forces in crime, hotspots as they call it. So these are these are all gender budget analysis. That's why the reason for sharing all this is that these are all gender budget analysis. This is the last illustration. This is agriculture from Karnataka again. Micro irrigation, where you are saying, so this is a subsidy, and you are saying that your main priority targets are marginal farmers, women farmers, Dalit farmers, tribal farmers. Okay. And how do you ensure that? This is implemented through private companies who actually deliver and then claim money from the government. Again, there's no mandatory, it's not mandatory for them to submit these data. What they do, that everybody, there's one column, so everybody fits under that. So again, you are either a woman or a marginal farmer or a Dalit, or so that, and then you give the numbers that, I gave to, 20% this, 20% this, 20% this. And if you, so a woman can also be a marginal farmer, a woman can also be a Dalit. There's no way of analyzing those. And therefore it becomes difficult. So what, in the end, what we feel that if we are serious about gender, or for that matter, even, we have now mandatory laws in most states about SC subplan, ST subplan. So if we are serious about, understanding how these public expenditure is used, what happens, whether it really leads to any difference in terms of their status, in terms of their lives, we need much more data. And we feel that all the large samples are very useful. Half the time we go back to those, be it NSSO, NFHS, DLHS, even IHD surveys. Yet, the best way perhaps is to strengthen the monitoring, look at it as a system also for statistics generation, which is timely, which is less costly, and which is reliable, which is, the veracity is not as compromised. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jha, for your coverage as well as the examples. In one case, carrying forward the very animated discussion we had yesterday of the police and crime. I now invite Neeta, Dr. Neeta N., who is a senior fellow at the Center for Women's Development Studies, to present her paper.
Let me begin by thanking Professor Saibal Gupta and the team in ADRI for organizing this seminar on a very important topic on social statistics. I am very sad that I couldn't attend the last 2 days' discussions, because there has been a lot of discussion the last 2 days across various themes, and I have missed it. But I feel I can make up from today, from what I have missed. I will not be able to go through the presentation because there's lack of time. What I will do is maybe start with the presentation and then stop somewhere and then kind of summarize what I want to say. I'm sure there has been some discussion on the usefulness of gender statistics, so I don't want to repeat that. I just want to say that it's important to look at gender statistics also because it's not a primary concern in many of the areas that we have now that we are now looking at. So it's important to look at gender statistics from that perspective as well. What are the concerns if you look at it? There has been some attempts since 1970s to improve statistics on women. There has been some refinement in existing data sources. And however, I feel this has been largely in response to international pressures, and that I feel has negatively impacted the systematic revisions of existing data sources and also the development of new statistics. So sometimes what we think is that, what we feel is that the existing data is overlooked and underanalyzed as well. So, and there are many areas where data is missing and we are not able to intervene in policy matters because of this. What I'm going to present today is actually an outcome of a project that CWDS did for UNFPA, looking at large data sources on women. And the objective of this exercise was to document data on various indicators so that one can look at women's status and its changes over time. Many macro data sources has been looked at. Through specific indicators, we have a list of several indicators. I'm not going to list all of that. It's there in the paper. We have actually come out with a list of indicators that are important to understand women's status across these 5 broad themes. The 5 broad themes are health, education, employment, violence, and social, political, and demographic indicators. So this is actually what I'm going to present is a summary of what we have done. I won't be elaborating on the data gaps of each of the data sources across any of these different themes because one could always read the paper. And coming to the indicators, how we have selected, we have actually looked at individual indicators, not any composite indicators. We understand that there are multiple dimensions to each of these issues that we are discussing. And we look at these indicators interrelated, and which have multiple dimensions. We have looked at, as I said, major data sources and not individual surveys, except for a few surveys we have in where there is an actual lack of data. We have looked at some individual surveys, but otherwise we have actually only looked at large data sources. In selection of indicators, we have actually followed a life cycle approach, so that it covers different stages of women's life. We have both looked at what is called outcome indicators, process indicators, so that it could be a combination, so that we actually don't want to differentiate between outcome and process indicators because, it's so complex that sometimes outcome becomes process, sometimes process becomes outcome. So but the list of indicators are there. In each of the identified themes, we have sub-themes. In health, we have survival of the girl, maternal health, sexual and reproductive health, women's general health, women with distinct needs and vulnerabilities. These are the sub-themes within which indicators have been developed, and the existing data sources has been looked critically as to how each of these data sources give information on related sources. Looking at the health aspects, what I will do right now is to just summarize what we have done in terms of data gaps and see what should be done. This is what I'm going to do now. I may not follow the presentation from now onwards. Looking at the existing sources, what we found is that for vital statistics related to births and deaths, the only feasible way, there are a lot of gaps that we are finding, and the only possible feasible way is to improve existing statistics and to strengthen the civil registration system, CRS data. AHS, which is relatively a fresh initiative, is a good source of gender-based health indicators, including maternal mortality. However, as all of you know, the coverage is now limited to few states, and the background data should be collected regularly, because in some rounds we don't have the background data, and the raw data is actually not available, which will actually facilitate large disaggregate analysis and meaningful analysis. NSS health surveys, I feel that we need to actually look at and redesign to make them more gender sensitive, because right now there are lots of problems with the NSS health surveys. Concepts and definitions related to many dimensions needs to be revisited and modified along reference periods. Sexual and reproductive health should also be captured adequately. This is one major weakness of NSS health surveys. NFHS is actually the best source of data that's available on many health-related issues. But here also, what we find is that there is, if you look at the nutrition data, there is no good data, there's no consistency, and the coverage needs to be expanded, irrespective of women being in the reproductive age group or otherwise, which is actually the age limit that NFHS sets in is a limitation in terms of looking at women's large health dimensions. Poor data exists in sexual and reproductive health of women. DLHS 3 actually is an extensive data on this dimension, and I hope that it will be continued in further rounds also. Data on sexual and reproductive issues right now in many data sources are collected only for women who are married. And I feel this needs to be taken out, and it has to be collected from women irrespective of their marital status. And there is a need to have uniformity in definition across various concepts that are followed in many of the macro data sources. At least what do you mean by institutional delivery? What is disability? There's so much of so much of changes over time, and this cannot be compared across time, even within the same data source as well as across data sources. Now, what are the possibilities of a new survey or data? What is the data that we require? We have actually no data on nutrition. If we look at nutrition, what is the data we have? We have nothing. Sexual and reproductive behaviors and decisions is also one area where, as far as women's health are concerned, we have no data, no good data source. Now, coming to education, there are many. I'm skipping all this. I'm sure you can read it later. We have looked at 3 different sub-themes. One is gender gaps and biases in schooling, then enabling factors, gender gaps and biases in higher education. If we look at education status, there are a number of challenges and problems that are there to look at women's education. Quality and reliability of data collected is an issue, given wide discrepancy across sources of data. Indicators on enrollment vary considerably between official sources and NSS, clearly reflecting the methodological definition and conceptual issues in these surveys. If you look at existing sources, there is a need to cross-check and validate all official data sources such as MHRD, DICE, ACES, and that should be done on a priority basis. Data on non-formal education, it's not available. It should be collected regularly in the case of, as in the case of formal education. There is a real depth of data on women's education, vocational and training courses. We have now so much of stress on skilled education and all, but we have no data no systems in place to collect and collate such data that will be generated. That is going to be there, and no systematic data is available even for public sector institutions. We have no data that there. Data is to be collected on quality of education on systematic basis. The scope of the National Achievement Survey, which is conducted by NCRT, among class 5 students should be expanded to cover all schools. Right now there is a smaller sample that's used. This alongside SS surveys can give some insights on the quality of education aspect. Though higher education data provided by MHRD has improved over time, there are issues of delay, reliability and representativeness. In case of higher education, underreporting of enrollment is an issue, as many institutions are constrained by the sanction strength. This is a known issue with the data that is there. Further, there has been a massive expansion in private institutions and unrecognized institutions which are outside the purview of this source, and they are bound to have gender implications. These private institutions will have have a lot of gender implications, and right now we don't have any data to look at some of this. Considering the rapid changes that are taking place in higher education and being the only survey that provides information at the household level, both for rural and urban areas, and also at the enrollment rates and private cost of education, periodicity of NSSO surveys has to be improved. NSSO surveys are done, I don't know what is the logic behind it, at some intervals, but we don't have a continuous periodic survey on it, and I think education survey of NSS is an important thing that needs to be taken up, especially to look at gender dimensions. It should be conducted as a quinquennial, as the unemployment round and quinquennial basis. Despite the large volume of information collected by NSS, the sample design and sample size impose constraints for bringing out reliable estimates of gender-wise patterns and changes. This needs to be looked at. A review of existing sample design and methodology is called for. On gender vocational education, the efforts by NSS in recent rounds is a welcome thing, and I hope it will be continued in future rounds. Consistency across data sources should be maintained. Again, here also, this is a problem with whatever be the theme. This is something that is there across themes and across indicators. There is no consistency in terms of concepts and definitions. And cross-checking. Collection of regular data on achievement is not part of the national official system right now, which needs to be looked at now. Pre-primary education or early child education is another area where data availability is highly inadequate. Pre-primary education and early education, there's a lot of focus on it right now, a lot of talk about it, but we have again no data that's available. One-time survey of pre-primary education institutions, I think, is required right now. This would enable detailed planning and designing of future surveys, as well as at least to map what is there in the present situation. 3 minutes, okay. And looking at economic status, conduct of time use surveys, I'm sure there has been some discussion yesterday because I just heard. That's an important requirement. And there is a need to capture gender gap in the private corporate sector. We have no data, and none of the existing data sources actually give any idea about any of this. An important issue when we look at economic status is the data on ownership of assets among women. This can be addressed to a large extent if all the data that are collected at the household level could be gender disaggregated. On critical variables such as earnings, ownership of land and assets, debts, the data should be collected separately for men and women, and I'm sure the NSS can do it if there is a will to do it. The Karnataka Household Asset Survey actually leads, can actually suggest ways of doing it as well. Looking at violence against women, there's actually a lot of dearth for data here. We have right now only the official data source, which is NCRB data, and all of us know how bad or good it is in terms of it covers only certain very limited crimes or violence against women. And domestic violence is something which is missing, and we need. What we feel is that there's a need to have a nationwide survey on violence against women to at least get, because it's an important issue that's coming again and again in all the discussions that are there. Now, coming to the last issue that I'm going to discuss is about the critical social and political indicators. What we require is a definition of the household. I think that's a problem with existing data sources that we have. It needs to be looked at. Household heads need to be reviewed, taking into account the functional criteria. Right now, it is just who's been named, but the functional criteria needs to be looked at, and the definition of the household head needs to be looked at if you want to create a gender-sensitive statistics. Census module should be adequately modified to record the specificities of houseless women, because NSS census has data on houseless women, but it does not say what is the actual residence should be included in the census schedule to capture data on women in old age and destitute institutions. Compilation of program-based data on women beneficiaries under schemes and programs, which is an issue that's there, that's not there. Cross-check age at marriage. It's an data which is important for any gender-sensitive intervention, but that is on any of these issues. But we have actually no reliable data, age at marriage, because of underreporting, and there is also need to do cross-check at various levels if such data has to be generated. Now, coming to newer surveys, I think a national level survey on marriage, related practices and customs is a requirement, and this should be done because marriage is emerging as an important institution an institution as far as women's status is concerned. I think I'll stop here, and I look forward for the discussion to. I'm sorry that I could not cover any of the larger indicators and issues within that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Neeta, and congratulations on your project of working out measures of these various aspects of women's well-being, despite the paucity of data. I now invite Preet Rastogi, who is Professor at the Institute for Human Development in Delhi, to deliver her address.
Sorry. Yeah. I would like to thank ADRI and BMGF for inviting me here. And I think the previous two presentations have covered a lot of ground, so I will be able to also quickly go through what I have to say. What I will be focusing on is three broad areas. Yeah. Okay. What I am focusing on is issues and gaps and challenges, as I call them. I can just skip this. What I'm going to be talking about is skip the introduction, but talk about the gaps and issues, especially in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals. Since we are now on the verge of the Sustainable Development Goals 2015-2030, the compact, it would be interesting to see what are these goals and how prepared are we in terms of statistics and its availability to address these. The objective or the framework with which one is looking at this is substantive equality. Again, to this crowd, I don't think I need to reiterate that, but we're not talking about just men, women, because one of the things that comes up when we talk about gender-based statistics or gendering statistics or engendering statistics, commonly over the last 3 decades, globally, is that we have all kinds of demographic information which gives you men, women, statistics and disaggregated male-female data. So what is the gap we are talking about? But when we are talking about gender statistics, we're talking about a large number of other issues which get subsumed within these statistics and don't cover and bring out these unequal position dimensions, the power authority relations, which impinges on a lot of the equations between gender. So why gender statistics? Of course, we all know that ways of seeing influence ways of doing. Unless we have a conceptual clarity of what we're looking at, we don't generate the right kind of data. Unless we have data, we are not going to be leading to the right kind of policies. So a conceptual, theoretical construct is required a priori to get the right kind of statistics and data. As Sen put long time back, invisibility in statistics leads to invisibility of gender-sensitive solutions. So clearly we need to have gender-sensitive statistics. Globally, like Nita said, 70s, 80s onwards, there's been a lot of international focus. The UN decade from 76 to 85 focused a lot on this. The Beijing Platform for Action gave a number of issues and series against which data was generated. This entire process of the human development reports and all the reporting nationally across the globe helped also identify where the gaps are and what are the issues on which we need to have more systematic data. So keeping the SDGs in mind, I think what I will do is just run through for the goal 5, which is basically aiming to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. What is it that we actually have by way of statistics and where are the gaps? That's a small exercise that I had tried to do. So just to run through quickly the targets that are there, it's end all forms of discrimination. One of the things I should put on board is, as many of you may be aware, the SDGs are very, very ambitious. They are setting universal goals. It's meant for each and every individual, which is very, very ambitious. And to achieve these would need a very, very strong set of data and statistics to be available to be able to really monitor and actually periodically assess how we are doing on these indicators. So apart from ending all forms of discrimination, there's elimination of all forms of violence against women, eliminate all harmful practices, which includes child early forced marriage. The marriage survey, which Nita referred to at the end, becomes critical. Recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work. Ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership, so all the leadership decision-making roles. Ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health. Reforms to work to give women equal rights to economic resources, access to ownership and control over land. Enhance the use of enabling technology and promotion of gender equality and empowerment for girls through sound policies and enforceable legislation. So broadly, these are the targets that have been set. And as I said, they're very ambitious. But against this, there are several domains on which we might find gaps. And what has been done in the UN Compact and the UN exercises that have been done in the course of identifying where the gaps are is to look at 3 tiers. And I'll just come to that in a while. I'm going to be focusing on 3 broad areas which are really big gaps which we need to focus on. The unpaid work domain and the whole paid unpaid domain of women. When we talk of women not being in the employment scenario or not being as workers, or the work participation rate of women being low, or the work participation of women declining as we are seeing in the Indian context, and Arvind Subramaniam raised the point about how women's employment is an area which we need to think of and plan for to enhance the women's employment. The other issue categorically which comes up in this area is, since women are involved in the unpaid work and in the household duties, how much of their labor supply is actually available for the labor market, and how do we assess that? We don't have a complete picture of the labor market scenario for women's labor supply, precisely because we have no idea of how many of them are actually available and can shift from the unpaid responsibilities in the domestic sphere into the paid domain of the labor market for a full-time typical job. So a number of them may be available for part-time home-based work and work which is available nearby, but may not be available for full-time factory-oriented kind of jobs. And there are several issues that come in and around that in terms of also time stress, time poverty, and what happens to their leisure, self-development, and so on. The next is asset ownership and control. And again, these are fundamental things in the sense of like the erstwhile division of labor. That's where this paid, unpaid work division is stemming from. In terms of asset ownership and control, traditionally within patriarchy, women were seen as the property and under control of men. And fundamentally, a very significant change is still not visible. Although we are changing, we still are not seeing a very, very major change. Although we legally have the provision of equal property rights and inheritance now in the country, but we also know that there are institutional constraints and challenges which do not allow for the effective implementation of these equal property rights that are in place. So unless we have statistics to know individually what is the ownership and control parameters, we really have very limited understanding of where we are headed or where we are as we stand today. The third and big point, which again touches on other 2 points as well, is the safety and security. There has been a reference to crimes against women. I hear you had a panel last evening on the crimes against women, which dealt with a number of issues. But again, the statistics is NCRB. It is crime records. It is police statistics. It is as per the IPC and the SLL laws of the land, which is a very small fragment of the safety and security gamut that we are talking of. Do we need to know how safe and secure our society is for everybody, not only for women, but also for women and children, given the crimes against women and children being as high as they are, even by the NCRB statistics? So these are the 3 things that I will focus on and not touch on the other equally important things of social norms, marriage trends, autonomy, bodily integrity, mobility, transportation, digital communication, education, WhatsApp, the whole water sanitation debate, energy, health. All of these are again parallel to the SDG goals which already exist and which are relevant for the gender equality and empowerment. But for today's presentation, given the time and paucity of time, I'll just focus on these 3. I've done this kind of color classification of 3 categories: green, yellow, red. The green is where data exists, but perhaps in some cases it is analyzed by gender disaggregated analysis. In several others, it needs further gender disaggregated analysis. Yellow is where data exists, but clearly there hasn't been any gender disaggregated information available. So there is information, but we need additional modules, additional questions, additional survey instruments to be added to the existing instruments in order to be able to get gender disaggregated information. And the third, which is red, which is no data existing, where there's no real conceptualizations or fresh conceptualization and a survey being required. What the UN has done for the SDGs is divided all the indicators that they have listed for each goal under the 3 tiers. Tier 1, where indicators for which methods and standards to produce internationally comparable indicators exist, and the data are regularly collected by countries. Tier 2, which are indicators for which methods and standards exist, but the data are not regularly collected by countries. So the time use survey in the context of India would be one such, where we had a pilot once in 1998 by the CSO, but we haven't been doing it periodically, unlike several other countries across the globe who are doing it periodically and systematically. Tier 3 is indicators for which there are no comparable methods and standards, and the data are not regularly collected by countries. So unpaid work and the need for time use I've already mentioned, but to reiterate that there is, of course, a lot of data which we have in very rigorous, very good statistics on employment, unemployment, and work. But nevertheless, we all are also aware of the conceptual issues with women's work. When we talk of women's work, the invisibility of women's work, the fact that not all dimensions of what they do, especially when it is interspersed within their household, work which is economic, work which is SNA, work which should be recognized, but can very easily be subsumed and not be visibilized or not be enumerated because of the nature of the surveys that are done, because of the level of recognition among the women themselves of the work they do. So since it's self-reported, a lot of women may not report themselves as workers, and therefore this work might actually become invisible. So there are issues there, and all of these can to some extent be tackled with what seems like a magic bullet to those of us who've been arguing for the unpaid work and all of these issues, the time use surveys. And globally, it has been shown that time use surveys, not only for the women's unpaid work, but for several other social issues, are very, very useful because they can give you a complete account of a 24-hour calendarization or enumeration of what any individual man, woman, boy, girl, old man, old woman would be doing. So it is not only needed for women's work and labor supply studies, as I said, to be able to understand what is the labor supply potential of women in our country. We don't really have systematic data, nor do we have enough models to be able to do any modeling on that, because of which there are restrictions which limit our analysis. It's also very essential for child labor, for instance, as another topic which may not be an interest in this panel entirely, but is very, very critical. Several countries, what Indra Hirve, who's the pioneer in this work in our country, has been doing on time use survey in her book, which is in press with the OUP, states that out of the 193 UN member countries, almost 2/3 have conducted time use survey. This is just to reiterate the point that very commonly we hear we don't have the resources, we don't have the energy, we don't have the manpower, we don't have the personnel. Can we really do something like this? It's just to say that yes, we are a large country. Yes, there are large constraints and scarce resources. It might be a problem, but it's not unthinkable. If we think it's a priority, if we think the gains from this kind of a data set are big, I think we can make the money and the time and the personnel for it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'll skip the findings and move on to what the data. So time use, I've already said, is a one-time study which we've done, so we really need more. In terms of the goal or the target, there is an average weekly hour spent on unpaid domestic and care work by sex, age, and location, which is one of the targets in the SDGs, which needs to be covered. And clearly, if we don't have the time use statistics, as a nation, we would not be able to report towards this. In terms of moving on to asset ownership and control, again, Neeta referred to the KHAS survey, the Karnataka Household Asset Survey. I'll also refer to that in terms of what they found and how useful it is to have individual land and asset ownership measurement. We all know that there is women cultivate lands but don't have ownership of land and therefore are not farmers, therefore fertilizer subsidies, therefore all kinds of schemes don't reach them. We don't have estimates of how many of them are actually women farmers. So there are enormous number of linked issues, and a bulk of our labor force is in agriculture. So agricultural women workers continue to be the bulk despite the fact that there is a decline over the last NSS 2 rounds of NSS, which is actually troublesome to think of, because what is it signifying? Is it signifying land being sold? Whose land? Men's land? Household land? Is it signifying drought-like conditions? Is it signifying no incentive to be in agriculture, which is also perhaps happening because there's such low returns to the agriculture that a large bulk of our small and marginal farmers are involved in. So there's a big-time crisis sitting there, which we really need to know enough about, and this is one way of at least getting some information on knowing what could be happening. So individual ownership, again, I mean, whether we talk of poverty, whether we talk of incomes, whether we talk of deprivations, we have household estimates of consumption, of income. We don't have individual estimation. And similarly, even for assets and ownership, we only have household assets. Of course, there's a real problem there that people do have household assets and do not think of them as individual assets. So therein, how do we introduce the individualization of it? Yet, it might be pertinent and important to get the individual statistics, because as Khas showed, a lot of the small ruminants are owned by women as opposed to the big livestock, as opposed to the larger flocks of livestock. when the moment the number reaches 19 and 20 of a particular livestock, it moves on from the women to become the ownership of the man, and so on and so forth. So what is needed? Collection of data on individual ownership of different assets, land, housing, livestock, jewelry, businesses, financial assets. We have no estimation of entrepreneurship, for instance, women entrepreneurship. We're talking a lot on the schemes, on support, on financial support, on inclusion of women through bank accounts, but we have no estimation for our country of how many women entrepreneurs we have as of today. And don't we need to know that? Not only as entrepreneurs, but also as women partnerships in businesses. So this is something which we really need to focus on. Housing, property ownership, and all of that to follow. Again, coming to violence, I already spoke about the conceptual clarity. I'll just wind up with this, that NCRB is limited. We have to look at all forms of violence, physical, sexual, psychological. The NFHS is only a demographic or administrative component. It's really nothing in terms of what we need to know by way of safety and security. We need to get into violence prevalence surveys and incident surveys. We have no conversation of intimate partner violence, workplace bullying, violence in educational institutions, hospitals, social welfare institutions. There are cases which come up in newspaper and we are shocked by it, but we have no estimation of any of these. So there are several indicators and targets which are there, again, in the SDGs, if that's a concern. Even otherwise, I would think as a nation, we should be concerned to have information on all of this. So again, I end with this to say that to measure magnitude and implications of the problem, what we need is understand the various types of violence, the high-risk groups and what their particular conditions are, explore the barriers to seeking help, ensure the appropriate responses. Again, globally, the WHO for the intimate partner violence as well as the UN have standardized tools now for surveys which can very easily be adapted to get globally comparable data for the country as well if we think that's what we want to do. So these data can be a starting point for informing laws, policies, and developing effective responses and programs as needed. And I'll stop there. We can have a discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Preet, for highlighting not just the empirical problems involved, but also bringing to bear some of the concepts that are applicable in the area. Next speaker, Kanika Kaul, is a senior program officer with the Center for Budget and Governance Accountability.
Thank you. It's a tall order to be talking on the same issue after that very lucid presentation by Dr. Jha, but nonetheless, I will try and share some of what my colleague Soumya and I have been working on. And in this presentation, what we're trying to basically focus on is the fact of what type of data can be used to enhance government efforts around the whole issue of gender responsive budgeting. And in this context, we're discussing whether and trying to explore the possibility of redesigning the gender budget statement, which is one of the key tools of gender responsive budgeting, and looking at what sort of data both on the expenditure side and the receipts budget could possibly inform such an analysis. Just to provide a brief context of the fact that though gender responsive budgeting was initiated by the Government of India formally in 2005-06, a lot of work preceding that on gender analysis of the fiscal policy did take place and sort of laid the foundations for the adoption of GRB in the country. And the introduction of gender responsive budgeting in the country was basically an attempt to encourage ministries and departments to take cognizance of gender-based disadvantages in their respective sectors and accordingly design appropriate programs and budgets in their respective sectors of concern. Ever since the adoption of gender responsive budgeting, though there have been a number of tools that have been adopted for its institutionalization, the key focus around the strategy and its analysis has been on the gender budget statement. And there has been a lot of demand for an interest in the whole analysis of the budget from a gender lens. However, what we find is that this kind of analysis gets restricted by the kind of information that is being made available in the gender budget statement, and we're exploring whether such kind of information can be further refined and have a more informed gender budget statement. I won't get into too much detail of this because we already did cover this in the previous presentation. But just to go over what the gender budget statement is, it's an analytical statement which is presented in the budget each year. And it essentially aims to sort of capture the quantum of allocations that ministries and departments perceive to have been making towards addressing gender-based concerns. And the information that is presented includes both information on schemes that are exclusively meant for women, as well as schemes that are for the benefit, where at least a 30% benefit is perceived to be accruing to women beneficiaries. And it is this, the second part, where that is the part B of the GBS, where at least a 30% proportion of scheme allocations are reported in the gender budget statement, which tends to form an area of contention. What we find is, when we look at the gender budget statement very closely, that the reporting in this part of the gender budget statement has tended to be fairly, by and large, fairly superficial, and that is primarily owing to a narrow interpretation of the strategy of gender budgeting by implementing officials. And when we look closely at the gender budget statement, what we find is that there is a lack of clarity as to why certain specific proportions of funds in the schemes are being reported. There is no explanation, there's no rationale, there's no justification for why particular schemes report the kind of allocations in the gender budget statement they do. When we try and analyze the gender budget statement, what we find is that for some of the schemes, there are guidelines that mandate a certain proportion of the budget to be earmarked for women, and that's the rationale. In other cases, it is the number of beneficiaries that are being reached out to through these schemes and programs. But in other schemes, we find that it's neither of the two rationale being followed. So what essentially we find is a sort of ex post reporting, where at the end of the year, when the budget allocations have already been decided, a certain proportion of the budgets are reported in the gender budget statement, thus sort of reducing the entire exercise to a reporting exercise rather than a planning and process that encourages gender purposive planning and implementation. But despite that, what we do find is that the gender budget statement is an important document, because it still is the only verifiable source of information on government's efforts at ensuring budgetary commitments towards women. And it has enabled stakeholders to sort of raise questions around the whole issue of investment towards women, and therefore we do welcome the gender budget statement despite the limitations that there are with it in its current form and structure. But we do find that there is a need for reformulating it to enable a more substantive analysis of the gender responsiveness of the budget. Just to also briefly look at what could be the possible alternatives to a gender budget statement. And what comes to our mind are some possible experiments that have been tried. For instance, we have the Sundar Murthy Committee report recommendations, which did suggest alternative forms of presenting the budget, and propose that the budget, one of the manners in which the budget could be presented was according to segments of population. However, this is a very tedious task, and we have heard through informal sources that the CAG also has apprehensions about the feasibility of such a process. The other alternative would also be to introduce a separate budget head, as has been attempted in the case of the tribal subplan and the scheduled caste subplan. However, the experience of these two strategies does lead us to infer that there have been concerns there also. There have been issues of misreporting and diversion of funds. So that is not necessarily a very feasible solution when we're looking at how gender concerns can be reported in the budget. And so what we feel is that, given the fact that there is little scope for in the detailed budget books of the within the existing structure, it might be a more feasible option to redesign the gender budget statement to make such information available in the public domain. And when we talk about that, we are essentially talking about a statement that encourages departments to do more gender-focused planning and record such relevant information. And what the gender budget statement essentially then should be reporting is, at the very least, the rationale for reporting interventions in the gender budget statement and the budgetary outlays for gender responsive measures. And this is something that we find is very critical, because it's something that we have to look for very hard when we're looking at schemes and programs to understand where the allocations are for the gender responsive components within schemes. while the budgetary outlays form an important part of gender responsive budgeting, it is not enough to be looking at financial outlays alone. And there are other kinds of information that would need to inform more relevant gender budget exercises in the country. Data sets, and we've been talking a lot about this since yesterday, so I won't get into very many details. There are a number of data sets that inform gender planning in the country, but there are concerns regarding periodicity, the level of disaggregation when it comes to gender, timeliness, and reliability of these, the data that they make available. On the implementation side, there are a number of different parameters that are important to analyze when we're looking at gender responsive budgeting, which sort of inform how the programs are actually getting implemented at the ground level. And in this context, what we find particularly important is information about the gender responsive components within a scheme, unit costs for particular programs. We have a number of programs that are well designed, but the unrealistically low unit costs sort of constrain the implementation of these programs. The human resource availability, a number of gender responsive programs are extremely constrained for human resources, and at the end of the day that affects the quality of the services, as well as data on the physical progress and coverage, which is very important to assess how the program is actually faring at the ground level. While this sort of has been capturing what we have, some of our perspectives on the expenditure side of the budgets, as we discussed earlier also, the receipt side of the budget is something that has largely not been looked at in very much detail in the discourse on gender responsive budgeting. And in this, there is a lot of discourse that has looked on the gender implications of taxation, but where questions of how taxes are collected, what is the tax mix, and whether and how they seek to address the existing gender roles, unequal gender roles, is something that has come up. But the lack of availability of data is something that has constrained this analysis. Typically, gender analysis of tax policies is focused on areas such as employment, unpaid work, consumption expenditure, and property rights. But again, the lack of data in these areas has been a constraining factor in understanding, carrying forward the analysis further. And we've just sort of tried to look at some ways in which this could happen, and possibly trying to explore how, for instance, when we are talking about direct taxes and the issue of corporate tax, we're talking about, now globally it has been discussed, and observers have pointed out that, for instance, tax concessions in the context of corporate tax concessions to corporates reduce the total quantum of public resources available, thereby reducing the total pool of resources that could be invested towards social sectors and specifically for women-specific interventions. The setting up of SEZs also, for instance, gives which promotes larger business, might come at the cost of smaller enterprises where women tend to be concentrated. While there is some data that could enable us to look at this in more detail, overall for other forms of taxation, particularly indirect taxes, there is a paucity of data and it is a challenge there. For instance, when we are talking about indirect taxes and we try and understand the implications of VAT, there are methodological challenges that we encounter. In the absence of income data, for instance, what we rely is on consumption data, which is provided by the NSS data. But when we look at what analysis we could draw from this, we do find that the fact that we cannot possibly derive the incidence of indirect taxes between men and women from NSS data might constrain the kind of analysis that we are drawing. And it might overlook the fact that there are intra-household inequities and access to resources. So the kind of analysis that would emerge from this might be sort of misleading, and that poses a fair bit of challenge methodologically. Just to sum up, the whole exercise of GRB has been constrained, and one of the factors there has been the lack of availability of relevant data. And given the infeasibility of restructuring the entire budgets in the country, we could perhaps focus on necessarily redesigning the gender budget statement. And in this context, it is important to strengthen our existing data systems and make them more comprehensive and timely. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanika, for that short but very scholarly piece. I just noticed that you had help. I'm sorry I didn't record your co-author earlier, Soumya Srivastava, Research Officer also with the Center for Development and Governance Accountability. The next step, of course, is to invite the discussants in order to make their observations. So, Manish Gupta first, followed by Ashmita Gupta, who can be very heroic and try to be as concise as possible. I'd be grateful. I don't want to use this to remind you, so go ahead. Manish first. Oh, you're doing it here.
Thank you, Chair. It has been an interesting discussion on gender budgeting. Especially, I congratulate both the speakers on highlighting the issues relating to gender budgeting, and the other two speakers also who have highlighted the gaps in gender statistics. I shall focus more on gender budgeting. Just to summarize what has been told by the two speakers, gender budgeting is a tool, or is an important tool for achieving gender mainstreaming so as to ensure that the benefits of development reach women as much as men. It is not an accounting exercise but an ongoing process of keeping gender perspective in policy or program formulation, its implementation and review, and it entails dissecting of budgets, not only government budget, it could be budgets of various institutions, organizations, to establish its gender differential impacts and to ensure that gender commitments are translated into a budgetary commitments. Efforts by scholars, civil society organization had actually laid the foundation of introducing gender budget statement in the budget. In 2001, the finance minister for the first time made special reference to this gender budgeting issue, and from 2015-16 a statement has been introduced which has part A and part B, part A having 100% scheme, women oriented schemes, and part B has 30%. So as has been highlighted by both the speakers, what is the basis for introduction of putting certain schemes as 30%? Is there any detailed study done by the various departments? So there are issues related to it, and if you ask the departments, they really do not have. They see more of it as an reporting exercise than actually going more in details into as how much funds have actually been allocated and all those issues. So there is, and moreover, the statement only gives budget estimates and revised estimates, but no actual figures are given. Maybe the departments, I would suggest, as instead of bringing it along with the budget, maybe after a lag of 3 months or 4 months, bring out statements which not only gives the budgetary allocations but also highlight their priorities, achievements, both physical achievements and budgetary achievements, expenditure allocation, how much of it is spent and all. So those details can be brought out by the department maybe 3-4 months after the budget to give you what has been the progress or achievements toward their priorities and all those things, highlighting this. Then what I would suggest is, which has been also talked about, the accounting or reporting issues related to various schemes. A scheme like NREGA would have women wage component and the male wage component, but there are other schemes which may not have that kind of direct information. So the department or the scheme, when a scheme is formulated, one should try to ensure that in the reporting framework, that kind of issues can be built in, and that would be more beneficial to see actually what is the impact of such schemes on different on gender, maybe on other marginalized group, SC, STs, children. So that kind of process can start. One can start thinking about those issues. Clearly, as both have also pointed out, on the revenue side, there is not much discussion relating to gender responsive budgeting, and the main reason for this is non-availability of relevant data. Not only relevant data, non-availability of enough studies, how public policies empower women. for example, exemption on for personal income tax, exemption given to women, has it actually resulted in empowerment of women, or how or the exemptions given to women entrepreneurs? As Preet had pointed out, we don't have numbers of even women entrepreneurs. Leave aside what is the impact of exemption giving to. So I was trying to look at studies, whether such studies are there. There are not many in the Indian context. Entitlement-based tax policy for women, like differential property registration rate. How far have they been successful in empowering women? Are there enough studies? So unless we have studies, we will not know what kind of data gaps we are. And unless there are data, such studies are no. So it's a vicious circle, but one has to start somewhere, and clearly more research, more discussion can with stakeholders would result in more kind of information being collected by different agencies of the government. As far as the data gaps are concerned, Preet had highlighted it regarding financial inclusions. There are not enough data available on that respect. How financial inclusion, how is it affecting women, or policies relating to that has affected women and all those. The other important issue which I wanted to highlight, one was non-availability of data. The other is, even if data is available, to what limited extent, there are not enough studies. Especially I am referring to the time use survey statistics brought about by CSO for 6 pilot study for 6 states. But not many studies or researchers have made use of that data. Unless people start using such data and identify gaps, the data collecting agency will not be in a position to improve the databases. So clearly, on one hand, we need to have more studies highlighting the issues of data gap, and at the same time there should be an effort on the part of the government agencies and other agencies to start collecting data on a timely basis. Thank you. With that, I stop.
Thanks, Manish. I realized I was remiss in my duties. Manish Gupta is as an assistant professor at the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, NIPFP, New Delhi. Our next discussant is Ashmita Gupta, who is currently a postdoctoral fellow at the ISI Chennai, but from next month onwards will be a postdoctoral fellow at a university in the Netherlands, whose name I'm not going to try to pronounce. So Ashmita, all yours.
I have a few comments and I'll be brief about them. Some of them have come up already in the presentations and also in Manish's discussion of the topic. I think all the speakers in the session did a very good job of highlighting what are the limitations with the existing data sets that we have, or what is missing in the availability side, or even for that matter reliability of data. And I'm very happy that Preet actually brought this point up, that and even Manish, that possibly there are not enough studies or data sets are available, but researchers have not utilized them to the fullest capacity. So among that, for example, in the very beginning of the session, the chairperson made a very, very pertinent comment. Like whenever gender issues are discussed, economists have this thing that why should we look at women separately? Is it that gender is a separate entity, or is it just a rather, let me put it this way, that we know that even if there are inequalities, where is the problem? Is it that women are discriminated against just for being women in the labor market, say, or is it that it's much deeper at the time of birth, or is it at the time of going to school? So all these are different problems, or is it that they are just different kinds of workers? So there are certain kinds of very pioneering papers which are looking into these, where For example, I made a presentation in the last conference where I pointed out this paper by June Vihe and Villegas Sanchez, where they say that actually maybe women and men are different factors of production and they have different types of intrinsic skills. And given heterogeneous firms, they would be able to perform, women are more suited to perform in one kind of job than others. So when we are talking about the availability of data or gender statistics, maybe we need to look at these micro studies as well, so that we get to know that at the macro level which direction one should even this is important, I feel, for the budget, gender budgetary concerns, because after all resources are limited, and what data you need to collect should have some basis on the existing studies, however less that might be. Another thing specific to Neeta's paper, I think, like you point out, so I have done some work on education for women as myself, and one of the gaps that you pointed out is the quality of education, and also in the paper you mentioned that there is this IHDS survey which is there, which has a 2-year, which has come up in 2 rounds, and a good thing about that survey is that you get a panel of households in that, and a very important variable in there is the ability to speak English for women, which I think in Indian context is an important factor to measure quality of education. So there are ways in which that has been studied, and maybe like when we advocate further need for data, we can look at these surveys which have already come out, analyze that, and then see what is the outcome. Because even in that study that I look at what is the impact of reforms on education for women. And I find that at the lower level, women are dropping out of school, but at the higher level, whoever is continuing to go for higher education, they are doing better than men. So it's so gender is what I'm trying to say, not a homogeneous entity in itself. There is a lot of what do you say, subgroups in there, and it's also not a subject in isolation in economics. For example, it has to be linked with other papers which are talking about labor market issues, or for that matter, even theories of discrimination, which is talking about what is, when we look at women, discrimination at the in developed versus developing countries, is it the same? And so if not, so is it only the money that is the problem, or is it something beyond money? So these are the things. And another point that I wanted to make was that when we are advocating for affirmative action for women, we also need to access them in a way. For example, in another research of mine, I find that actually some set of laws which were made specifically to protect women actually ends up harming them. So when we are looking at gender statistics, it's not only about health or education, we also need to see what are the laws that are there. Is it the same across states, and whether those laws or policies that we did actually had a positive or a negative impact. So these are the broad comments that I had.
Thanks, Ashmita. I'm going to now invite all the speakers in order to respond very quickly in a minute or two to the discussants' comments, if they so desire. All right? Or not. So beginning with, if you, Jyotsna, no, yes, no. Neeta? All right. Preet? Okay.
Just to reiterate the point that was being made about the time use surveys and their utilization, I think there have been several studies, but yes, not adequate, because I think the ease of availability of that data was the first thing, that the CSO data was not very easily available to many scholars. So now, since there is a policy of public data being made available to more researchers, it would be a better scenario and there would be access to many people. Like the IHTS data is now accessible to all researchers publicly, and that has made a big difference that lots of studies could be done. So that, I think, is one thing. And of course there's a Center for Time Use Studies with the CFDA, the Indira Hirve Center in Ahmedabad, and so they're doing lots of work. So that's very interesting, and I just wanted to say that we are also working on time use, but we can take that up in the discussion. I just wanted this clarificatory thing.
Soumya, you want to? Yeah, I haven't opened it yet. So, all right. So I'm afraid you're not going to have many rounds of questions. All right, that's ruled out. You know the threat about lunch that our housekeeper voiced a while ago. So, okay, please raise your hand, those. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't look that way. Sorry. Please do the discussions. I'm sorry. You have to wait. Yeah.
Just quickly, I mean, I have other things that I'll save for later. I think I'll get a chance to respond later, and if there's similar things that others also raise. But to her, I mean, there's a rich feminist, there's a rich literature it's a good body of literature by feminist economists. So I think, I mean, the paper you cited is just, it's a full body of literature, 3 decades of work, which has informed gender analysis, which has informed inequality analysis, and therefore that I don't think is any dearth, and people need to understand that. What is important here, that most of the work that we see in India, there's also some good literature here, some very good literature actually, both from sociology and economics disciplines, that many of the general gender analysis remains very superficial. And that's the issue. There's an issue of data, but there's also an issue of interpretation. Sorry.
All right. There were at least 2 or 3 hands raised. So let me. There were 5 hands raised. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 minutes. So a minute each. Please.
My question will not be 5 minutes long. It will just be a few seconds. I have one comment and one question. I just want to pick up one thing that the discussants didn't pick up on, that Jyotsna made, which is using program monitoring data as an important source of statistics. And I think this is the quality and the kind of struggles we have with understanding program implementation cannot be underscored, and I think this is something that's really important. And even in the context of SDGs, Preet made this point about, I mean, you have looked at goal 5, but I think across the goals, if we can actually pick up gender sensitive indicators, or where monitoring data can become that rich database where we're able to pick up across these different domains and not necessarily only for goal 5. So that's my comment. My question is to anyone in the panel who wants to take it up, but some of you were here yesterday when our chief statistician said having gendered surveys or gender disaggregated surveys, where we raise this issue of assets, for example, and can we not ask women, when you go to the same point you made, Neeta. And he said that those surveys may not reveal as much about gender as we would like. We didn't quite have a chance to engage him in a deeper discussion on this, but I wonder if some of you would like to respond to that and tell us what we could learn and what we wouldn't learn from it. Thank you.
We collect 2 was, yeah, that's right.
Repeatedly I heard this being said, that there is no adequate data, survey and studies. In all that I heard, I never heard any mention of the Dalit, marginalized, tribal, poor women in India. All that is mentioned here is well and good, but none of the things, ownership, or any of the main concepts that came across, they don't go very much deeper. And this is, I think we are being very discriminate against the women who belong to these categories. And I think they are very, very important. And unless we pay attention to these women, we can never say that we have equality of among sexes, across the country between men and women.
Thank you. I hope the issues that you raised might be brought up. That's 3, and then there's 4, 5. Yeah.
Okay, it's not a question, it's just a clarification. Since today, till today also, many of the panelists pointed out that data is not sufficiently available with regard to women under the NCRB Crime in India reports. One clarification I want to make is whatever has been made punishable by law is captured by NCRB. Whatever is not punishable under any act will have to be done by some other survey, because a crime either cognizable or non-cognizable made punishable by law in any way is captured. So that's one thing. Second clarification, rather an information that the reporting in the field areas, in the states, different regions vary because of the local cultural or even handicap in terms of suppression, whatever you can call it. So the reporting has to be there to be reported or reflected in the compiled figure. Now, just to inform you, 2012-16 December onwards, there was a watershed because women from all strata got some courage to report anything, not only rape, even domestic violence. And from 2012 data to 2013 data, there was 26% of quantum jump in the crime against women. And 2013 to 14 it was 9%. So the awareness and also the courage to report has increased, and that's how we are getting data, and you will have data captured, whatever is made punishable by law. Other things like psychological and other things, NGOs and other efforts will have to come into picture. Thank you.
Yeah. I just want to give the information. In Bihar, we publish a gender budget book separately in the budget book, in which we also give the actuals and the total beneficial schemes which is directly given to the women and girls is mentioned there. And today is a holiday. Yesterday I was here. Tomorrow I will provide the books to you. You can go over. I have met Jyotsna Madam at Bangalore. I have it there in Srinivasan sir and me. I will give here. If anyone details wants, go to our site www.biharfinance.fin.nic, or anyone, if you, additional information is required, then you can call me. My number you can note 943067. Okay.
So, yeah. So my question is specifically like we are talking a lot about the budget and disaggregating the budget, but when we are looking into the actual expenditure and the outcome that we are getting from the expenditure, there is not so much body of work. So is there what's our strategy for that, or anything, because all the people with gender budgeting are here. There's one more question, I'm sorry. One more question is it's specifically about the major issue is because all these surveys, NSSO or NFHS or all these big data sets are household level and not individual level, so we don't get intra-household disparities in that. So it's probably an advocacy point, and Dr. Ram was here yesterday, and there are a lot of people here. So is there any plan for any advocacy by any of these groups?
Thanks. I'm going to ask the speakers to respond to these comments. I'm afraid, keep in mind the fact that 12:15 was the time for the next session, and it's 12:30 now. So accordingly, maybe no more than a minute or two each. Dr. Jha, with you, would you like to start?
I actually completely disagree,
The point is that if you don't have those, and with the assumption that the reporting will be wrong, you don't bring those parameters, don't add those fields, is actually blocking the data. And even violence data, as he said, we have known for long that it's either underreported or wrongly reported, yet it had significance and it changed over a period of time. Only when you add, you will be able to change the nature of reporting also. So all for that. Dalit marginalized poor, ma'am, as far as I'm concerned, I would say I had 2 slides, but I'm guilty of not considering that more important than others, to retain that and drop others. But any GRB, actually, the slide I had, that you have to contextualize it. And therefore, if you are not looking at within, for example, gender, even if you're doing some boys analysis, you have to go beyond one single homogeneous category. And in our context, one has to look at Dalits, Adivasis, poor. And also, that's why I also mentioned that 100% women scheme also needs to be analyzed, where it's going, whether it's pro-poor or not, and, whether it's doing what it's supposed to do or not. Third thing, crime, yes, that's fine. One thing that I want to make a point, and therefore half a minute on that with increased participation of private sector in everything, we need to make them accountable for data. We tried to do a study on IT and gender, and we tried hard. We know CEOs, very powerful CEOs. I have personal kind of friendships, and we still could not get permission for data. We were trying to look at both empowerment and violence angle in the IT industry, and we just did not get anything. So that is one, and that applies to hospitals, schools, everywhere. Two more small points. One is that gender budget is not only about budget. Budget is in a way, it's a misleading word there. It's more about gender analysis of budgets and policies and use. So that makes it difficult. And intra-household is very, very critical. And I believe there is, it's actually, there is a move to, even where we have individual data, I believe some people were sharing that there is a move to convert everything into household data, and that will be disastrous so far as gender analysis is concerned. And therefore, wherever we are placed, like whatever we are, researchers, or whoever else, we have to advocate for that. Yeah.
The rest of it, you don't have to respond if you don't want to. So, Neeta, next. Sorry.
I'll just be specific to some of the questions that I have addressed. One is that the question on SC, ST and marginalized women. Actually, all the indicators that I have discussed are supposed to be disaggregated across these sections. I didn't have time to explain, but this is what is there. And I will not call any data a good statistics or good data set unless it can be disaggregated across these social groups. Coming to the question that Yamini has raised on incorporating gender into various statistics that exist, I think it's very important. We may have problems, but there are experiences and experiments around it, and I think we are going in the right direction. One point which I want to raise about the NCRB data, it's true that we have data across all that IPC heads, but even that, I feel crimes registered under SC/ST Prevention and Atrocities Act, it's not provided by gender. This is something that we could look at. Some of the existing data, it's not gender segregated yet, and there are possibilities. And if you could get basic demographic, social background of some of these victims, it will allow some disaggregate analysis, which will further research in this area. And household level and yeah, okay. So household level, that's all the surveys that is being done at the household level, but we are actually capturing individual data through the household level surveys. So I think asset is something which is possible to be collected and needs to be looked at. Thanks.
Yeah. I'll also quickly make a few points. I wanted to start with Manish, your point about how much, whether there's any study to say what is happening with the registration, for instance. It was interesting that when we were working on the UP Human Development Report, the person from the Revenue Department was gravely lamenting what a big loss it has made, because now the registration is happening in the name of the woman and there is a certain discount because of which they are losing out. So they had kind of... Right. But nevertheless, they counted the number of registrations that have happened and calculated the sum of the amount and lamented that it's a big loss. So that was their thing. But in terms of, one of the things that we are doing is actually working on a time use survey, which is a small pilot which we're doing with the Population Council, which is part of the BMGF exercise on a digitalization of a payment to ASHA workers and pregnant women who have just delivered babies. And one thing that came up there is, we have the entire thing of the Jandhan, the fact that all accounts are now opened, but a large number of the women who are supposed to be receiving the benefits could not receive the benefit within that duration because they don't have bank accounts. So it is because of that scheme that they need to get this benefit that they are opening the account. So that's what's coming up from this study as one of the things, apart from other things which are coming up on the time use, which is very interesting. So, but that's a small study that we're doing. I just wanted to say finally that the crime data defense that we are hearing from the NCRB is very well taken. It is of course police records, it is SLL and IPC, well taken. But what I was arguing for is that we need to know the safety security in the country. You're right, NCRB may not be the authority to do it, but it will have to be the Ministry of Home Affairs or somebody from the government, because we are talking of national data. So even the point about Dalits, tribals and all of that, we are talking about national data alone, not NGO data, not localized data, not small surveys. It has to be data which is representative for the country as a whole, covering all populations. So disability, Dalits, tribals, minorities, all sections have to be covered. And we were talking about violence prevalence and victimization surveys. If that is a feasibility, it would be a very useful source to get an understanding of what is the safety security levels. When we keep declaring Delhi being unsafe, Delhi being the rape capital, this, that and the other based on NCRB data, and like you rightly pointed out, the increasing incidence of reportage is for many different reasons. So it is not perhaps just an indication of crime. Don't we then need to know victimization survey and prevalence of crime or prevalence of violence through other surveys, which will be more comprehensive and not just be restricted to the crime element. Crime element is important, that you're doing, but that's not adequate. And we need to go to other sources. So that's what I wanted to just reiterate.
Sir, specifically to respond to your question about the GBS in Bihar, yes, we do agree that it does also have the actual expenditure being reported. And Bihar is, in addition to Bihar, there are many states which are also reporting the actual expenditures against the budget estimates and revised estimates. However, when we talk specifically about reporting in Part B of the gender budget statement, where we don't really are clear about how those proportions are being reported, reporting actuals there is also a sort of a contentions that we need to study further. And also another positive about the GBS in Bihar is that it also reports the total scheme allocations along with the allocations in Part B, which are meant specifically for women. So that's a positive. And also, ma'am, just to respond to your question about the women from Dalits and tribals, and that's also true for religious minorities, persons with disabilities and other such social groups. This is a very important thing because the sort of intersectionalities and the specific challenges which say a Dalit woman faces versus a woman from a general category sort of gets lost when we talk of GRB. However, when we talk of the strategies of SCP and TSP, somewhere that recognition is still coming that that Dalit women do face additional difficulties which need to be accounted for when we formulate the SCP TSP. But just in talking of GRB, that is a challenge that we need to look into, and our policies and schemes should adequately reflect those. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That all that remains for me is to thank the 7 people around me and the rest of you for your participation. Thank you.
There's no problem. Anybody who has more questions in the next session on marginalized section, which is actually continuation of this session, you can maybe fit your question. So we have immediately the continuation of the next session. So I would like to invite all the speakers of the next session to the dais and the 2 discussants, as well as our chairman, Professor Naresh Kumar Sharma, who is Professor, School of Economics, University of Hyderabad.
Good afternoon. We begin this session now. I also must thank, like others, the institution and Professor Gupta for making it possible for me to come and be in the midst of this lively, let us say, group of people, academically and activists in various dimensions that we are seeing here. So I am very grateful to you for making it possible to come here and be part of this event. In this session, perhaps I would like to add one S to the title of the session, because the way it is written in a lighter vein, it appears as if this is a marginalized section of the conference. So I will say marginalized sections probably. It will look like the topic then. We have here 3 papers, and first let me say that we have 2 discussants, and Manish Gupta is continuing from the last session, so perhaps I need not say more about him, but maybe I'll say a few words about the other discussant, Barna Ganguly, who is presently working with the Center for Economic Policy and Public Finance at ADRI, as she has done her graduation, master and PhD from Patna University. I'll keep it short so that we don't eat into the time of the speakers. Okay? So with that, I'll come to the 3 papers. We have a paper on slum statistics in India by Professor Kundu. Another one is a joint paper on child deprivation social statistics by Prabhat Kumar and Janandra Pradhan. And last paper is on improving maternal health using incentives for mothers by Shishir Devnath, sitting there. So without taking more time, I just wanted to say 1 or 2 words. They are regarding that this kind of topic that we have here, it does pose, I think, more challenges to statistics in particular, in terms of conceptualization, that what kind of variables will actually capture the kind of thing one is trying to capture. In this regard, in particular, what I feel that we should keep in mind is that a lot of statistics, etc., that we see, and statistics is not just numbers, but is something which is trying to, we can use for getting a better grasp of reality. If we see statistics in that sense only, then it makes sense, otherwise it doesn't make sense at all. So in that sense, a lot of what we see is about the outcomes. And little less than that is about the what inputs in some sense go into that. But much less is there of the processes. So how the processes can be captured, what kind of indicators can be there, that is, I think, the most challenging aspect of it. And lastly, it is the history that matters there. So how history can also influence these processes and so on and so forth. How can statistics, and I will not call it data, I will call it statistics, means that they are presented in a meaningful way. Patterns are captured in a proper way and so on and so forth. Inferences are done through valid methods. So that is a very, very challenging task. So the 3 papers here, I think they are taking up this very challenging task here. And without further ado, I will invite Professor Kundu, who in my view does not need any introduction, but I must say a few words that he is a very well-known person. Okay, I quite agree with that. So his best introduction is coming anyway. Apart from what people already know, the presentation will be the best introduction to Professor Kundu.
Fellow panelists, discussants, colleagues and friends. It's an honor and privilege for me to associate myself with ADRI Silver Jubilee celebrations, particularly speak at a conference to facilitate Professor Ghosh, who has been a long-standing friend and has made seminal contribution in the area of social statistics. Despite the provocation of Professor Shoibal Gupta that I should be speaking a bit on minority statistics, on which our committee has submitted a report to the NDA government, and which has generated, I must say, a lot of smoke, but is yet to fire any outcome. I thought the deficiencies of the data on the minorities we have listed down, and we have been able to derive still conclusions. I chose to speak on the slum statistics because I think it's in an absolutely dire state, and particularly in the context of some of the major flagship missions of the government, which includes smart cities, includes housing for all, and Swachh Bharat Abhijan. The slum statistics are in such a mess that I thought that let me try to put things together, and I plead guilty that I have been chairperson of the advisory committee on the slum statistics for 2 different rounds. But this is the conclusion, that the slum statistics is in a really bad state for not only drawing policy inferences, but also for doing useful academic research with temporal and cross-sectional comparability. This is recognized. In 2009, the Ministry of Planning and Program Implementation brought out a report to send to UN saying how we have succeeded in meeting the different targets under Millennium Development Goals. And what was said by the ministry as far as the target number 11, goal number 7 is concerned, which is improving the condition of the slum population. The statement made by the ministry was not that we are on the dot, we are meeting the target. No. It didn't say we are deficient by 10%, 15%, 80%. No. It said data is inadequate to make any judgment, which I think is a bit embarrassing, because India is considered to be pretty strong in terms of the database on various other areas among the developing countries and also the developed countries. So I thought also in the meeting that we had of the National Statistical Commission, I have brought a report and I will leave this to ADRI. There are many senior officials who thought that slum data needs to be restructured because it's not possible to really get any of this data into the policy-making arena. So I thought that I'll prepare the paper on this. In the discussion that we had in the National Statistical Commission's meeting in Mumbai last month, we talked about 68th round, which was focused on employment, unemployment, and consumption expenditure, and 69th round, which was on housing amenities and the slum conditions. I really felt that the 69th round, the housing and slum conditions, were getting the treatment of Cinderella, from the stepmother. The other 2 sisters, which is employment and unemployment round and the consumption expenditure, are the 2 privileged sisters of Cinderella. If there is one change in a word in the employment schedule or consumption schedule, or a change in the phrase, or one question is dropped or added, there's a massive literature which comes out. Number of seminars, papers coming out in EPW, things have become non-comparable. But look at the slum statistics. The official definition of census is 60 to 70 households. Whether it is 60 or 70, one doesn't know. It says 31st round NSS that 50 households in a cluster which are almost kacha, or subsequent statement, 25 households fully kacha. And the next round, 49th round, 65th round, 69th round, they say not 25, but 20 households should be good enough. I'm simply saying we have not really investigated into the impact that such casual changes which have been made in the definition, the coverage and the scope, how the number of slums are to be estimated in one census, in one NSS round is different from the next one. We have not been able to resolve that, and that's why I think it's extremely important if you want to really address the problems of the slum population. And I must say there's a large section of Muslim minorities living in the slums, and also gender deprivations are much more serious in the slum conditions than in others. This really needs to be addressed. Now, I find some of our colleagues in India saying part of the problem is because of the UN Habitat. They have given a pretty loose definition, and that's what is the starting point. It uses the words, Islam is a contiguous settlement. What exactly is contiguity? Inadequate housing What is inadequate housing and basic service, housing and basic services? What is integral part? These are all vague terms. And that's why our definitions also remain so vague. I think that's a very small kind of an explanation, because if you look at the subsequent, even UN Habitat has said focus should be on two things. One is insecurity, and second is sanitation. Happily, sanitation factor has come into the policy making in recent years, but security factors are not part of the definition, nor a part of the serious concerns of the policymakers. Look at how UN Habitat has given 5 different dimensions. They have clearly said percentage of households, if it is exceeding 50% in 5 of these deprivations, which includes congestion in the housing, it includes the structure of the houses, it includes access to sanitation facilities and security. If it exceeds 50%, it should be then considered. We have really not done even that level of analysis. Generally, our data system is much better, and the UN system learned from Indian system. I don't know why this has happened. Is there a random factor, or is there deliberate vested interest to keep the definition of the slums and the slum statistics in a state of flux? I would like you to speculate on that. Let me quickly go over the census and the NSS definition so that you understand the magnitude of the problem. Now, census defines it started in 1980, and we had the data on the slums from 1990 also, but 2001 and 2011 are the 2 census, which have been conducted at the household level. What happened in 1980 and 1990, which became part of the 81 census and 91 census? Data on slums, can you believe, census did not collect at the household level. It didn't collect the data at all. It got the data from the municipal commissioner. It asked, in your municipality, what is the total number of, slums, and, what are the conditions? And in fact, I can tell you, Madhya Pradesh Registrar General writes in the slum report that we traveled through 2 or 3 cities. We found large number of slums. But since the municipal commissioner has said, I'm quoting from the report, Directorate of Census Operations write, since the municipal commissioner has said that there is no slum, we had to report as 0. That is 1981 and 1991. And the coverage was only class 1 and class 2 towns, which is 1 lakh plus and 50,000 to 1 lakh. What was the assumption? That below 50,000, the towns do not have any slum condition. Now, 2001 is the first census which really covered canvas questionnaire at the household level to collect the data. It was not from the municipal commissioner, although their help were sought. But for the first time, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation told the census, sorry, you have to cover. And there was a Parliament's order. The towns between 50,000 and 20,000 were also covered. And what comes out is that the slum conditions in smaller towns, that is 20,000 to 50,000, are much worse. Percentage of slums go up by 3 percentage points. I will show you a table which summarizes, which basically means that the basic assumption that the smaller towns don't have slums is absurd. And the Registrar General writes a letter to the Minister for Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation that we have not covered the towns below 20,000 because we noted that entire town is a slum. So what was the point of collecting data? Again, there's a statement coming from RGI. And our slum statistics from the census is confined basically to the class 1 and class 2 towns. But happily, as I mentioned, the 2001 had that supplementary work adding the towns between with the population of 20,000 to 50,000. And 2011 census, for the first time, has covered urban centers of all size classes, but only the statutory towns. The total number of towns is something like 7,680 or something like that. But the 2011 census has covered only 4,041 towns, which Mr. Venkaiah Naidu said, these are the statutory towns, and the slum data is available only for the statutory towns. Now, there are serious problems, as I mentioned, that the number of households, whether it should be 60 or 70, one doesn't know. Exactly that figure is not there, and that gets reflected in the data. I will just mention, I think I've already talked about it, I don't want to take more time. Let me go quickly to the NSS data. NSS started collection of data on the slums formally from the 31st round, which was 1977. They did not say, notified and non-notified slums. Population census gives data for notified slums and recognized slums and non-notified slums. What is a notified slum? Notified slums are those which are slums as per the act of the state or act of the municipal corporation. Larger municipal corporation, for example, Mumbai has an act by itself. So wherever city level acts are there, under that you can do the notification, or under state you do the notification. So notified slums. Recognized slums are those which have been recognized at the local level, but there is time, it takes time to get them notified. So even that is considered. And non-notified slums are on the basis of the criteria of unhygienic living conditions and the number of clusters with 20, or as I said, NSS considers 20 households to be the desired size. But what we find when we look over the data coming from different rounds, such small variations take place. But what is worse, what is really worrying, that you do not collect the data from the slum households. We only collect the data on the number of slums. And there are problems in that. And then in the household schedule, there is a question asked to the household, is it a slum-like situation? Depending on that person's perception, we get information at the household level. Again, there are serious problems in getting the information. What NSS does is that NSS enumerators go talk to the knowledgeable persons and ask the question that is it a slum condition? Those slum blocks are identified. Unfortunately, when number of slum blocks are much larger, when they actually went to the slum block, they found slum is not there. In the 69th round, that's a major issue we discussed in Mumbai, that how come a slum block which has been identified before 6 months does not have a slum? And many of the non-slum blocks have slums. There are such problems of discrepancy as I mentioned, and the number of slums was estimated in the 65th round. If there is a small part of a big slum, imagine like Dharavi, it cuts across 27 blocks of NSS. If it falls, if in your sample you capture 5 such blocks, you will count them as 5 slums. That was one done in 65th round. In 69th round, it is counted as 1 upon 27 because that slum cuts across 27 blocks. So obviously the number becomes much less now because you are not counting any slum which is falling in your block as 1, but if it is cutting across 27 blocks, you take it as 1 upon 27. So the number becomes non-comparable. These are serious issues, and the data from the slum household is also coming from 2 different sources. One is from the knowledgeable person, another is from the household themselves declaring whether it is a slum condition or not. I'm sorry I'm going over these things very, very quickly, and I'm sure that many of the things will take some time to comprehend. It took me a lot of time, but as I mentioned, that the number of slums are calculated in different methods. That's why the differences are there. Do I have another 5 minutes? Okay. Now just look at this table. I've tried to summarize by culling out the information. 1980, as I mentioned, the data was collected by population census, by going to the municipal corporation and asking, do you have slums? And only 269 towns responded. And believe me, only 14 states said that we have slums. Other states said we have no slums. Now, why is it that other states said no slums? Did they really did not have slums, or do you think they did not understand how it is to be captured? When it is impossible to think that many of the states which are listed there, you can see, they would not have any slum. But nonetheless, the data comes from only 269 towns. If you take the slum population coming from 269 towns, divide by the total urban population, the figure will be 6%. What I did, I took the slum population from the 269 towns, divided by the population of the 269 towns. And that is the figure which comes up. But if you divide by the total population, urban population, assuming that other towns have 0 slum, then figure will be something like 5-6%. Census of India 1991 gave the figure 507 towns now reported. From 13, 14 states, it became 19 states which reported slum. There's some improvement in the coverage, and the percentage figure goes up, again, as I calculated, by taking the slum population in the numerator, dividing by the population of the towns which reported slum in the denominator. Now, 2001, it started with 640 cities and towns, all above 50,000, which means class 1 and class 2. By the way, I mentioned that class 1 and class 2 towns were covered in 1980 and 1990. Also, same thing was done in 2001. But after getting the data, which reported 42.56 million slum population, it was decided by the Registrar General that those towns which had 50,000 population, did not have it in 1991, they should also be covered. So some more towns were added up. 785, again class 1 and class 2 towns were added up. The figure improved marginally because some towns which were left out were added in. Figures remain 23%. But I did mention that Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation approached the Registrar General Office in the parliamentary order, and the towns above 20,000 was covered. 20,000 to 50,000 towns were covered, and that increases the percentage of slum population, because as I mentioned, that the class 3, class 4 towns had much higher percentage of slums compared to class 1 and class 2, and that's why percentage, the total slum population increases to 52.4 million, and the percentage of slum goes up to 26.4 million. Am I making sense? I'm simply saying the census itself gave these three figures, one covering only 640 towns, then 785 towns belonging to class 1 and class 2, and then they included class 3, class 4, and they found that the slum population is slightly higher, 52.4. Town and Country Planning Organization, based on data and doing some calculation, said no, it is 62.1 million. So it goes up from 52.4 million to 62.1 million as estimated by the Town and Country Planning Organization. Pranab Sen committee is appointed after that to say, look, there are serious problems with the slum data, because some towns are reporting slums, some towns are not reporting slums. Statutory towns, some of them are reporting slums. Non-statutory towns, some of them are reporting, some of them are not reporting. So Pranab Sen committee looked at the slum data and did a very useful work. What they did, they said it is impossible that some statutory towns having similar characteristics as the others would not have slum population. So Sen committee estimated the total slum population in the statutory towns on the basis of socio-economic and demographic characteristics. It's the estimated slum population in all statutory towns. Am I making sense? They took the characteristics of all the statutory towns, and I said if they are having similar characteristics as the other towns which are reporting slum, these towns must have also slums, and they calculated for the statutory towns 70.8 million slum population. For all statutory towns estimated on the basis of a regression model. And then they said, okay, what about all the towns being taken together? 5,061 towns. They again did the regression analysis and found that the figure of the slum population goes up to 75.3 million. These are the two figures which are given by the Pranab Sen committee. And Pranab Sen committee projected the slum population again on the basis of the demographic indicators of 93.1 million for 2011. That is the projection given by Pranab Sen committee. Now, actual census has been conducted. Actual census in 2011, as I mentioned, covered all statutory towns, irrespective of the size. And do you know what is the slum population? It is 65 million only. Which means that if Pranab Sen's estimate for statutory towns is 71 million, there has been a dramatic decline in the slum population. There has been massive slum eviction, or slums have been shifted out. Because, frankly, even the NSS data do bring out that the percentage of slum population is declining. I just leave this question to you, whether this ambiguity that we have about the slum population, why is it that we are not able to, it doesn't take really much time to put in some specific criteria and sort it out, make the data comparable temporally. Why is it that we have to fit regressions and get an estimate, and that estimate comes way above how we have estimated? You look at the figure, 95 million and 71 million. This is a huge gap, and one shows there will be massive growth in the slum population. SANES committee projects slum population to be growing up to 2020, whereas we find actually there is an exclusionary urbanization going on. Growth rate of urban population is declining from 4% in the 70s to 2.7% in the last 2 decades. I just want to conclude by mentioning one point. Just give me 1 more minute on that. How come the security factor has not been brought in? I looked at the National Sample Survey data. Is this data, are you collecting information on security of tenure? Because Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission said 70% of the slums must be rehabilitated there itself. Only 20 to 30% should be shifted out in situ upgradation. Rajiv Awas Yojana says the same thing. PMAY, Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, or Housing for All Mission also emphasizes on in situ upgradation. But actually what happens when you go to the field, you find railway said this is untenable. The municipal corporation says this is untenable, they have to be evicted. It is not possible at the local level to resolve. And I have been telling the Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, please sort it out by giving guidelines from the center that if these are the characteristics which are found, they have to be declared tenable and the slums rehabilitation must be done in situ. Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation constituted a committee. Again, I'm sorry, I was responsible for chairing that committee, and what we did, we tried to include security of tenure. And we said on the basis of certain criteria, it is very much possible to declare 70% of the slums and 72% of the slum dwelling population as in situ, appropriate for in situ upgradation. We have submitted the report. I do not know, the report has not come to the public domain. Basically, we wanted to solve this gap between macro perspective and micro perspective. Macro perspective is 70% in situ upgradation. You go to the field in every project under Rajiv Awas Yojana or JNNURM. I do not know what's happening now. The in situ upgradation was less than 30%. Why is it happening? Why don't we have the political will? And what we did, we looked at the NSS data, we looked at the population census data about the location of the slums, and also we have USHA, urban social statistics, which is generated within the ministry. Based on that, we have identified a number of indicators, and we have said if you follow these indicators, you can easily say 70% of the slums are amenable for in situ upgradation. They certainly should be considered to be fit for upgradation on the site. And that is the point. I said there seems to be some vested interest in the system which does not allow the slum statistics to be formalized. Otherwise, it should have been not very difficult, and we are maintaining this. I hope in the last meeting when we talked with the National Statistical Commission, they said their serious attempt will be made to streamline the data and sort out some of these confusions. I hope that happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for this, and we always wish that there was more time, especially if you have marginalized section to be addressed. We want to have not marginal time, but we should have non-marginal time. But unfortunately, it is sad that we always have the unfortunate thing about time in every seminar. And now I invite Mr. Jalandhar Pradhan will be presenting this paper. This is by Prabhat Kumar and Jalandhar Pradhan, Child Deprivation Social Statistics. I'll say a few words about the two writers. Mr. Prabhat Kumar is a development professional working on social policy planning, monitoring and evaluation. He is presently working as social policy specialist with UNICEF, Bihar Field Office. And he has worked with UNICEF in other states like Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, etc. Earlier he worked with AC Nielsen. Okay. And a few words about Mr. Jalandhar, Dr. Jalandhar Pradhan. He is assistant professor at NIT Rourkela in health economics. And he has been involved in teaching and research in the area of health economics, including health equity and efficiency, socio-economic inequality in health. He did PhD from IIPS Mumbai, and he has also done postdoctoral research at Netherlands Interdisciplinary Democratic Institute in the area of reproductive health. He is also nominated as member of Scientific Research Group of WHO. So, please.
Thank you, Chair. The first challenge is to speak after Professor Kundu.
So it is Mr. Prabhat Kumar who will be presenting. Okay.
And the second challenge is when half of the audience is hungry and we are into the lunch time. So with these two challenges...
So 15 minutes we will not cut down
no.
your time.
Keeping the tone of the conference, talking about the statistics, I think this is a known fact that globally children constitute 30% of the total population. India has 35%. And since we are in Patna, Bihar has 46%. Now it's a very interesting way to look at the numbers that every minute 5 children are born in Bihar and every 5 minutes 1 infant dies. Now the multi-dimensional aspects of the deprivations and the poverty and what children face, we believe that they are the right holders, and as duty bearers we have to do a lot for them because they don't have a voice or say in the decision making which is about them, which makes them more vulnerable. Just to illustrate, that we need to understand that at the macro level how the deprivations accentuate, but then we need to also go deeper and see that, okay, what are the types of deprivation and what is the intensity of deprivation. To sum it up, like there is a patient, walking up to the clinic and seeking some medical intervention. There is a patient who's brought on a stretcher or wheelchair, and then there is a patient on ventilator, Now all of them have, some morbidity they are facing, but the interventions or the intensity of the interventions may be very different to look into it. So it is in this backdrop, what attempt has been made in this analysis is that we are looking at child deprivation analysis, which is both at the macro level, the various dimensions of it, and also the intensity of it. So I request my co-author to present the methodology and the findings.
Thanks, Prabhat. Giving a brief overview of this importance of multidimensional poverty measure, especially for children. Before starting to my presentation, first of all, I am thankful to ADRI, especially Professor Gupta, giving an opportunity to present the research finding of our paper. So the key question arises, why we will be interested for this child deprivation? As you know, we are in the process of demographic transition, and the base level we are losing or declining the child population ratio. So one hand, we are looking at the quantitative aspect as well as the qualitative aspect. The quantitative aspect, of course, we have achieved, some of the states we have already achieved the replacement level of TFR. But at the same time, the qualitative aspect, the subjective well-being should be increased, or we have to look at the broader perspective of child welfare, so that some critical level of analysis is required to deal with the intervention regarding child survival, growth and development. Survival is, of course, it's a quantitative indicator, but when we're talking about the growth and development of the child perspective, so some subjective or intervention level is required at both micro and macro level. So if you look at the national policy for children, they clearly stated every child is unique and supremely important for the national asset. So when we are talking about the investment in the sector of health, so the first priority it comes on the reproductive health as well as the child health. So when that means when our policy or planner looking at to enhance the long-term impact in terms of labor force participation as well as the qualitative aspect of the human being or our human resources, then the investment we have to make in the beginning. So that's the crucial part why we are looking at, with my co-author, we are looking at the multiple deprivation of child, and it will help for the policy dimensions. And the most second important dimensions in Indian context, we always talk about the inequality. But inequality in what extent? There are two aspects. What is the within and between inequality? So that concept also through this multiple child deprivations analysis, we have brought some dimensions to address from the policy perspective. So going to the, since time is less, so we'll be finishing it very soon. So the key objective of this research is to measure the multidimensional child deprivation in India. At the second time, as a annexure to that, to examine the socioeconomic differential in multiple child deprivation. So this is the broader objective. Of course, we are in process to do some intensive analysis to look at how this multidimensional child deprivation is varies by group, within group, as well as the between group. So the best possible data sources available for India is NFHS3. Of course, it's a bit older. So for this critical and core analysis, we have used the KIDS file in the age group of 12 to 59 years of children. And as we have already discussed, we have used MODA and Alcar-Foster method. Sabina is here, so we have used her method to estimate the MPI of child deprivation. So in following some of the CRC's Convention on Child Right, we have taken 6 dimensions, that is nutrition, health, water, sanitation, and housing and information. And under 6 dimensions, then we have considered 11 indicators. And for health, nutrition, we have taken stunting, underweight, health, BCG, DPT 1 to 3, then water, access to improved water, and distance to water, basically to time taken to collect water from places of sources of water. Then sanitation, access to improved sanitation. And housing, we have taken 3 indicators, floor and roof material, improved cooking fuel, having electricity, and information, of course, the exposure to mass media. So these are the 11 indicators we have taken, and in the right hand side we have the deprivation threshold. So probably we can circulate this PPT for detail how we have met the threshold for each indicators. So this is the overall dimensions and how the indicators are distributed, and each dimensions, then if it is either or, following the MODA analysis, we have coded as 1 and 0. If it is deprived in one indicator, then it is 1, or if it is not deprived, then we will code it as 0. So this is the basic formula following Alcar's and Foster's methods, Savina and Foster's method. That is M0, multiple dimensional deprived children, is nothing but the H and A. As my co-author has already explained, we are not interested to look at only the head count index, but at the same time intensity is important. So that intensity has to be captured and how it is impacting while measuring the multidimensional child deprivation. So that is important because the head count index might be the same for a particular 2 regions, but if intensity varies, then our estimation also varies when we are calculating multiple child deprivation. So these are some of the key findings. Of course, shortage of time, we have kept some few key indicators. These are the deprivation head count rate by dimensions. How each dimension, how children are deprived, like nutrition, health, water, sanitation, and housing information. So it's a brief overview of the single child deprivation for each dimensions. Then next we try to look at how the number of deprivation varies. What percent of the children or at the level children are deprived by number of deprivation. For example, 0, only 6.4% of the children have not deprived in any indicators. But if you look at this diagram figure, 4 and 5 deprivation, it's a around 25% of the children deprived in terms of 4 indicators, 4 dimensions. And secondly, in the 5. In 5th, around 21% of the children have deprived. Then we try to look at how this number of deprivation varies by selected socioeconomic characteristics. For example, residence, caste, and economic categories. So if you look at here, very interesting finding in looking at the rural and urban. In 5 and 4, in the number of deprivation is 4, that is around 29, but in case of urban it is only 13%. But in case of 5, then it is 26%, and in case of 5, it is only 6%. So there is a clearly distinction in socioeconomic differentials. Similarly, the caste structure is also playing an important role, SC, ST as well as others. So it clearly shows a inequality across the distribution in terms of indicators. Then also we try to look at how mothers' education is playing an important role while defining this number of deprivations. And it is clearly shows if the mother is higher secondary and above, around 45%, around 44% have not deprived, even not a single indicator. So education plays an important role. At the same time, the wealth quintile. We are all talking about the asset wealth quintile. And the same, the zero, it's around 20%, those are the richest category, they have not deprived even not a single indicators. So this is overall, then we try to look at the state level variance, how it is affecting. So if you look at the state level, around 6%, as I have already shown, around 6% have not deprived in not even a single indicator. But at the same time, if you look at the daily, if the state-wise distribution, around 25% of the children have not deprived in any indicator. So that is the highest. And in case of Jharkhand is also 2.6% of the zero. That means other indicator might be deprivation is starting from 1, 2, 3, 4 quite high. For you can see in Jharkhand, number 6, it is about 23% of the children have deprived in all 6 indicators, 6 dimensions. Then this shows a overall distribution 1 to 6, that means 1 plus, 2 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus, and 5 plus. Around 1 plus, that is 93.6% of the children are deprived at least in one deprivations. Then 2, it's about 83, but 5 and 6, it is about 27% of the children have deprived. Then we tried to look at the headcount index at the state level. So if you look at, for example, we have calculated for all cutoff value 1 plus, 2 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus, and 5 plus. That means 5 plus means 5 and 6 if the child is deprived in 2 indicators. But if you look at, just for example, we take only 2 plus. If you look at these states like Orissa, Chhattisgarh, and Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, it is above 90% of the children are deprived in terms of head count. But subsequently, also like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, it's above 90% of children are deprived in terms of 2. But interestingly, in Delhi, it is only 42%. Similarly, Goa and Kerala, it is at the lower end. Then we try to having the intensity. If those have children deprived, then what is the intensity of their deprivation? For example, 1 to 6 and 5 to 6 at the national level, it is clearly shows trajectory. 3.57 to 5.25 clearly shows that. But again,
can you try to summarize?
Yeah. Okay.
So that you don't lose your message.
Yeah. So if the intensity, if you look at this is like Rajasthan and all these indicators, the intensity is quite high. Even the head count index might be the less. So, for example, like Goa, Kerala, and all this. So this is about the final table. We look at the H and A and your MPI, multiple deprivation. If you look at, it is clearly shows that it is declining if the deprivation number is increasing. So this is the key diagram figures to have a comparative aspect. For example, Delhi and Goa, these are all retain their places. Like this is the head count index, ascending adder, and this is the MPI in the ascending adder. So if you look at the Delhi and Goa, it looks like they are retaining their places. But interestingly, if you go to the Jharkhand was, the head count index was 94%, but when we introduced the intensity, then it was go up to the top positions. Similarly, like Rajasthan was on the 5th or 6th position, but now it has come to the 2nd position in terms of MPI. It is because of the intensity. What intensity? Because the intensity is high, even if the head count index is less, but because of intensity, it is done. So this is the basic idea behind to calculate head count index as well as the intensity and to have the MPI. So our key finding of this analysis, child poverty deprived not only by counting the deprived but also looking at their intensity. Then regional ranking using the deprivation ratio and adjusted deprivation yielded different result as we could see in this previous graphs. And the differences are mainly due to the varying level of deprivation intensity depending on the region children live in, so which states the children belongs to. As I have already given this example for Bihar, so this suggests that understanding child deprivation is an important to look not only in the percentage of deprived children, but also at their deprivation intensity. That is important. So if you look at it from the policy perspective, as a degree of deprivation varies by region, by states, so result gives an indication of how regional budget allocation might vary by region. So this is our key finding. Thank you.
Who is assistant professor at ISB Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. He received his PhD from University of Virginia, USA. His primary research interests are in the areas of development economics and empirical microeconomics. One of his papers, The Impact of Household Structure on Female Autonomy in Developing Countries, is coming out in General Development Studies. And he has also published previously also the same prestigious journal. Now I invite Sisir to make his presentation. 15 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sharma, and good afternoon, everybody. So somehow I was under the illusion that I have 30 minutes, so I have way too many slides, so I have to skip some. But I do know that I stand between you and lunch, so I will try to finish it within 15 minutes. So to cut to the chase, first thing that I want to show you is that graph. So if you look at it, this is a cross-country plot from using UN data. It clearly shows that overall there is a negative correlation between infant mortality rate, which is on the vertical axis, and the percentage of births that are attended by skilled health personnel. And of course, infant health begins with the survival of the baby, and therefore there has been a lot of push to make sure that babies are delivered in a safe environment, or rather in an institutional setting. And just to give you some statistics how big the problem is about 4 million children die out of 130 million who are born within the first 28 days. And most of this, 99% of all these deaths are concentrated in developing countries. And 3/4 of these neonatal deaths, that is the deaths between 28 days of birth, are within the first week of birth. So the first 7 days seems to be very crucial for the survival of the baby. And one of the reasons that has been cited very often is low utilization of healthcare. And there could be several factors behind the low utilization. And this problem in the case of India is also very crucial, because about half of the child deliveries in India are at home. So half of the babies are born at home, and the problem is if there is any complication during the childbirth, there is no way the baby can or the mother can seek attention from skilled health personnel. So the problems are again could be due to demand side factors, because these processes, delivery at an institutional setting could be expensive, even if some of the services are provided for free, but the medicines are not oftentimes. And of course there are supply side factors as well. There are not enough hospitals, there are not enough female physicians, and of course infrastructure is not good. If you have a delivery at night, if there is not a good road, then it's virtually impossible to access those services as well. So what are the possible way out? And some concept that has been developed essentially in Latin American countries, what seems to have worked for many other health-seeking or education-seeking behaviors, is to incentivize households to take these or to utilize these services that are provided by the government. And it seems that cash transfer might work there. So this is essentially called conditional cash transfers, which are incentives that are provided to the user, conditional on the fact they actually use it, and they don't get it otherwise. Now, there are some papers which shows that conditional cash transfers are probably better in terms of increasing utilization rather than just unconditional cash transfer. But then there are some subtle questions. If you have to incentivize, whom do you incentivize? So if you want to improve education outcome, do you incentivize students to go to school, or do you incentivize the teachers to make education better? And similarly, in this healthcare setting, if you have to incentivize, do you incentivize mothers to seek healthcare, or do you incentivize the healthcare workers to provide better healthcare? And so this paper tries to address that question. And additionally, it also tries to answer a broader question that whether actually the idea that we have that institutional births affect mortality of child or neonatal mortality, do we really see that in data? So far in this conference, most of the presentation, most of the talks were around the idea of the broader picture of what are the data sets that are available, what is the gap between what researchers need and what government and other agencies collect. But this is rather a little bit different paper. What it does, it takes a publicly available data and tries to evaluate, tries to answer these two questions. Firstly, whether if we have to incentivize, whom should we incentivize, and whether increase in institutional deliveries reduces neonatal mortality using a publicly available health survey data. And it tries to do this in the context of a health program that is Janani Suraksha Yojana in India. So I'll just skip this result because you'll see this results in a moment. And what this program is, it's a program called Janani Suraksha Yojana, Safe Motherhood Program. It was announced in 2005. It's a conditional cash incentive to mothers and healthcare workers. And there are some subtle features of the program that helps us to identify the questions that I'm trying to answer. First, the cash was not given to everybody. In any program, if everybody is eligible for it, it's very difficult to figure out the impact of the program because there is no comparison group. You cannot compare the eligible versus non-eligible group. But this program clearly stated that there are certain disadvantaged groups which will get the benefits and others will not. And also there are some heterogeneity in the areas in which the program was rolled out and others where it was not. So this is a map of India which shows that the states in red are where the program eligibility was universal. The blue states are the states where the program was given only to women who belong to either SC/ST households or were below the poverty line. So there are variation across the states, and there are variation across socioeconomic dimension who will get the program and who will not, which helps us to identify the question that I just discussed. And it didn't only provide incentive to mothers to come to hospitals and deliver their babies, it also incentivized ASHA workers. ASHA workers are freelance healthcare workers who work in a rural setting. And the amount of money that was given to mothers and healthcare workers varied across to the state of domicile and whether they were in rural area and urban area. So you see that there are some areas, especially in rural areas and low-performing states, the red states in the previous slide, mothers received a lot more money. And again, in urban areas, in high-performing states, mother received just 600 rupees compared to 1400 earlier. So there is this variation in the incentive amounts that were given to mothers and healthcare workers, and we try to take advantage of that in a regression framework to figure out, to answer the question that we just discussed. So the data that I use is primarily district level household survey 2 and 3. And I will discuss the district level household 3 in a bit detail, and then we'll talk about how we'll use the second round. And this third round of district level household survey is one of the largest demographic survey in the world. It covered about 720,000 households, which is an amazingly large number. And it did cover maternal healthcare utilization in a very broad and using a very detailed questionnaire. So what do? I take women who reported that they have delivered one baby between January 2004 and the date of the survey. The survey was conducted in 2007 and 8, and the program was announced in 2005. And then what I do, I'll try to skip this. Then I try to figure out who are the eligible groups, who are the eligible mothers and who are not, and compare their outcomes, where exactly did they deliver, depending on whether they delivered before the announcement of the program or the after of the announcement program. This strategy of trying to figure out the impact of policy is called the difference in difference method. And I use multiple regression setup to do it. I will rather show you this figure than discuss the regression framework. So here, the first graph, in the vertical axis you have institutional birth, and in the horizontal axis you have the date or the time when the baby was born. And the blue line is the average institutional delivery for non-eligible women. And the red line is for the eligible women for the program. And we can clearly see that there is a trend break in the average number of institutional delivery for the red line after the program has been implemented. It was initially below the red line, and then it started increasing around 2006 January, and then it overcame the blue line, which clearly shows that the program had an impact on institutional delivery. And not only that, it had impact on other outcome variables as well, such as whether they received any prenatal care, whether iron folic acid tablets were distributed, and whether tetanus injections were received by them or not. And you can try to estimate that in a regression framework, and this is the estimate that you get. Overall, the impact of the program is about 3.3 percentage points. But if you try to break it down before, like between 2 years, 2005 and 6, after the program, and 2007 and 8, 2 years after the implementation, you will see that the effects are mainly coming from the later 2 years of the implementation of the program. So the coefficients on eligible multiplied by 2007 and 8 is much larger. Surprisingly, if you try to look at the effect of incentives that were given to mothers versus ASHA workers, you see that the effect of giving 100 additional rupees to ASHA workers to help the mothers to deliver is significantly larger than if you directly give the money to the mother. Which is a finding in a sense that tries to answer that question. If you have to give an incentive in this particular setting, it's probably much better to give it to ASHA worker than to a mother. And then again, the effects were much more concentrated at the later years of the program. And if you look at some other indicators which are health-seeking, which are important from maternal health, for example, iron folic acid, prenatal care, tetanus injections, all of these got improved after the program. And again, the effects are concentrated in the later 2 years of the program as well. If you interact the incentive amounts, the mother's incentive amount and the ASHA workers' incentive amount, you see that the incentive that is given to ASHA workers, the second row in the table, where you find the effects of the program, the money given to ASHA workers seems to work. That seems to increase the healthcare utilization of the mother, but there's a very little impact of money given to mothers directly. So, again, since we don't have much time, we also looked at the effects of the program on immunization of the baby. Again, the effects are really, really strong. And if you break it by time, the effects are much stronger in the later 2 years of the program. And if you interact the incentive amounts, the incentive effects for ASHA workers is again significantly larger than if you give to the mothers. Now, I guess the second question was, if we increase institutional deliveries, does it really affect mortality? I tried to look at, different definitions of mortality. First is infant mortality, death between 1 year since birth. And there is some negative effect of the program, but it is not significant at all. But if you define mortality in a different way, if you look at neonatal mortality, that is the death of a baby within a month of birth, there you see significant impact of the program. Now the program seems to reduce the probability or saves at least 4 child from or increases the survival by 4 percentage points. And if you look at early neonatal mortality, that is the probability that baby will die within the first week of the birth, there the probability or the effect of the program is much larger. So this really points out that institutional delivery really affects mortality indicators, but it affects it reduces the probability of death or increases the probability of survival of the baby for the deaths that occur within the first 7 days or the first 28 days since birth. And there are some interactions between who actually gets benefited from the program. It seems it's not the ultra poor women who are getting benefited. It's the between the poor there is a segregation as well. Those who are relatively wealthier among the poor are the one who gets most the benefit of the program, and those who are most informed about the program, they get most of the benefits as well. So we do a lot of robustness tests to make sure that we are getting the correct results. We show the parallel trends that from the previous round, we do not see any differential trends between the two groups. We look at whether other facilities such as whether things changed before in 2002 for the other outcome variables that we discussed, we don't find anything. We looked at so this is geographically very diverse area, the red and the blue area. We try to restrict our sample closer to the borders, which are geographically much similar, and then do the same analysis. We do find the same results. And the numbers, the supply side factors, the number of health centers, the number of primary health center, community health center, they didn't seem to change a lot when after the program was announced. And other supply side factors like medical officers, female medical officers, they don't seem to change either. It seems to be driven by the fact that they were incentivized, and especially since ASHA workers were incentivized. So I would like to conclude here that we find that this particular program which is the cash transfer, increased institutional births by 4 percentage points, which is rather much more higher in the later years. In the later years, it was 7 percentage points. And it increased prenatal care utilization and immunization of the babies. And the effects of additional 100 rupee incentive to ASHA workers yields much more for all the outcome variables compared to the same amount of money if they are given to mothers. And the program reduced early neonatal mortality, but there was no considerable effect on late neonatal mortality. So there were effect on mortality, infant mortality, but infant mortality was reduced because it was reducing early neonatal mortality. There was very less impact on the late neonatal mortality. So we would like to conclude here that the designs of the program, especially conditional cash transfers, are important. Whom you are giving money might matter. And there are complementarities between incentives that are given to ASHAs and mothers. Probably if you don't give any money to mothers, probably that would not work. If you want to answer that question in a meaningful way, there has to be a randomized experiment to figure out the nuances. But it seems that the program has worked in India, and it has reduced infant mortality especially quite a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shishir. Now I'll request Dr. Manish Gupta to give his comments on first paper you'll be talking about, Professor Kundu's paper on slum statistics. Dr. Gupta.
Thank you, Professor Kundu, for highlighting such an important issue and the glaring data gaps on the statistics related to slums. With the rapid urbanization and increase in rural to urban migration, slum proliferation is a major issue which the government also has acknowledged, but and has a policy for or a goal for some free cities. But unfortunately, due to lack of comparable, both intertemporal and cross-sectional and reliable data, not much headway could be made, because such robust and comparable and reliable data is essential for proper policy making. The issue which you have highlighted relating to how slums are defined, in India each state has its own set of definition of defining slums. We have a Slum Areas Improvement and Clearance Act of 1956, which defines in a different way, and the two agencies, the Registrar General of India and NSS, there are differences, overall differences in definition of slums across states, and these. So these issues have actually made collection of data more difficult. Not only relating to the issue of absence of security of tenure data, there are issues. If you look at the issue of localities in Delhi, for example, urban villages or relocation colonies, resettlement colonies, where the population pressure is extremely high and where basic services are not there in many of these. Should these be defined as slums? Because these are neither notified nor accepted by the government. so these definitional issues have to be considered while designing any policies. And if you look at the literature, you find that the data collection has been very ad hoc. For example, a lot of data had been collected under Rajiv Awas Yojana, but unfortunately, within 4-5 years of the start of the program, the scheme was discontinued, and we have a new housing for all policies. So, despite a lot of effort being done, made towards collection of data, due to political reasons or maybe other reasons, you may better know, such data are not put to proper use. So these are some of the issues which I would like to highlight, which is important, and serious effort needs to be made in that direction. The other issue, related issue is, if you look at Delhi, recently there was a report which said that under JNNURM 27,000 plus houses were constructed in between February and December 2013 for the slum dwellers. But 3 years down the line, no, it has not. 26,000 and more houses, more than 90% of the houses are not been allotted because there was a tussle between different political parties, or maybe for various reasons the cutoff date could not be decided. It was changed again and again. 4 to 5 times the cutoff date was changed. So all these actually point towards the ad hoc nature of data collection, or the importance or not being given to a very important issue which is becoming, which is in near future is going to become more and more important. So with that, I would like to ask Professor Kundu that even when NSS or RGI, why do they keep changing in successive rounds, or maybe whenever you have a survey, they keep changing the variables, dropping the variables, including new ones? So why the process is like that? Is there some rationale behind that, or I don't know. So these are some of the issues which it would be good if you could highlight. Thank you.
I will request that the paper writers please keep noting the comments or whatever they want to respond to. I request now Dr. Barna Ganguly to make her comments on the other two papers, one by Kumar and Pradhan, other by Devnath.
Thank you, Chair.
Please also keep it, because
I know there's
I hope that people will be able to have some comments in spite of their desire for lunch.
Definitely, as there is paucity of time and this is pre-lunch session, and I am the last discussant, so I know my condition is like a consumer on whom the entire tax burden is there. So I'll try to restrict myself. First, coming on your presentation, I would like to say that there are 5 domains of child well-being: survival, growth, development, protection and environment. And specific interventions in each domain is needed. And according to the rapid survey on children conducted by Ministry of Women and Child Development in 13-14, out of 1.05 lakh households covered in 29 states, child deprivation index was 0.433, in which rural was 0.487 and urban 0.398. And among SC, ST, OBC and others, it was highest for ST, that is 0.508. So child deprivation is major issue and needs attention on the basis of social group also. And I have one or two suggestions and few queries. So when you are trying to compare the deprivation, it is better if you compare it with another NFHS round also. Maybe second, or now even the 4 is there. So if you could compare the two, then we can get what is the true picture now. Then other indicators like you included for health and sanitation, if you could include education also as in one of the indicators. And one query I have, that do the more affluent states experience lower level of deprivation? And what is the deprivation level according to the household, the children having 3 or more, mother having 3 or more children in that household, and where the number of children is less? And overall, these are my few suggestions and comments. And overall, the presentation was very good. And this is one of the new issue that has been taken. And for integrated approach is needed to tackle this problem. And now coming to your paper on Janani Suraksha Yojana, I would say that market-driven economic growth is likely to be a main driver of poverty reduction in most countries. But where market mechanism fails, public policy plays a central role. To enhance economic growth, one of the instruments that government can use is direct redistribution of resources to poor households. Although this direct transfer has opportunity cost and may have some perverse incentive effects on recipients, but there is growth evidence that CCTs are efficient and performing well. And I would like to thank you that you have taken such a topic where we can assess what is the condition of government program. Either it is going on a right path or there is some leakages. And I totally agree with you on the point that beneficiaries of low performing states are more benefited than high performing states, and institutional deliveries have increased because of conditional cash transfers. But I have an incentive given to Asha matters more than incentive given to mother. But I have little query which you could clear. I have read some papers also on this topic like Mazumdar and Powell and Ritika Jain, and all of them has used similar process like you use, difference and indifference estimation method. So is there any other method also by which this could be calculated, or only this is the one method which could be used to calculate this kind of Janani Suraksha Yojana? And second, although JSI has improved the condition of MMR and IMR and increased institutional deliveries, but low incentive to mother and no incentive to Asha in high performing state and low incentive in urban areas may dishearten the beneficiaries in coming years, which may lead to adverse effects. And as you said that more knowledgeable mothers have know better about the program, so I think literacy is another important feature which is playing important role. So that's all. Thank you.
Dr. Ganguly, I think what I'll do is that I'll also take probably one round of questions, if and then we can have. And I'll just, before I do that, I'll just add that your mortality figures issued, those regressions, the R squares were extremely low. So whether one should put any score on those, I think that is one point to think about. 0.009 of that order. Yeah. Now, just open to yes, one. Anybody else? Okay. If nobody else is there, then Dr. Verma. Yeah. You please also, if you can tell if it is for a particular paper, then that will be good.
This is a question for everyone on the panel and also in the House. My question is very simple. I'll state the question very briefly and just give a little context. My question is, do social statistics really matter in the sense that do they influence any administrative function? And I'm going to put it in the context of policing, which is a little bit more that I'm aware of. We were talking about the NCRB data and crime statistics. And administrative responses, well, we only concerned about collecting crime information, and that is what we are publishing.
Any questions related to any of the papers here? Because it will be helpful. Since everybody is waiting for lunch.
Okay. So my question is, do social statistics really influence administrative
You're raising a very large question, and
perhaps Professor Kundu may be able to help us, give us an answer.
Okay. Any other? I don't see any hand. If somebody can raise a hand. Okay, Madam.
I just wanted to know, sir, is there any methodology or seriousness of collecting slum statistics in our neighboring nations like China? If there is any comparison that we can make. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Madam. Dr. Rustri.
Recently, Delhi's DUSIB has launched something what they call the Adarsh Bastis. So I thought I'll just place this up since you were talking about the slum definition itself not being, firmed up. And they're already moving towards having a certain set of 27 slum bastis converted into Adarsh Bastis without having any index, without having any information, which they want to then generate in order to, share with the rest of the world. So I wanted your views on that. What do you think about it?
Jean? Can somebody pass on the mic there, back? The Antyodaya Yojana. The last person there.
This is about the last presentation. What you said today sounded to me a little different from what I remember reading a few months ago in the newspapers based on, I think, on the same study. So where the impression was given that JSY doesn't have much impact on mortality. So I wonder, can you clarify, is it that the results have changed or that they were misreported in the first place or that I don't remember correctly? Because I got a somewhat different impression today from what I had read earlier.
I think we'll get responses. I don't know, maybe we can reverse the order for these responses. We can start with Shishir. However complete you may want your response to be. If you
Okay,
can
I'll try to make it really brief. So first, to answer Barna's question, so other methods, since the program has already been rolled out, there is no, you cannot do the best way to evaluate it, but you can try to figure out a good comparison group through the methods of matching, which are often called propensity score matchings. That's one possibility. And of course, the more informed a woman is about the other government programs and policies that affect utilization, and literacy is one factor that affects it. We do control for literacy in all our regressions. Professor Sharma, on your comments on R-square, we are not trying to predict behavior or outcome. We are trying to fit a model where we are trying to identify the effect of a particular program, where the literature says R-square is of less importance than the identification method itself. We try to do a bunch of robustness checks for that. John's comment on JSY not having any impact and a newspaper report, was that based on my study? I am not aware of any such reports though. I don't know. So I'm sorry, I'm not aware about that paper, but we tried to, so the way we constructed maternal mortality, infant mortality, I didn't really look at maternal mortality because once the mother dies, there is no way to get that information because she is just absent in the household. There is no good indicators of maternal mortality at all. But since now there is HMIS, something can be done on that regard to evaluate the effect on maternal mortality. But for infant mortality, if the mother has survived, in that case, the mother puts out a detail about the birth of the baby and exact date of the baby. There may be some measurement issues on the effects, but the numbers we find is not too large. It is from an average of 34 deaths, we find that it reduces early neonatal mortality by 4%, 4 deaths. And also, there is no impact on infant mortality. It is just reducing the deaths within 7 days since birth, which kind of points out to the fact that probably this was due to this particular program as well, which was trying to tackle institutional mortality. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ganguly, sharing your ideas and suggestions regarding our paper. Your first issue was to have a comparative analysis between NFHS 1, 2 and 3 as well as 4. In fact, we are in process because NFHS 4 yet to release the unit level of database. Unless until it release, we cannot do. So we gave a thrust on NFHS 3, that of course it would be done. And your second suggestion was to incorporate education. Education, of course, I don't know how, let's see, we could include that on mother's education, that will be in process, that can do. And your last comment was whether the deprivation is varying by mothers, a number of children, the households having number of children, 3 or more, or 2 or more, whatever. This type of analysis we have not attempted in this analysis, of course, but we will include it. Not only number of children, there are so many other factors also. Briefly, we have considered only residence, asset, rural, urban, and education of mother. But of course, there are many other factors. Of course, for the intensive analysis, we will be looking into that aspect. Thank you.
Let me first respond to the query whether it's possible to have internationally comparable data on slums. Despite UN Habitat trying to give 4 dimensions and specifically giving some indicators, it has not been possible for any international organization so far to give percentage of slum population across the countries, because they think that what is adequate, what is acceptable, what is congestion, all that would vary from country to country depending on the geographical situation and also social conditions. In the Indian context, I think Manish, you did mention that there are surveys conducted under different programs. Under Rajiv Awas Yojana, there was some data collected. Usha was partly linked with that, and there are other surveys conducted at the city level. And it is felt that if you really want to have policy-oriented data, the NSS and census might not be able to do that. But these surveys have been conducted in somewhat ad hoc manner. I can tell you one instance, it's now long past, I can share this. I was a part of that committee. I have been part of several committees, and in fact, one person in the television asked me that if you are chairing a committee and a part of the committee and it is not accepted, why do you accept it? So I said, well, the media, I said, why don't you ask that why this is not accepted? So we were to meet in Hyderabad to finalize the questionnaire for Rajiv Awas Yojana monitoring. And the Joint Secretary came a little late and said, sorry, I got held up in Chennai. I said, what happened in Chennai? He said, we launched the data collection. I said, we are supposed to finalize the questionnaire here. How could you start? He said, well, there are political considerations. The minister was there. We have started, but doesn't matter. Professor Kunda, after you finalize, we'll add that questionnaire to that survey and we will be able to get the comparability issue sorted out. It's really very difficult. And secondly, I'll tell you, the moment you include the security of tenure, then you're going and asking the person will say, yes, I have the document. The National Sample Survey did ask the question that do you have a ration card, do you have a voter identity card, and do you have a passport? 72% of the urban population said that we do. We don't have the slum, non-slum breakup. Now, if you really want to use that data in deciding about the titles, in deciding which slum will be tenable, and which slum will be non-tenable. Tenable means institute upgradation possible. We have used in the committee report, as I mentioned, which have submitted to the ministry, it has never seen the light of the day. We have said if 10% of the households are saying we have patta, we have land title, that area should be considered to be tenable. We have said that, and 70% of the slums are tenable by that definition. But the point is, you can't ask the person to come and show your identity card. We are collecting data. We are not really doing a police verification. Now, the Hashim Committee and Saxena Committee, which were responsible for telling a methodology for identification of urban poor and rural poor, they said socio-economic caste census data will be used. And you know how socio-economic caste census data was collected? After they gave the information, it was validated through groups. The Gram Panchayats sat together and they said, is this valid? This person is given. So there was a group verification. But the analysis of the socio-economic caste census data, I have done that. The moment you know that this data is going to be used for identification of poor, they overstate the deprivation. You find land holdings have been understated. Even literacy rate has been understated because they want to be compatible with other deprivation. Even say, yes, I am not literate. So it is extremely difficult to really gather the information in a manner because you have to define what is tenability? What are the certificates? Delhi government, I was talking to the minister. They said, we have identified 17 different criteria. If you have received a postcard from at this address, then your house will be tenable. If you have a receipt of some purchase from the medical store or the store, that will be considered. I said, look, there has to be legal backing. So there has to be some amount of seriousness to identify the tenability indicators and collect the data in a manner that becomes legally valid. If one organization is collecting Usha data and anybody will go to the court, he said, what? They have collected wrong information. So there has to be a political will for in situ upgradation. I think that's the biggest challenge because in India we're experiencing exclusionary urbanization. The percentage of poor in the cities are going down. I'm sorry, look at the data, migration is declining. Large cities are not absorbing the migrants because they are really catering to the global market. There is a process of quote-unquote sanitization. And that's what is coming in the way in formalization of the data
I think
on
we'll have
slums.
to
We are making efforts to that, and I hope you wish us luck that we would succeed. Thank you very much.
And we hope that this will continue over the lunch more. So I thank all the people here for making very good presentations. First one actually raising a lot of conceptual issues as we are talking about, and other two showing that how methodologically they can grapple with those issues to come up with the answers to that. So I think this is a very good mix of that way. And thank you all.
Thank you so much. We had rescheduled the lunch, but we have to reschedule the lunch again. I give you half an hour for lunch. So 2:45, we should be back for the panel discussion and 2 very exciting technical sessions. But the main lecture of today had been cancelled. I announced that yesterday. So we have 1 panel discussion after lunch and 2 technical sessions. And we also will take more time in the night, so it will not be finished 6:15, but we will continue a little bit longer. Enjoy your lunch. Actually, the timings according to the program will be used now. So we will start at 3, the panel. By 4 o'clock, certainly we have finished the panel discussion. Then we have tea, and then we have 2 technical. Like in your program, it will be the timings will be according to that. The difference is that we don't have the main lecture. So now, instead of the main lecture, we have, because we are running late, so we start at 3, the panel discussion. Certainly by 4 we have finished that. Then we have tea, and then we have proper time for the 2 technical sessions. So we will finish in the night by 7:15, 7:30. So that the 2 technical sessions get the proper time. And you don't have to worry. Okay, as I announced just now, we have a panel discussion now, and basically that will last up to 3:45. Then we have a big problem with a person who is actually going to speak in the next technical session, Dr. Ritvik Banerjee, but he has to take a flight. So what we propose, he will immediately after the panel discussion, before tea, he will present his paper. We have a small discussion on his paper, then he can leave. Then we have a break for tea, and then we can have time enough for the 2 technical sessions after the tea. So we would start now with the panel discussion. 1 panelist is less, so we have 2 panelists and a wonderful chairman. So I leave it to you to Govind Bhattacharya Banerjee to chair this panel session.
Very good afternoon to you, everybody. Let me first begin by paying tribute on my own behalf and on behalf of my panel to the person in whose honor this seminar is being organized, our dear Dr. P.P. Ghosh. During my long years of association with ADRI, I have learned so many things from Dr. Ghosh, and I wish to learn many more things in the years to come. And this particular seminar on social statistics is a fitting tribute to him, Ghosda. In fact, this seminar could not have come at a more opportune time when we are right in the midst of a raging controversy about the reliability and credibility of our GDP numbers, when serious questions are being raised about the very high discrepancy, probably the highest in history, of about 4.7% in the GDP estimates for the quarter January to March, and which is raising very serious questions about the validity of the growth rate estimates of 7.9% during the quarter. But it is in no way to cast any doubt on the integrity and the competence of our statisticians. It has more to do with the methods, or rather the lack of clarity in public perception about these methods. And there are some elements which probably are also giving some delusion of growth, as some people are calling it. To give you an example of this, among the elements which contribute to the GDP is the export minus import. Now, it's common knowledge that our exports have been declining over the past 1.5 years, but our imports have also been declining. But since the decline in the imports has been more than that of the exports, therefore the net result is growth. Now this some may call a delusion of growth, because no real growth is coming to the GDP from this sector. But this is inherent in the estimates. Now we the laymen, the Aam Aadmi, we don't understand much about the intricacies of this official statistics, which is why you have got 2 experts today in this panel from the CSO and the NSSO respectively, which are the major arms of government's official statistics collection machinery. I'm sure everybody in this room would be fairly acquainted with the mechanism and the machinery for collection of official statistics. In case someone is not, let me give you a very brief outline. The statistics or collection of data is the responsibility of center and the states both, and this responsibility is discharged by the ministries and departments of the center and the states. At the center level, the statistical activities are coordinated between the different ministries and also with the international organizations by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, while in the states it is done by the directors of economics and statistics. Now, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has 2 major wings, the statistics wing and the program implementation wing. The statistics wing is called the National Statistics Office, which comprises the Central Statistical Office, CSO, and the National Sample Survey Organization, or the NSSO. The CSO is the nodal agency in respect of planning and coordination of all statistical operations between the different central ministries, while the NSSO conducts the national level surveys. As regards the public finance statistics, the Comptroller and Auditor General of India prepares the public finance statistics in respect to the states of India, while the Comptroller General of Accounts does it for the center. This is a very brief outline. Now, today in the panel we have got two eminent statisticians, Mr. Krishna Kumar, who is the Deputy Director General, the Central Statistical Office, the Social Statistics Division. As a member of the Indian Statistical Service, he has earlier worked in various ministries and national sample survey organizations. In his present assignment, he is in charge of the Environmental Statistics Unit, which is responsible for data relating to sustainable development goals, environmental development accounting, environment, climate change, disaster management, and health and nutrition. He has received the Silver Award for e-governance in 2009 from the Government of India. Today he will be speaking to us about the capacity development issues with specific reference to the SDGs. In fact, he will take off from where the Chief Statistician, Professor Anant, had left yesterday. We have the other panelist in this panel is Mr. Devi Prasad Mandal, who is the Deputy Director General in charge of field operations at Patna of the NSSO. Mr. Mandal has completed his MStat with specialization in applied statistics and data analysis from the Indian Statistical Institute in 1981. Then he joined the Indian Statistical Service. He has worked both in field operations divisions, and survey design and research division of the NSSO. During the period from 2004 to 2009, he was on foreign assignment as regional expert on Statistical Information and Monitoring Program on child labor in Asia and the Pacific region of International Labour Organization. From 2009 to 2014, he had worked as statistical advisor to the Central Water Commission. And during 2014-15, he was again on foreign assignment as chief technical advisor of the International Labour Organization, the International Labour Organization project in Myanmar. Currently, he is also holding the additional charge of the regional office, Muzaffarpur. We initially had a third panelist, Dr. Abhay Bhang, a renowned healthcare expert and social activist, who couldn't come because of some reasons. So we have got two panelists, in the panel, and we have got time till 2:45. So each panelist can take not more than 20 minutes, after which we still have about 10 minutes time to interact with the audience.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, Chair. I will start by thanking the ADRI for inviting me in this international conference, and I am here. My talk will be on the capacity development, the role of CSOs, and NGOs, and other people in that area, with a particular reference to the SDGs. Yesterday, we have seen the presentation of Chief Statistician, where he has shown one analysis that 23 indicators we are ready. They are conceptually clear, data is available nationally. I am talking about nationally, not the global one. That 23 indicators are such that we don't have any problem in accessibility of those set of indicators. But the another 34 indicators, they were in tier 2, for which we have the methodology, but we require some effort to develop the database for those sets of indicators. The remaining in the third set of indicator, tier 3, where the data and methodology is not available. My saying by methodology, I am talking about the international methodologies, internationally accepted and agreed methodologies, not the domestic methodology, not our country own methodology. For example, the time use survey. Time use survey has no statistical international standard so far. Only what is available, that international classification of time use activities, that is available, Some handbook has also been released, but they are not internationally accepted by the Union Nations Statistical Commission, which is the at international level fixing the international standards. It does not bar, it does not mean that we cannot domestically develop our methodologies and go for the time use survey. In fact, we are ready with that survey instruments. Coming before, here on 22nd of June this month, we have discussed and finalized the survey instruments like design, like schedules and other things, and we shall be launching very soon the time use survey. So, there is never, but this is our domestic methodology. This is our own methodology. There is no international methodology available for that. So those set of indicators which is in the tier 3, they don't have the international acceptability. They are not internationally agreed, or they have been accepted at a appropriate forum. So that kind of problem. So the 23 indicators and 34, it does not reflect directly reflect the statistical capacity of our Indian statistical system. Why I am saying that? If we go by the World Bank study taken in 2000 in last year 2015, they have taken some parameters. The methodology, the integrity of statisticians, the dissemination procedure, the data collection procedure, and they designed about 24 points. They have given the different weightage to all those 24 points, taken some average, simple average or so that, and in that ranking, India scored 77.8. Top performing countries scored 90 only. The China, if you compare with the China, they scored only 70. And if you go the South African countries like Brazil, they scored only 65.8. So it does not mean that our statistical system is very, very imperfect. This is not imperfect. We have the capacity. But there is a scope for reform. There is a scope. No, the highest score is 90. So you can think of, but there is no world country which has the perfect statistical system. There is the data gap. There is some time lag problem in dissemination of data. There are certain problems. In India, what the statistical capacity means in the World Bank definition, or what generally it is not some definition adopted by someone or some agreed international definition. But as per the World Bank, they say there should be the institutional structure, processes should be in place, data collection mechanism should be there, and dissemination should be quick. The integrity of a statistician should also be there. That is the criteria on which they are defining. So far, the institutional structure is concerned. You know that we have the decentralized system. We have institutions at the central government level for data collection, state government level for the data collection, district level, the state governments collects the data, it is their responsibility. This state subject data is being collected by them, the central subject data is collected by, and the data from the state flows to the central government, and there is appropriate mechanism is already available. So far as the process is concerned, we are conducting our surveys on the scientific basis. The NSS surveys scientifically designed. The department surveys, either at the central ministry level, they are properly designed, they are there. The only problem, it means that we do not need any major reform in our statistical system so far as the institutional structure or processes are concerned. But of course, there are the areas where reform is necessary. They are the small areas, but they are not the small, but the very, very critical areas. The area where we are lagging is the data gaps in many sectors, which has been talked about in so many sessions. Either it is gender, or it is education, or it is health. Everywhere there is a recognized fact that there is a lot of data gaps. This data gaps has been further, will be more if we see the challenges what has been come through the SDGs. SDGs really demand a very, very huge, large data set, which the present statistical system is not in a position to collect all those data sets. Why that? I will come. Why it is that I will describe. So, the foremost thing, if you see today the problem in the statistical system, many data sets, what is available, they are not, the metadata for that is not available. Metadata poses a specific problem, what to talk about the data gaps, but the metadata, if it is attached with every data set, you will not have any problem in understanding the data, the interpretation of data, the right interpretation of data, and you can maintain the comparability. If definition is changing or something, concept is changing or something, you can always, you are the research, involved in the research, academics and all that, you can always adjust that data according to the metadata. So that problem will be over if the metadata. So metadata is the major, a gray area in our statistical system. The NSS releases all the data with the metadata, and that metadata is available on the ministry's site. Anybody can refer any round, that metadata is available. So, first thing, the gray area is in the metadata, how to fulfill the metadata. Second, there is a coordination problem among the government agencies. Sub-ministry, there are the duplication efforts, and the results produced by one government agency does not match with the result of the another government agency. So there should be a proper coordination mechanism. For this we have the Statistical Act, what has come in 2008, and the rules in 2010, and also we have issued some guidelines in the form of notification, gazette notification in 2014, that is now being followed, and this problem, the coordination problem is coming, and we are taking care of that coordination problem. Another problem with the the disaggregation level. The disaggregated data, why I am saying, because our surveys are based on the household surveys. Individual surveys we don't conduct. So getting the data by age, by sex, by within household data. Now I will, within household data, if I talk about the poverty, take one example of poverty or hunger or health or education, anything. All the data is based on the household. So, if I want to find out the poverty within the household, that require disaggregated data by age, by sex, by employment and other factors, which is not presently possible from the household survey data. So, the disaggregated, if I go to invest all the government resources, all the available resources, I have the infrastructure, I have the logistics, I have the institutional setup, I have everything. All the government resources is spent on the statistics development in India also. We may not be able to produce the data required, the challenge posed by the SDGs. Why? Because that data dissemination has to be seen from the government policy angle, government act, constitution, laws, every other things. Some data cannot, for some reason or some other reason, but it is not as per our the act and something. For example, if you take most countries don't produce the data for the religion. They don't want, because their constitution doesn't allow them. Like the South African countries or any other West Asia countries and something like that. You can see some countries act does not allow to the reasonable. So that is the problem, because disaggregated data we can calculate some, but that dissemination has to be seen from the angle of the act, laws, policies and all that.
3 minutes.
I have not touched the SDG even. I was coming really the problem of the national SDGs from the global one, how to integrate the global in the national. So these are some problems, and now I have been warned by the chair, I have only few minutes. So I will conclude like this, because if I am going to discuss the integration part from global to national, how the global target and the global indicators, how they can be integrated in our national things. Because national process has to start now. But Niti Aayog has already taken some exercises on this, and this is going on. This is with the consultation of the MOSPI, and it is going on. The exercise is going on. The result will be, some draft will be ready in few days' time. So I am not able to explain all those things, the global and the, because that was the important for here. Anyhow, I'm just describing the role of CSOs and the researchers, because they are the major stakeholders in our achievement of SDGs. The survey data, the CSOs can play a very, very significant role in guiding the policy directions. Policy formulations will base on their feedback only, because they are real in the ground. NGOs or researchers. Researchers can also produce some estimation technologies with the within the availability of data today. We are not able to go by state level data, that district level or below that level. How can it be estimated with the existing size of the NSS surveys or any other household surveys? Some small area technique should be developed or something like that. Anyhow, these are some areas where the research is required, low cost survey and other things that can be really pursued by the researchers, and the government cannot. Only 1 minute. That cannot be pursued at our level. So this is the total involvement of our CSOs in that area, and we have to bridge. We have to explore some non-traditional data sources like big data, spatial data, how they can be standardized, how they can be included for this. Because if you take the environment, climate, or any other things, the traditional data method is not going to serve the purpose. So we have to look for the non-official data, we have to look for the non-traditional data. There are some problem of the statistical properties problem associated with that, because they don't fulfill today the big data or the spatial data, they don't fill up all those properties, and therefore the civil CSOs, researchers, academia, everyone can give an appropriate methodologies for accepting as a official standard. Thank you very much. I am again going to be.
Thank you, Mr. Krishna Kumar. Thank you so much. In fact, now I'll invite Mr. Devi Prasad Mandal to speak. He will be speaking on the activities and operations of NSSO, and we'll also try to clear some of the misunderstandings which people have in their minds about NSSO. Mr. Devi Prasad Mandal.
Good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, I would thank Dr. Saibal Gupta, who has invited me to be here, and particularly on this, for particularly honoring that Professor P.P. Ghosh, who is my senior alumni. And this, I will go straight. I will start few things about because it is a statistical system. Now in India, statistical system is decentralized one. So, and of course NSS started because there are all ministries and they do collect some information. I will not go all in detail because the last 2.5 days I see that most of you know quite well about the data, how it is coming and how this. I don't think that I could add anything, but even I will repeat some of the things. First of all, that NSS directorate, which was created just to collect some data for this development planning, these policies, and that was in 1949. And interestingly, that is in Ministry of Finance. And then it was transferred to Cabinet Secretariat in 1957. And still then everything was going as usual. This department, this directorate, used to collect this only data. And ISI and all this writing report and all plans, everything used to be done by other agencies, and including Indian Statistical Institute. And in 1970, it has been merged into one organization, and that was called National Sample Survey Organization. And I was working in National Sample Survey Organization for a long time, and almost last 12 years I am away from so-called statistical system. In between I was in Ministry of Water, and certainly water is also one of this social security, indicators, and that is, and surprisingly that, I don't know whether all of you know or not, and probably data collection agency is much bigger than even NSS or any other organization for collecting data on water in Government of India. So that is under this Ministry of Water and Central Water Commission. So I worked there as as a statistical advisor, but their number of actually requirement as per international norm, it should have been threefold, not around 5,000. It should have been more than 12,000 these workers for collection of data. So that is one issue, but I am not going to that. And other things like this, if I go that straight away, that what we understand by social statistics. those things everybody repeated so many times, the Ministry of Health, this census, because census collects all type of data, whether administrative data or survey or census, everything they do it. But thing is that NSS, that is most important thing, that which are actually collecting a lot of data. And if we see that over the years, how it happened, whatever this late Professor P.C. Mahalanobis thought, how they are important, still now they are important. Because he first thought that processing this division should be independent of those who are collecting data and those who should frame write the report, and all this should be independent. So all the time, there are 4 divisions of National Sample Survey Organization, and now we call it National Sample Survey Office, but remain the same. Now out of this 4, now Survey Design and Research Division, where most of the time I work, and that was the think tank of NSS, and they starting from all technical survey instruments were developed by this division, and then this field operation division, who is actually much older than the survey design, and they collect the data and all this. But FOD has that field operation divisions, that FOD has other activities as well, because some activities, because NSSO is mainly meant for socio-economic surveys. People understand that socio-economic surveys. Now other activities, other surveys, they are actually like agriculture statistics. Now it's very interesting that this is also one of the important contribution of Professor Mahalanobis, and since then it is continued, and now it is actually in all states data are collected. And while I came, I thought I am in Patna for not very long time, so still I have already spent 5-6 months. Otherwise, I could have associated earlier all these people. Now when I went to state, and they were really very surprised that they told that, what is this? We are spending huge money in Bihar, and even then we find the estimates are so low, and our estimate is so high. Why it is so? So I tried to explain. You see, this thing is that what FOD does, FOD only goes a very small number of sample crop cutting experiments, and that is actually done by state official in the presence of this FOD official, and that estimate is so low. That means you have to think of that where FOD officials are not going, how it has been done. So it's not that because they are really surprised that we are pouring so much money into this system, but even then this yield is not increasing that much. So anyway, that is another thing. And then there is actually for any survey, nowadays actually it has increased to manifold data collection agencies, particularly when OpenAI find that IID is quoted, because that type of organization, many organizations are coming and collecting data, and they are also playing a very important role for collecting data. But even then, crux of this FOD FOD has to collect most of the things what is needed for the development planning. Now, thing is that what I was telling that when initial periods and then even 60s, now there was an integrated household survey, household inquiry, and that was actually strongly recommended by this subcommission of this UN on statistical sampling, and then of course ILO and this World Bank and all other organizations strongly recommended it. And even today's that World Bank, this study is on the same lines, that this living that poverty measurement study, that is actually on the same lines. Now thing is that because that collects all information, all type of information in a simple households, and that probably could make our life much easier, particularly when we have focus of so many this SDG indicators. So we are thinking. But anyway, that how it has changed, and we are actually compelled to change over time, because this is one survey, because, and there is of course, just to mention that annual survey of industries, that is another this survey, which is very important for FOD, though this CSO's Calcutta weighing process this data, but this is collected by FOD. So this is the only this survey which is based on some this law, so that this informant are compelled to give some the return, submit their return, otherwise they will be penalized. And of course, we are doing for next round also some socio-economic survey for big enterprises, that will be as per law, but in general that is. Now that is the problem in our country, because this is a voluntary data collected. And once it is voluntary, I will give you many examples, because I was in field very long time. I have hundreds of stories, and only one story I will say, that one of my investigators has gone to the field, and by chance a professor of statistics has been selected. So he was given and he was asked, and then my investigator told that, sir, this you are selected. Then he discussed for half an hour, and then he told, I know that you have a method for substitution. Please substitute me. So thing is that these are the, when I am always in dilemma when I hear that advocacy is really very good thing to get information. Now thing is that I have seen the most interior part of the country, wherever I have gone, there is no problem at all for collecting any data. But it's the problem of data, collection of data, and that is in the who are well aware of the things, they know and they may not give the information. So here I don't know, because of course all countries they think that this should be voluntary. Of course some countries they give some, they have to, everybody has to give information if statistical person go. But so far I think that we are not thinking anything like that. So that is one of the things that if we, certainly advocacy is needed, like census, that all the time it is advertised during census that if somebody does not give, then he will be arrested or he will be taken action or something. So that type of thing is not here, purely voluntary. And so those who know the things, and sometimes we do not come forward, we do not think it is our responsibility to give the correct information. So all the time when I go to the field and when I try to convince, you see, you cannot blame government. People are going with honesty. They are asking you the questions, questions, and you should give the correct information. If you don't give, then you cannot think that government is giving this such and such estimate like that. So these are really big problem. And one way we think, we expect many things, and we do not understand our responsibility. That is another problem of this. Now this, how we make the quality, because quality is certainly one of the, because this is of course sample survey, pure sample survey things, because what is done in NSS, because first of all in field level supervisors check, and then assistant director, deputy director up to DDG level, they inspect the samples on random basis. Of course it may not be random basis, but when I am there, normally I go on random basis. So that is one thing, and then of course there is a field scrutiny programs, and that is based on that questionnaires. There of course any survey, this methodology will prescribe that, and all things are actually, it is in NSS. So field scrutiny program, and then there is a pre-data entry scrutiny program, then there is a hot scrutiny program, so that will be done by senior officers, and then there are these computer scrutiny programs, and finally edit. So all these things are taken. So if we can think of first thing when I got a schedule and add this through that computer this scrutiny, then how many errors came, then it was surprisingly a very big number. In spite of that, this humanly, people are thinking that not many errors are there, but even then there are so many inconsistencies because NSS questionnaires or schedules are normally so big and sometimes interlinked, so it's very difficult to make it purely consistent, because not only data are collected, even informant is not consistent, because when we ask the questions, many of the questions is not so easy that informant only just they will often say that the answer. They have to sit for 5-10 minutes, then only they can give correct information. And there are a lot of study on non-sampling errors, and it's not so easy. So I think that these are really problem issues. There are much more problems, because when we think that NSA, but one thing I am personally convinced that if any this survey methodology and nothing is changed, questionnaire is not changed, then at least it will reflect the change. It may not give you the cross-sectional estimates, but it will certainly give true picture of this how it is changing. And I think that is more important, because but issue is sometimes what we want, whether we want the present condition or we want the measure of change. There is a problem. Because sometimes it happens. In the past, if you could recall, but because that is long back, I was this fully associated with that, because that 55th round survey, that made so much, because one person has gone and then it became totally different. That was so many people said that contamination of data, but everybody knew it, that what we are going to get, and one person was not there. So everything has changed. Now, so thing is that we have to understand that only what because whether we want to keep consistency over comparability, consistency of course in any case has to be there, whether we want comparability or because there is an issue always, because today also we heard many times, many times we have seen that there is no comparative over rounds, whether it is a SRAM or anything we are doing. But thing is that we have to improve in any case. We need to know that present what it is. Then we can adjust for how we can compare with the other data. But certainly we should not miss this presence. We need to have the realistic estimates of the presence what we are doing. Comparison should go to the next. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have got still about 10 minutes time, so we can take some questions. I request you to keep the questions short and pointed, so that we can take as many questions as you can, and we'll have examples.
Hello. There's one point I think both of you mentioned, that there's need to improve. There's one fact that you did not talk about, and I thought that should be brought up. To bring that fact out, let me tell you a story which involves a person who is not here, the person who was to have chaired the next session. His name is Satish Jain. I won't describe anything else, except when the census people came to his house, they asked him his name. So he said Satish Jain. So the fellow immediately went on ticking a few of the boxes, and then he said, okay. So Satish said, what have you ticked? He ticked him off as a Hindu. So Satish said, but I am not a Hindu. So he said, Arre, so what language do you speak at home? So he said, Hindi. He said, but you must be a Hindu. Now the problem is the guy did not know that Jains are not Hindus. The question is that Satish, of course, made this fellow's life hell later on. I won't get into that. That I can tell you during tea. But the fellows who go out collecting data, that is the person you need to train. And somehow that training is not happening. So you need, it is difficult. Why? Because you need a large number of them. And where do you get so many people? So you suddenly get some people and send them out, and the data, then you worry about quality.
Thank you, sir. is true that first of all, we need to understand that census, in census, lakhs of people work, and controlling them and giving training we cannot think of. So what is important in census, we should keep minimum this number of questions. And we feel that we should get more and more information, but I don't think that is really requirement, because if we have a good sample survey and all the time it is found, if we think that we believe in statistics, then only sampling error is the pattern, and we can know that how much it can differ. And if we know that, it's more important that it should be concentrated most of the things in sample survey. Now that is one thing. Now thing is that it is true that this type of problems, because there are sometimes some complaints for FOD officials as also. Because thing is that system is changing over time, and certainly because earlier days investigators used to go to field and they are compulsorily used to camp. And in the initial stage in 50s and 60s, all investigators would have one peon with them. So they would carry with them. That thing changed. Also things have changed over time, and there is, in fact now our people are more, so we get so much comfort, facilities and all this. So sometimes they don't go to the field early in the morning, they don't stay in the night, and so there are some difficulties in sampling also. These are the actually practical difficulty today we are facing. But certainly it was much better earlier, but because of changing circumstances, we cannot control this. No, you see, thing is that it's few things, whatever you feel that you cannot think of is, because this is a trend. So that of course your feeling will say.
Yeah, any more question? Yeah, please.
Information, since you are in that system, about that NSSO unit level data. I was just wondering why it is so high, price is so high, and how should we acquire it, And number two, even if we acquire it, is there any system for a researcher to know how to decode it? Do you give any training to a researcher? This is number one. And number two, to you, sir, you have spoken about non-traditional data set. If you can kindly elaborate on it, 1 or 2 points. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Krishnakumar can respond first, and then, yeah. You respond first, and then Amandaba, he will take on.
Okay. So far as, I will take 1 minute. I will just supplement his answer, saying that we do realize the importance of the training, the investigators' training, and while they are going to the field or scrutiny or inspection or any other stage, they are properly trained. But should I give you the detail about the training? The initial we train, after in service we train, going to the round, there is a mechanism of All India TOT, training of trainers, which is held before launch of any round of survey. Thereafter, that TOT, they go to the regional offices, they train the individual investigators how to ask the question, how this. But one art, this is the individual matters who is collecting the data. Sometimes, he may take that kind of, so far. So, the second point is on the non-traditional data sources. Non-traditional data sources, they are like big data. Big data, what is the big data? That are flowing through the electronic media or the press or any kind of media and other things. So they are the big data. For example, disaster data, if you take, we don't have any data. It is only in the print media. We don't have any disaster database. Disaster statistics we did not compile till date. Though everything is ready, but MHA is to take the action to operationalize that portal what we have developed for online data entry at the field level. They are the responsible agencies, they have to initiate in that. So, the things what is moving through the media, they are in the textual form. The problem associated is how to convert that volume and velocity of data in the statistical information, statistical data. Number two, the big data, if you take that is the problem. You see only some the WhatsApp, the data coming on the WhatsApp, the data coming on the internet, the data coming through some gossip, some site, Facebook or some any other social site. Okay. So this the mobile presently, though it has very densely, the tele density is very high, but still it is being used and operated. How many people are taking into this WhatsApp uses? Only the affluent class or the some rich people, they are some learned people, they are savvy of that, and there. But the poor, that most of them, many of them don't use the that social media site. So if that data is taken into account for the statistical analysis, that will not be the representative of the total society. So these are some problems where further research is needed. The UN Statistical Commission has set up one expert group. The third expert group is going to meet in New York in July. They are still finding what are the ways coming to make them as a statistical standard.
Mr. Kumar, you can stop, because you will have to respond to the
Thank
other
you.
question.
Okay, we are in hurry. You see this about data cost. I think for students and researchers it is less. But if you see that earlier, and it was really problem to get it. Now this is not a problem for getting data. In fact, I was thinking that what I planned to explain all these things, how to get, but most of you have used, so you know that how to get this data from computer center. But they are quite cheap, and particularly for reports, of course, that's not much useful, but some people do use for research. So those reports can be downloaded easily. So that is free of cost. But certainly costing is not much, because costing, if we have that total costing, then it becomes a huge, but that cannot be considered. It is only this for particularly students and researchers, it is much less. I think that.
Okay, I think there was one.
It's less.
Somebody raised hand from this side. Yeah, last question. Okay, there are two questions. Okay, please keep your question short. And name the panelist your question is addressed.
Sir, in your immutable presentation, you have listed several things regarding the statistical survey and the problems through which statistical personnel are confronted while they go to the remote places. I have rendered my 32-hour service as a statistical personnel, and I have experience during the statistical work that while I was posted at Gaya in 2011, so census work was being done there. So there are certain Naxal reflected areas there. So even the administrative officer and police officer fear to go there because Naxals are very active there. So what I saw there, that the investigator who were assigned the duty to conduct the survey.
If you can keep it short, what is the question, please?
They actually did the work in paper. So it is my personal suggestion that while conducting or allowing the statistical personnel to go to the remote places where it is a trouble inflicted area, so some privileges and precautions should be taken, and guidelines should be instructed to the administrative department to that places. And so in that particular cases, statistical work and survey will be done with accuracy and precision. That is my particular suggestion, what I have experienced.
Okay, thank you. There's another hand from that side. Yeah.
Hello, I am Bakshemit Kumar Sinha, Assistant Professor at ADRI. There is 4 estimates of the GSTP, like advanced estimate, quick estimate, provisional estimate and final estimates. It seems that all 3 figures may change except final estimates. What is the reason behind change in the final estimate of the GSTP?
I just want to bring a ground reality.
No, just make it short. Short and pointed question. Half a minute.
Yeah. So you mentioned about, both of you mentioned about the training, training of personnel for data collection. But you have to ensure, how do you ensure that they are actually collecting the data? One example is that I went to a block officer, and I went to the village and found out the data. There was a discrepancy. Block officer told me that it is we ourselves fill the data sitting in our office, or ask the Mukhia to fill up the forms. How do you rectify the situation?
Very short, no. Just 1 minute. You address the question of Mr. Bakshi and this gentleman.
Yeah. You see that one thing, certainly this issue is taken care of for these areas which cannot be accessed easily because of some difficulties. So what NSS does, and then instead of 1%, 2 persons go, and so that this somehow they can take care and they give the information to the local authorities. So much more than that it is not possible. And where it is not at all possible, there of course people are not going. So that is a casualty case. So that is and another thing about estimates, actually any estimates when it is given, and certainly it's not done whole work. So this processing stage is there. So every stage it changes. First of all forecasting stage, and then it again when data entry is done, then further validation is done. So that way it may change a little bit. Not always changes, much changes, but sometimes all data are not available. So only based on sample data it is generated, because some estimates have to be given because of timeline. So these things, when complete data, complete validation is there, then only final estimate is there. So there is every logic for certain changes.
Okay, thank you. We'll wind up here. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There's again some change. Don't leave the room. We are not having a tea break. The tea will be served here during the next session. So we have all the people of the next session here. Dr. Anibar Chakraborty is there. Do you have your session? It is there. Okay.
Good afternoon. I think we need to start the next session very quickly. It's a session on new frontiers of social statistics, and I'm standing in for my friend and colleague Satish Jain, who is unfortunately ill. We have 3 speakers: Ritik Banerjee, Saurabh Chakravarti and Anirban Chakravarti. And it's really new frontiers, because the 2 on my left are not from economics and social sciences. Saurav is a mathematician and Anirban is a physicist. And Ritik is an economist. Now, I don't want to make long, lengthy introductions because their biodata is in the handbook. They're all very talented people and they have flights to catch. So basically, without much ado, I'll ask Ritik to go. Now, Ritik would have to, you to excuse him because I'll first have his paper, we'll discuss his paper, and then you'll have to excuse him, and then we'll carry on with these two gentlemen. Thank you all. Ritik.
Thank you,
and
Professor.
Ritik, you finish in 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
15 at the most.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Mukherjee. Thanks to ADRI for inviting me. I'm particularly honored because the session is being chaired by my former teacher, Professor Mukherjee. So the topic of my talk is nudging policymakers to collect behavioral data, and it couldn't have been in a better setting than this. Senior officials from CSO and NSSO are here. They might consider implementing some of the ideas which might come out from this talk. So the basic idea is that economics was largely driven by the idea of a rational actor, by which we meant that people are perfectly forward-looking, they're selfish in a very narrowly defined sense, and they're willful, meaning that they know exactly what to do and they will do it. But it turned out that these assumptions do not really hold in the data. There are other very complex and very important assumptions which are implicitly there in the models that we study in textbook economics, such as that people know what their utility functions are, they know how to conceptualize and formalize very complex problems, and they have the cognitive ability to sort of solve the problems and come out at a choice. Right? But these are, again, assumptions which do not hold in the data. Take a simple example. 3 cups of coffee, 3 sizes of coffee mugs. Do you know which is the most popular size across the world? Any guess? The middle one. So researchers took these 3 sizes to people and asked them, what is your choice? So they said, I want the middle one. So they asked, why do you want the middle one? So the answer was, well, the one which is bigger has a bit too much of coffee. The one which is smaller has too little. This is about the right size for me. So what they did was, they removed the largest size and they brought in a smaller one. And they presented the 3 sizes on the right that you see there. Do you know what the most popular choice was in this setting? Again the middle one. So they asked them, why do you want to choose the middle one? And the answer was, very surprisingly, well, you know, the one on the left has too little, the one on the right has too much. This is about the right size. So the idea which comes up from here is the way we think, or the way economists wanted to sort of convince us, the way we make decisions, doesn't really hold. So people use all sorts of different heuristics, different biases, and arrive at a choice. So this was the genesis of behavioral economics. This was how Homo behavioralists came into being, and they sort of showed in very systematic manner the departures from rational choice. They showed that people don't always follow the textbook notion of economic agents that economists want us to be. And the field was, of course, driven by very seminal contributions of Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, and of course, to some extent, by Richard Thaler. Richard Thaler, incidentally, was also the main proponent or the origin of the idea of nudge came from Richard Thaler. What is nudge? Well, think of the problem of obesity in the US. It's a big problem. It's a big social problem. So how do you go about designing policies which can address the problem of obesity? So what Thaler and a bunch of other researchers did, they introduced the idea of a smart lunchroom. What is a smart lunchroom? You would systematically locate healthy food in a manner that it precedes the sequence, in the sequence of all foods, it precedes the fries. So students or children, they will be able to access salads and fruits before they reach the fries. So you tweak the design of the lunchroom so that people make healthy choices. So that's the idea of a smarter lunchroom. Now, you will see that nothing fundamentally has changed here, except a reorganization or reorientation of the design of lunchrooms. So this they call a nudge. So what is a nudge? From the book of Thaler and Sunstein, who are the main proponents of nudge, a nudge is any aspect of choice architecture that alters people's behavior in predictable ways without forbidding any options or significantly changing their economic incentives. So they cite an example that banning junk food is not nudge, but restructuring the kitchen to make it smarter is a nudge. Is it paternalistic? No, because they are not actually forbidding you to consume fries. It's libertarian, yes, because it's libertarian paternalism. So that's the kind of phrase that come up with, that you have the freedom of choosing whatever you want to, but it's just that we decide how you approach the choice decision. Okay? And these kind of smart interventions or nudges, they yield medium-sized gains with nano-sized investments, to quote Daniel Friedman. Another example, how would economists want us to arrive at a savings decision? Think of a very simple decision. How much do I save this year? This is a decision which all of us have to take, right? So how do traditional economists think we take this decision? Well, there are these stable and consistent preferences, and we rationally maximize these stable and consistent preferences subject to a given set of options or a given set of, subject to a budget set, right? That's not enough because we don't know the future, uncertainty is involved, so essentially we maximize a problem which takes into consideration our beliefs about what the future states will be, so on and so on. So that's a very complex problem to solve. And it is assumed that we not only formulate this problem, but also perform the complex calculations necessary to arrive at a solution. What did behavioral economists do to improve savings? They collaborated with this Fortune 500 company where new recruits would come in and new recruits would sign certain papers and they would actively make the choice, actively tick a box which would essentially allow their employer to deduct a certain amount of money from their salaries towards their provident fund or investment or whatever, right? What the researchers did was they tweaked this design a little bit. Instead of the default being unchecked, they changed the default to checked, which means people came in and they had to uncheck the box which sort of gave this permission, which meant that by default people would end up being in this framework where automatically a certain amount of money would be deducted. So nothing fundamentally changes. Nothing fundamentally changes except a little tweak in the choice architecture. What did they do to the savings? You see on the tall bar on the left, with this new choice architecture, they were able to generate savings up to, savings which are in sync with the savings rate of people who were 20 years in service. In other words, the incentives, the economic incentives and everything remains same, but the participation rate dramatically goes up. So this is the extensive margin, the participation rate, and I can tell you the intensive margin, which is the amount of savings, also grows up dramatically with this simple change in the choice architecture. Here is another example of nudge. Elevators, and this sort of tells people where to stand and where they could climb up. which side they could use to climb up. Here is another example of nudge. Richard Thaler was actually in the board of the advisors at Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. And what you see, the dot that, so this is men's urinal. And the dot that you see there is a printed housefly. It is designed in this way to help men improve aim. So this apparently has been it has dramatically influeînced the cleanliness of toilets at the Schiphol Airport. So why did I talk about all this? So I showed you that nudge or changing the choice architecture in very smart ways can have dramatic impacts on people's behavior. This was recognized pretty early by the David Cameron administration in the UK, and he set up what is called a behavioral insights team. So this is the first team that was developed across in the world, and their mission was to help improve governance and save money for the exchequer by intervening in projects with social purpose. In other words, they wouldn't, they refused a cola company to help improve sale, but they would help government to take up initiatives which would reduce sugar consumption. What are some of the projects which BIT introduced? We talked about tax compliance earlier in the day. Dr. Subramaniam talked about it. So here is the nudge unit's intervention about how to improve tax compliance. There were 3 treatments. In the first treatment, they sent out a letter to all the tax debtors in which they said, well, majority of the people in your locality paid on time. In another treatment, they said, most people with a debt like you paid up on time. And in a third treatment, they said, well, majority of the people in your locality who had a similar amount of debt as you do paid on time. So would you like to pay your tax now? Now, the effect of what others around me are doing seems to have a dramatic impact on my behavior. So this is classic peer effect. And they're leveraging peer effect for a public policy end. There are several examples which nudge units have brought in. Now, nudge unit has really had a dramatic impact across the world. White House has now its own version of the nudge unit, which is led by Dr. Maya Shankar. And the objective, again, is to help federal agencies identify low-cost behavioral insights to help improve outcomes. This was so influential that the World Bank decided to have a World Development Report solely with the objective that behavioral insights be brought into the idea of development and into the idea of development process. In fact, after that, after the success of World Development Report 2015, World Bank now has set up its own nudge unit called the Global Insights Initiative. Today in the morning, I learned that the Niti Aayog, along with the Gates Foundation, is also planning to set up India's version of nudge unit. I don't have any information, but this is great news. This is great news because there are lots of scopes in which these behavioral insights can be leveraged to help improve outcome. Okay. Yeah, I'll spend another 3 minutes. Yeah, a few more minutes. So patience is a key ingredient of human preference, and this is, of course, formalized in exponential discounting model in economics. And patience has been shown to play a very crucial role in shaping life outcomes. So here is a thought experiment. It was actually an experiment which was conducted in the US and then after that across the world. So in this experiment, a kid has a marshmallow. Marshmallow is a kind of a sweet. It's something which kids like very much. So kids are sitting inside a room and a marshmallow lies right in front of them. And the researcher tells the kid that, look, if you wait for the next 10 minutes, then I'll give you another marshmallow, and you can take both of them back home, you can eat it. But if you eat it now, then you're not going to, if you eat it within the 10 minutes, then you're not going to get it. The researcher goes out. Okay? You can look at the reactions of the children in a YouTube video. Now, some of them eat, of course, some of them nibble a little bit, some of them stare at it. And so it turns out that so these researchers track the kids. And it turns out that the kids who cannot wait have lower life outcomes in terms of education, in terms of income, health. You think of all these outcomes, and they are worse off. So the patience, in other words, has a very important role in shaping life outcomes. Now, in a very recent paper, which is still an R&R at a very important journal, they collected data on patients across the world. So this is how data looks like. It turns out that patience is a very significant predictor of a range of macro outcomes, macroeconomic outcomes, such as GDP per capita, growth, average years of schoolings, and savings. So these graphs, they do control for a bunch of other variables, and standard econometric methods are applied, and these effects are robust to a lot of empirical specifications. So patience is a very significant predictor of wealth of nation. There's also a literature on luck versus effort. So ask people, what do you think is more important in terms of life success? Is it luck or is it effort? It turns out that people in the US think that it's effort which is more important, and effort plays a more important role in life success. People in continental Europe think that it is luck which shapes life success. That has important implications in terms of how much effort we put in and the way we look at the world. So the idea is these are very important behavioral data that needs to be collected, and I hope the officials here they consider these ideas and implement them at some point.
Don't have discussions, but this is such a wide open topic, and that anyone can talk about. I can start, but he has to go, otherwise there are stories that I could tell, but maybe I'll tell them while it's... Okay, 4:30. You're not bored. You see, this business of nudge is very much there in traditional economics, because when you talk about incentives for doing things, so you're giving someone an incentive, somewhat more, it's like a push. In fact, Richard Thaler, who was being mentioned, and we were graduate students roughly at the same time at the same place. And although the subject wasn't there, and Richard was he was doing something else. He was trying to estimate the value of human life. Actually, that was his first research attempt, which actually made it into print. In fact, if you look at textbooks, there is always a footnote about Dick's work. Now, I remember that he had not finished his PhD. Getting a job afterwards is always kind of problematic. So he was looking around, and one day he came and told us that he had a job. So I said, where? So he said, in the business school. Now that's unheard of. You never get a job in the same university where you are studying. So I said, Dick, how come? So he said, I've been playing golf with the dean of the business school every day. So you see, I mean, nudge is a clever kind of thing which hopes to get you a result. Now, Dick would hit me on the head if I say this, but I think that is like, like the kids lining up, they're hungry. So if you place the fries and the hamburgers first, they'll all grab that. Whereas if you place nice looking fruits, they'll take that. So by the time they come there, they lose their interest, they have to play, so they will go away. So I think this incentive to do the right thing without being is important. And the kind of, of course, we are talking about silly things, but look at savings behavior. All of us think about savings being an important thing in nation building, for example. So how do you get people to save more? And that's what Ritik was talking about. Anyway, I think there are many more. This is an area where, in fact, one should... what's the name of the book? I am very bad with names.
Nudge?
It's called Nudge?
It's called Nudge. Yeah, it's written by Taylor and Sunstein.
No, the one by Taylor himself.
So that's
Misbehaving.
That's a more recent one.
Yeah. Now that book is something that I think someone should read, and particularly I enjoyed reading it very much because we do things which cannot be explained. And this business of luck or effort. I am of the luck school. That is, I believe there have been times when I have been very lucky, but there have been times when I have not been lucky. So you get extraordinary results when you are lucky.
Let's see.
South Asia. No. You go further east. East Asia is, you're only about South Asia.
So I think if you see the world map here, India does figure, and the level of patience is not very low, but somewhere in the middle.
I said the blue ones are the very patient guys.
Very patient guys, yeah. Canada, Western Europe. So these are the rich countries. So the way so this is again a claim, no data. The way it works is.
Could you zoom in? Is it Japan or Korea? Korea they have got, is it, as patient, but Japan is not patient. That's not true. That doesn't seem likely.
But I don't have a sense in which these individual countries can be explained. But the overall data reflects that patience does seem to have a role. So this is something which I did not show you. This is I collected some of these behavioral data in a very unscientific manner for an experiment that I did. The sample size is about 1,000. Not representative, cannot be published anything, but there are important implications, it seems. For example, if you look at luck versus effort, people from the general caste, they tend to think that effort is more important. People from the scheduled caste tend to think that luck is more important. Now, this clearly has a bell in terms of the way it can be explained through the kind of discriminatory attitudes that has been shown. So if I'm born in a scheduled caste family and I've been deprived of all these things, then I don't think effort will matter at all. Because my fate has been predetermined by the luck of being born in such a family. Yeah.
I want black tea. So give it.
Sure.
Black without sugar, without anything.
Yeah, but it's very hard to say that patients can rise very quickly with income. Suppose I don't have a job right now and I get a job. Is it that my patients will go up right away? So I don't think it. So there are these behavioral frictions, right? So when we talk about patients, we are talking about the beta in an exponential. So that's a preference parameter. Very hard to say that income can drive these preference parameters right away.
We would take you, and then Asmita, okay?
I think, Ritik, what we are getting is association, and you are assuming causality out of association.
Yeah. Right. So these data, they are not causal data.
Yes.
These are not causal data, but this is a causal relationship. So it's RNR at QJE. So it is definitely, I assume, a causal relation. I haven't gone into the details of how they establish causality, what kind of instruments they use and so on. But this definitely is a causal claim. This is not my paper. But this certainly is not a causal...
you were explaining it as a causality. So
hey, please.
Yeah.
So my only claim is the average view, the view on an average for a person belonging to general caste is what it is, and view on an average for a person belonging to the scheduled caste is what it is. So these are only mean differences. So these are attitudinal difference across caste groups. Okay, so here is trust and patience here. You might see that for women who have children, they are more patient than women who don't have children. So these are things which...
That's your assumption.
Yeah. So these are mean differences.
Don't make assumptions. Okay. The lady out there.
So, Ritvik, I guess my question is also kind of answered already, but I would like to sort of ask again. So, you know that marshmallow experiment?
Yeah.
So, all of us in grad school had to do it, so I also did it on a couple of kids because I was an intern with some professor. And I also saw like a lot of them eat it, a lot of them not eat it. And my understanding also many times was that, you know, the ones who didn't eat also were very sure of the fact that that marshmallow will be there again. So the patients came from the assumption that there's food. So from something like that, can we extrapolate for nations?
Right.
Patients and, you know, like, we may not save because there is no tomorrow for us.
Yeah. So what you're saying is one confound could be trust. Do I trust the experimenter that the person will actually end up giving a marshmallow? So this has been addressed in many ways. For example, think of a glass box which was placed right in front of the kid, but it was locked. They could see that there was this another marshmallow inside that glass box. So they had one on the plate and one in the box. So they were told that so this is one way of addressing the kind of concerns that you had, but the result seems to be robust to all those changes that you are talking about.
Asmita?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that does nudge work as a one-time effect, or is it the same, or does it have different effect when it's over a period of time? Because maybe the children who picked up apple instead of the fries were they didn't know that fries were there, but the next day when they came, they just went and...
That is definitely possible. That is definitely possible. But think of a behavior such as savings. So this was repeated for several years. New recruits would come in for several years, and they wouldn't think of unchecking that box. They would just go by the default. So default is a very powerful idea, and it seems to have worked longitudinally over time, repeatedly. But there could be settings, I understand, where people would update their prior after one experience and then bypass the nudge in a way to go to go with the inefficient behavior. That's possible.
You're getting close. Have your tea. Any other question?
Life outcomes.
But how did you get that? Because after all, you have to observe him 10,
So-
15, 20 years later.
Right, so these kids were tracked for 15, 20 years.
Oh, you did that?
No, I did not do it. So this is not an experiment which I have done. So the point of this exercise, so the point of this was to show that behavioral data has a very important role in life outcomes, and that has been established by researchers before. This experiment was first done in the 1960s.
That's a highly patient process.
Yeah.
Anything else? I think he has done his duty and he can quietly go away. Thank you. Have a safe flight. We are going to have Dr. Saurav Chakravorty, and he's going to talk to us about how to handle big problems. How to handle big problems. This doesn't come on. No, it comes. Can you hear me?
Okay, first of all, let me first apologize to you that my talk will not be as entertaining as Ritik's talk. There's no way it is happening. Anyway, thanks for the organizers for inviting me. Let me first introduce myself a bit and how my association with big data and how is it related to social statistics. So I come from my background is mathematics. So in my research, my goal is to come up with algorithms, design algorithms, design methods for data analysis or some particular purpose, but under the realm of something which is very mathematical. I mean, I design a method, and then at the end of the day, I have to give a proof that the method will work, or come up with a proof that the method, I can give you a probability which I can prove that I am right with probability 99%. Okay, so I was not at all related to big data. My main area of research is combinatorics. So recently, in the last couple of years, I started talking to people. I started getting interest in social sciences, particularly after coming to Patna. And in the last couple of years, I have discussed with some of my colleagues who work on applied statistics. Now, then that is when I realized that although the statistics is very robust mathematical object, the applied statistics sometimes has some amount of ad hocness. And I will elaborate it in my talks. Okay? So sometimes for analyzing a data, people do take up some ad hoc measures, and it seems that sounds fine. But when the data becomes big, these ad hoc methods really going to hurt. They start hurting. And the predictions or whatever conclusions that you draw at the end, when the data becomes big, can be really off. Now, I can even mathematically prove that thing. I'll come to that. Yeah, I'll come to that. So I'm just saying, I'll go to the slide. I don't know whether I can finish my slide, but let me. Yeah. So that is when I started working with them and trying to understand. First of all, the language between applied statisticians and the mathematicians are different, and I can clearly understand the language between me and you guys are also very different. So I will try to present what is big data. I'll particularly focus on one problem in big data. I'm sure you guys have seen that, you have worked on that, and I will try to convince you why that problem is a serious problem when the data size increases, and how we can solve it mathematically. So everything that I'm going to say today has full mathematical structure proof behind. Unfortunately, I'm very thankful, you guys should be thankful that I'm not going to go into any of those details. Okay, so let's start with what is big data. The main concern, if you remember the talk that Naveen Rustagi gave in the first slide, first day, the issue is that the amount of data that we have at our disposal has gone up remarkably. And it has gone up at a much faster rate than what our computational powers have increased. Okay. Now, big data are not something new. For example, if you look at traditional big data, a census data will also be counted as a big data. So is finance data, medical data, weather data, and so on. Like, for example, weather data is a typical example. We have weather data for the last 200 years. I mean, that's a huge amount, everyday measurement of temperature and from various sources. It's a massive amount of data that we have. Of course, in the modern times, this has just exploded, particularly with things like satellite image data or any kind of image data. Like we have data of patients, their brain, CT scan of their brains for so many people, or something like that. Genetics, another huge data, and so on. Okay. Now, I'm not going to pinpoint what is the size of a big data, but anything that is big enough you can think of, I'm going to say vaguely that's big data. Now, what are some of the challenges of big data? Now, the first challenge of a big data is that the data is too big. In fact, sometimes it is so big that we can't even store it in a computer. So all of you must be running a lot of experiments or regression kind of stuff on your laptop. Imagine what happens when you can't even store that data in your laptop. The situations can be really bad. I mean, you just don't know how to run those things. Now, second point is one of my most crucial points, that when things are small, when the data is small, then a lot of things can be done in an ad hoc manner by looking at in a non-automated system. But as the data increases, the error that is brought in by the ad hoc techniques, they can add up, and that can really harm you. So as the data increases, we need to have a much more robust way of handling data. And the third is that over the years, I mean, you guys must be knowing about it, the statistical methods that we are using has become very complicated. So here is a simple example. There are various issues like, say, Gaussian process and so on and so forth, where you might have to invert a matrix. Now, if I give you a data which has n entries, you will get a matrix of size n by n. And you have to invert that matrix of size n by n. Now, believe me, inverting a matrix of anything larger than a few hundred or thousand is impossible in your computer. So that is just not going to happen. So, which already restricts the size of the data we can handle and or the statistical methods that we can analyze. So, with the statistical methods improving, again, we are compelled to come up with a new technique. So, by the way, these are one of or couple of the challenges that I have mentioned. Big data is a huge area. Everybody who claims to have worked on a big data has a different take on what are the problems of big data. And I am by no means saying that this is all that is there in big data. This is one of them. Let me start with a simple problem. I've heard this word a few times, and this word is something I didn't even know. I got to know about it only after talking to economists. The question is that you always say that, is the data representative? How do you check whether a data is representative or not? Okay. So, it is of course a very crucial thing, and we have to somehow test whether data is representative or not. So, a typical data analysis, what it has is that it collects data and then it looks at the samples and does some inferences. Now, of course, two crucial questions arises. Number one, is the data representative? And number two, if the data is not representative, what do we do? Should we just throw away the data, go home? Or can we do something about it? Now, let me start with a very simple problem which all of you can understand. So let's try to understand this hypothesis. Say people born in the winter months are more likely to catch cold in summer than people born in the summer months. This is my hypothesis. Now, how do I test it? Okay, I mean, there are statistical methods and all those things, but first you have to collect the data. Let's collect the data from the people sitting in this room. The question is that, is this a good representative data? Now, first thing we might say that, oh, okay, I mean, why should a particular date or month gets more chance that more people are there of this particular month as a birthday? So, maybe every day in the year is equally likely to be in one of your birthdays. But maybe there is something else. Maybe the data is skewed. The people who are born in the winter months don't like summer and hence are less likely to attend this conference, which is in summer. And already your data can be off. Now, so let me first say how to check whether this data is representative or not. What do a typical economist or a statistician or applied statistician do? A typical usual technique is by checking it in the naked eye, right? So which is something like comparing the mathematical, summary statistics and so on and so forth. But again, there is no mathematical guarantee for comparing these summary statistics, whether it is good or not. And hence, as the data increases, there is no guarantee of correctness. And so this particular technique cannot be applied to big data. Summary statistics all becomes too cumbersome, particularly when the data size grows or the dimension of the data is huge, you just cannot do it. So we need to come up with a mathematically provable technique of doing it. And let me tell you, there is mathematical provable techniques, which unfortunately many people in applied statistics don't use. The people who are involved in, who has done statistics as their background, they will immediately understand what I'm saying. Here is a simple test whether the people sitting here is a representative people. I randomly pick 26 people from this room. If no two people of this 26% has the same birthday, I say that this is a good representative. Now this number 26 is not a randomly chosen number. It is actually square root of 2 times 365. And this is what comes out from birthday paradox. This comes from birthday paradox. This can be, lot of work has been done on that. And I can give you a mathematical proof that I will be correct with 99% probability. And in fact, I can prove you something more. It's interesting. Very interesting this story slide for people who don't know. If I increase the number from 26 to 28, I can again bet my money that there will be two people who will have the same birthday. And so this is what I mean by pinpointing something or making it automated. Now I have removed the whole ad hocness in analyzing whether the data is representative or not, and I can give you mathematical guarantees. Now, let me just stick to the same thing of testing of goodness of data. Again, it is very important to test whether the data is good or not. The accuracy of many statistical methods and predictions really depends on how good the data is. And as the data becomes big, we really need to come up with much more robust way of testing goodness. And let me now tell you a very obvious thing, which many of you might have already seen also, but sometimes misses the mind. Namely, even if you have a census data, your data might not be representative. Now let me give you an example of this. So here is okay, now first of all, this is not, don't quote me on this in this data because data is fabricated. Okay, so it's about the technique behind it than the data. Okay, so here is a data which says about the years of education and the income that the person will earn, say, in lakhs per year. Okay, now this is, say, imagine that this is the data of the whole, all the people in the district. It's a census data. is it a representative data? So the thing is that it is representative in the sense that, of course, everybody has been census. Everybody has been got. But here, what are we trying to understand? Our goal is to understand the effect of years of education on income. So the domain is not people, but years of education. Sorry. Okay, so here is the graph. I have taken that one and just done the regression on that. You get a straight line. Okay. Now, in this graph, or in the data that we had, there were more people, or 80% of the people had education less than 10 years. And of course, it is these people who will dominate the final outcome when you do a regression, plain regression. Okay. So, majority will dominate and you will get a wrong thing. Now, how do you handle it? I'm sure you have seen this one many times. Many of the statisticians, applications handle it. The way in which usually it is handled is by adding some kind of a factor for every percent or something. Now, those are kind of, again, an ad hoc method that I will say. So instead, so if we have to ensure that the data is representative, we have to ensure that the data points are kind of uniform on the x-axis. In the sense that kind of the same number of people should be there who have studied for 2 years, same number of people should be there for 3 years, same number of people should be there for 4 years, and so on. It is not the population that we should be looking at. So, yeah, so this is what I was telling. So what I have done is that randomly by hand, I have picked up 5 people from every year of education. And so this is the kind of, I have resampled from here. And now when I do the regression, I get a completely different regression for that. So the blue line is actually a much more accurate description of the result than the red line. So this also brings us to this point that, okay, whatever I've done till now, the sampling and all, I didn't say that there is any mathematical thing behind it, but this technique can be used for doing things like resampling, which can help us to make a non-representative data representative. Okay? So if a data is not representative, one technique is to resample the data so that it does become a good representative. Usually it is done in somewhat of an ad hoc way, but when the data is bigger, again, ad hoc methods doesn't work. Instead, basically, there are mathematical ways of formalizing how to sample. I'm really not going into that mathematical formula at all, but there are mathematical guarantees of that. Now there is the resampling, as I told you, has other applications also. In particular, when the data is too big, for example, in the case of functional analysis, data analysis, I told you about this inversion of matrix. Now, the inversion of the Gaussian process is used to fit a curve, the correct curve. And a standard technique that is done in the Gaussian, in this prediction literature, is just sample uniformly. Meaning just, I have the data, I just need to, I cannot invert an n cross n, or say 10,000 cross 10,000 matrix. Instead, I want to get a 100 cross 100 matrix from there. I just randomly pick up some 100 samples from there. I get a smaller matrix, invert it, and that is my output. So the problem is that this is a naive approach, and it is what is used in many applications, but this approach is wrong. I cannot elaborate too much on it, but the resample has to be done carefully. Okay? In some sense, the example that I gave was a good example, that if I had resampled it, I would have gone the same distribution. again 80% of the people would have been less than 10 years of education and so on. But we had to, you have to sample it accordingly. So, I mean, here is this example that you have a, you can get a really bad fit if you don't resample it correctly. If you resample it in a particularly, there are various ways of resampling, and again, as the data becomes increasingly big, we need to come up with automated systems of resampling it instead of an ad hoc method of handling this issue. And there are such methods available in the literature of mathematics and statistics. Yeah, so incorrect resampling is can give us some very wrong answers, and we can lose on the accuracy quite a lot. So let me just quickly end just by saying what is the state of the art techniques, and in some sense just one slide of how I am involved in this whole thing. Again, so testing of goodness of result is important. It has been going for a long time. Similarly, different number of ways of resampling are there in the literature, which can be used to improve the, or give correct analysis, or improve the guarantee of success or the prediction. And in the last couple of years, I have been involved in some new techniques, both for this resampling purpose, the testing purpose and the resampling purpose. I don't want to go into the details of that. So I hope that at some point of time there should be more interaction between the theoretical people and the applied people, so that we can at least get the results that the applied people are doing slightly bit more robust to the mathematical analysis. And so yeah, by the way, so this is not something new. It has been going on for ages. The people like in Google and Amazon and Apple, they all have been using this kind of analysis to do their statistical analysis, and many of these results have been seen that they have done extremely well compared to what a classical system does. And it's nothing, it's not even very complicated. It's just that tweaking the system a little bit so that you can prove mathematical guarantee on that. So let me just stop here. I'll just end with this slide here.
What I've decided is, unilaterally, that's the way I like to decide, is that we shall have the discussion of each paper immediately after the presentation. These are new areas. We are not very familiar with it, so long as it remains fresh. So before opening up the discussion, let me just add a couple of things. The first thing I'd like to say is that there should be one step before you suddenly go regress y on x. What is that step? If you have a bunch of data and you try to see whether you have a representative fit or not, that's a very, of course, it's a question that you need to ask. But before doing that, you need to have a theory in your mind. If, for instance, you had what? What you had? Education and income, right? Now, it goes without saying that you would expect that years of education have some effect on income. In fact, for instance, someone who uses very large data, there's a man called Raj Chetty. I don't know whether you've heard of him. Raj Chetty, for instance, has done some study using, I mean, he has access to the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service. So he has access to all income tax data, and it's in the US, and it's quite massive. So he, for instance, has found, and it is a result which I found quite strange, and I didn't like it, because what it was saying was that the entire, whether you or not you are going to make a lot of money, is decided by your first 2 years of school. This is kindergarten. So it felt bad because I have taught all my life, and I thought I never taught kindergarten. There are lots of students who are making a lot of money, and it's all useless then. I mean, that's the reaction I had. So I told Raj, I said, what the hell is this? I mean, but anyway, that's a different matter. But I think, again, there too, I had this point that, look, what is the theory? So, there is one thing which you didn't say, or maybe you held it back. It's when you have a large set of data, you see, one of the things that when you run these exercises, you always assume some kind of normality, normal behavior, right? With large data, that becomes automatic almost. There's something called the law of large numbers. If you have very large numbers of data and they are sort of regular, then they would follow some kind of...
No, that's true. That large data should follow the law of large numbers, but when you are collecting from the real life...
but then you're maybe making a mistake, because you are probably collecting
but then if you get a wrong data, what will you do then?
What do you do? Exactly. That is... So, first you have the model, and then you do this kind of thing, then clearly you will get very good results. That's all. I don't think I have anything more to say. Questions? Naresh. Naresh will ask a difficult question, so you better watch out.
Not really. See, I felt some confusion about what is being said about big data and about other problems. Okay. The issues of big data did not come out clearly to me, because that is what is supposed to be. But coming to other things, for example, how do you talk about representativeness? The example given. Now, the question of whether regression will capture that particular relation or not is a different kind of question. It is not about representativeness as such. So you have a linear relation, that may not be true of the relationship in the real world. So there are various kinds, what econometricians will talk about the specification problem and so on and so forth. Now, by definition, a simple random sample, by definition it will give you a representative sample. Okay? Because what is the definition of a simple random sample? That every individual has same chance of being included as any other individual. Okay? So, where the question of that, this will not be random, it will not be representative, or it will be representative. That kind of problem will come. See, I have the difficulty in understanding that when you say that the census question that we are talking about, I think there is two aspects to this. One is that if you say that this is our universe, nothing happens before this, nothing happens after this, then there is no question of it not being representative. Okay. But if you are saying that this itself is a slice of life, life does not end at this census. This is a population, which appears to be a population. Tomorrow there will be more people. But we are talking about behavior of the people in general. We are not talking about behavior of people captured in this particular point of time. Okay. So for statistics, any collection of data is always only a slice of life. It is never complete life. It cannot be by definition. Okay. Whether you are talking, even if you have counted everything, whatever is there in the universe, even then it is always going to be a slice of life. It will never be the full life. So, and actually that is the job of statistics, to say that from slice of life, can I say something about fruit, about tree, about this and that. That is the job of this. So I think we have to be a little bit more careful. Also, I think I'll pick some quarrel with you also. Law of large number does not say that if it is a large number of people, then it is normal. It doesn't. One second. Either it is normal, it is not normal. What it says is about the averages, about the means. It does not say about the population.
No, the population and the sample mean they
not even sample. It says that the mean will have the characteristic features of
the...
And that is not about, that is not law of large number, neither weak nor strong. That is CLT, what we call central limit theorems. The central limit theorem will say that as sample size increases, then the mean will behave as if it is a normal distribution. Okay. With the same mean as the mean of the population, and variance will keep going down and all that.
Yes, you're right,
So
you're right.
Okay.
You're right so far as...
Okay, so this law of large number comes from shapes as inequality and so on and so forth. So,
yeah.
But that is, I think that is not very important point. But I will say that I think, otherwise I agree that complexity will increase enormously. It will increase, I don't know whether we can use exponentially, but in figurative sense I can say that you're talking about the inversion of the matrix and all that. Those problems are real problems, and I agree with you that we need special problems. And also, my friend here was saying that how things can go very wrong if you are not careful when you are dealing with the... I am completely with you on that.
With you, with me, or what? With him.
Not with you.
You don't have to be with me, you can attack.
Okay, so just let me clarify here. So taking up Anjan Mukherjee's point. So whenever you have a model, correct? I always assume that there is a model, a statistical model, which will give you something. Okay, whether regression is the right model or not, I don't know. But when you run a regression, say you decide to run a regression, the statistical model will say that if the data is, say, distributed normally or something like that, then this is the guarantee. Okay, almost all statistical model comes with an assumption of the data. Now, when you apply it to some data, and if that data does not conform with your assumption, then what you do? Then if you don't tweak the data or massage the data to conform with that particular distribution or something, then you get wrong answers. And that's my thing. I am not a person who can say whether regression is the right thing to do or not.
A microphone.
You have wrong assumption about the phenomenon, and then you say that my these things say it doesn't fit. So you don't throw away data. You say that your assumption must be wrong. You must think of other assumptions.
Or I'm giving you a different suggestion, which is that you have collected the data. Don't throw away the data. You can just resample the data to make it into a fit for your data.
If I may interrupt, and maybe Naresh will correct me again, but I think what is being said here is that the point that I raised about having a model is preceding before you do the exercise. That's point number one. Having got that model, you've got the data. Now, what do you do with the data? That is where our speaker comes in. So, now when you see that the data is not representative or what have you, what do you do?
Data is not representative, cannot depend on your calculation subsequently.
Wait a minute.
No, you have to apply test for representativeness as itself. Okay.
It has got nothing to do with your model. The model is here.
So these two things have to be separated.
That's what I said. I said you have the model. The model can't tell you whether the data is going to be representative, of course. But the model only gives you a hint. Okay? Yeah.
Most social statistics would be big data today. Given most social statistics in our country would be big data today.
Very big.
Very big data. And I didn't hear from you whether the techniques which you talked about are standard procedure in analyzing the social statistics which we have in the country. Therefore, my inference would be that most of the analysis is wrong or can be faulty. Is that something, is that a fair inference to make?
There is, as far as I don't know whether this has been applied to social statistics or not at all. Okay, I can say that this has been done for various other prediction stuffs, not necessarily in social statistics. It has been done in medical, for that matter. So one of the reasons, one of the things that I didn't present, which was the inversion of this stuff and all, inversion of the metrics, is actually used to predict the diabetic, how much is the, what is the likelihood of a person being diabetic by looking at various parameters. I mean, say if someone takes a parameter, lots of parameters at the age of 20, what is the probability that a person will be diabetic? Okay, this is applied there. And that is, and the issue is that here again, now I have of course not touched on big data's issue. I have just assumed that the big data are big. Okay, that's all that I've assumed. There are various big data issues. For example, as I told you, storage can be a problem. The usual softwares will not work because you cannot store it in a place. You have to break it up. Those are very technical issues. I don't want to go into it at all. But just simply imagine that, so the diabetic prediction that is done, or if you have seen Amazon, right? If you buy something in Amazon, after 2 days, whatever, you go there again, they will suggest that, okay, buy this thing. These are all predictions done by the Amazon, and they use this kind of processor. And they have been shown to be extremely successful. Now, for inversion, so for any of this prediction, you have to invert a matrix. Okay? And now, even in a supercomputer, inverting a matrix of the size of few thousand is impossible. It will take you months, years. So
then should you say that all analysis of social statistics should come with a health warning that this is big data, we have not used the correct technique, please only believe it 60% of the time?
I mean, it is not about big data. I mean, actually speaking, if the data is small, I gave you the example, right? It's a small room, okay, and you want to say whether it's a representative people. Of course, what I could have done is that how many people have birthday on January, how many people have birthday on February, and so on. And if they all came up to be similar, I would say it's a good data. But when the dimensions become big, you just cannot do that. So you have to come up with automated systems.
I have problems with your census example, because when you're running a regression, you're trying to estimate an average relationship in the population, right?
No, my goal was not that.
No, but that is the goal. As social scientists, as economists, that is what we are trying to estimate, right? That is, in the population, given a particular value of X, what would be the average value of Y? Conditional. And if you actually change you take the whole population like you do in the census, and then you change the composition, artificially, you're not getting at that. And that is not what we social scientists are interested in. So what we would do is try to fit a different kind of relationship. Maybe if the linear relationship is not working, in your example, you could have tried to fit a non-linear relationship. But I don't even know how to interpret a data set that you've basically doctored in a way whose composition is not representative of the actual population. It would be totally meaningless to me.
Okay, let me see the point here. See, when I say representative, maybe I'm actually touching a raw nerve here. I really don't mean representative of whether the representative of the population or not. I'm asking whether it's a representative of the problem at hand. Here I am trying to understand if you think of the amount of income is a function of the years of education, then what is the function?
Yeah, but
that cannot come.
You see, you have to distinguish between an algebraic relation and empirical relations. Okay, an empirical relation is one who is valid for the population. example that you showed, there are lots of observations towards the lower end of this scale. Now, lots of observations in the lower end of the scale is a reflection of the reality. It was not a bad sample. We have more observations in lower of the scale because there are more number of people in the lower end of the scale. So this equation is valid for that population. That's the reason people often say that any empirical relation they do is what we call intermediate range theory. It is very difficult to find out empirical relations which was found to be good in India will be equally good in Pakistan or in Australia. That's it. That has to remember. The more number of observations in the sample is really good. The correction that you have done, it practically distorts the sample. It distorts the sample. It doesn't reflect the reality of the sample. Second thing what I wanted to tell you, the scattered data was shown, it was not linear actually. No, it was upward going up. Suppose you had a relation which was really linear, okay? In that case, having much larger informations at the lower end of the scale or in the upper end of the scale would not have changed the line that we got. It made a difference because it was a non-linear relationship which you are trying to do through a linear relationship. Okay? That's my idea. It would have made small difference. Okay? Even if you take large number of observations from lower end of the scale, it will not make the difference in scale.
Yeah, let me add a simple point, okay? See, regression is something that I'm sure people understand here quite a lot, but I mean, I'm becoming a bit technical here, okay? Let's think of the inversion matrix, okay, or determinant, okay? I have an n cross n matrix, I want to find the determinant, okay? The n cross n matrix has been got by looking at the, it gives us a function of, like your, as I told you, your health parameters versus your probability of getting. Now that function of a function of how what is the likelihood of you being diabetic by looking at the parameters is independent of the population. It is not something of the population. It's an inherent problem that is there, coming from biology, coming from something else. You are trying to understand that function, not the population. Now, if you draw samples from the population, now. No, I'm not talking about geographical. I'm not talking about geographical. No, I'm not talking about geographical stuff and all. I mean, imagine that like it's across the whole thing. I mean, all human beings are. I mean, samples are not doing in a caste or a particular region, but across the thing. There is a function which is a function of the parameter that you have. Now, that function is not dependent on the population. Now, and the way to get it is to invert the matrix. Okay. Now, if you invert the matrix or find the determinant of the matrix, let's think of it. Now, if you want to find the determinant of the matrix and you want to just don't want to invert a big matrix or determine a big matrix, just a small subset of the randomly chosen in few columns and rows will not give you anything. But a correctly chosen columns and rows will give a good prediction of the determinant. And that I can prove.
Thank you for the informative presentation. I just have a question. Like most of the data that you presented, it seemed like you were talking about this single-time resampling. While there are, like you mentioned about this resampling from a uniform distribution, and there are techniques like that. So like bootstrapping, or even like resampling from a subset, like you can go for this jackknifing. And the other point that I'd like to make is that like even if you do resampling, that's gonna solve this, like to some extent, the problem with random errors, but not the systematic errors, which numerous literature suggests that for population level health data, they might be of much more magnitude. I mean, the bias that they cause. So like that cannot be really solved with resampling, and which like we believe like we should be much more worried about like the biases that are creeping in our data collection rather than like just from like some going for this resampling to solve our
This was not a survey on resampling by any stretch. There is a book and there's huge number of techniques on resampling. It was just to introduce to the audience that there is something called resampling, and it is a way of handling data which might not be ideal. And in terms of not a good collection, I mean, that's a different issue altogether. Whether the data, whether there are noises that I've not even talked about the noises that have come up in this data. So that's again There will be lots of. I am not the first person. I mean, no stage of imagination. I am the pioneer. It has been last 60 years of work that is going on in AI and computer science and statistics that's going on. So there is huge literature on resampling, on any of those things that I'm talking about.
Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Anirban Chakravarti, professor in JNU, and he's going to talk about econophysics of socio-economic inequalities.
Thank you, Professor Mukherjee, for allowing me to speak. Thank you, ADRI and the organizers, for a very nice conference that you've organized. Very warm hospitality, a very different crowd. So I would like to go in a different way. So first, let me thank all my collaborators. And unlike in social sciences, in science we have huge number of collaborators. This is only one small sample. I have about 45, 50 collaborators with whom I've worked in physics in different areas. The paper that I'm going to base is with my student, and that's Kiran Sharma. She's a graduate student in JNU. The paper is available online, and I've submitted to the organizers also, and I titled it slightly different from what it shows. So it's Physics of Socioeconomic Systems, Modeling Inequalities. I wanted to give a little bit of my background because I'm a physicist by training. So I was born in a small place called Darjeeling. Of course, it's famous for its tea, but it's also famous for its schools and colleges. And so I studied in St. Joseph's School and then went on to Mount Hermon. Both of them are very old schools, and one is a Catholic school, another one a Protestant school. Then I came to Scottish Church College in Calcutta, and I was very proud that it is one of the oldest colleges as well. And then my masters were from University of Science College, University of Calcutta. And then I did my PhD in statistical physics from Shah Institute of Nuclear Physics. And after that I went to Finland for a postdoc, and I survived temperatures of minus 36 degrees Celsius for a year. And then I went to Brookhaven National Lab, which you see is very famous for particle acceleration. And many Nobel Prizes have come up from that lab. You see a big accelerator at the background, which is like 15 miles, 10 miles radius. And then I was offered a lecturership in Benares Hindu University, so I came as a lecturer in theoretical physics. Again, a wonderful place to be, one of the biggest universities in Asia, which I'm quite sure all of you are familiar with. And then I went to École Centrale Paris. This is one of the very prestigious schools, and Gustave Eiffel, all the car owners that you hear, Renault, Peugeot, Citroën, all are from this school. And it's very famous for hydrodynamics, architecture, and automobile engineering. Then I was offered a professorship at the JNU to start what is called complex systems research. So I came back in 2014. And I head this department called Computational and Integrative Sciences, School of Computational and Integrative Sciences, and we've launched one of the first programs in what is called Computational and Integrative Sciences in India, which has two specializations. One is in computational biology, and the other one is called complex systems, a flavor of which I'll try to give here. So what do you mean by integrative sciences? Of course, in science, we deal with laws and observations that you can make experimentally and then try to formulate theories or hypotheses and verify them. Now, one approach that has been followed traditionally is what is called reductionism. So you try to go and reduce a system from a very complex thing to a small part and then try to explain. So what we can ask is, for example, what are we made up of? And you would tell us we are made up of cells and tissues, And That's what we deal in biology. And at this level already you see that all the differences are gone. We are all more or less same. So all the features that we have disappeared. Then of course you ask more questions, okay, and you'll see your DNA structure is different. What are the DNA? They are assembly of chemicals. So we've already entered the realm of chemistry. You go further and into a smaller length scale, then you come to atoms, molecules. Now what are atoms and molecules made up of? Again, electrons, protons, neutrons. You keep on breaking up, and then the physicists will tell you everything in the universe are made up of what are called elementary particles. And that's very interesting because this is the sum chart of all the elementary particles that exist in the universe. And they follow basically two statistics. One is called the Fermi-Dirac statistics, and the particles which follow them are called fermions. The other ones are called bosons, which follow the Bose-Einstein statistics. So anything that is matter and that you can see is actually fermion, and the interactions, the forces which govern the matter, that is called boson. Now, this is a sum chart of what is called the standard model of physics, which explains most of the classification of the elementary particles. Now, this is all what we see in the universe. But if we know this, do we know everything about the universe? Of course, the answer is no. So this was one whole criticism that, starting from the Nobel laureate Phil W. Anderson, many other people have said. And they said that because, there are hierarchies in science as well. So you have particle physics, then many-body physics, then chemistry, then molecular biology, then cellular biology. At every level, new types of phenomena, new types of law, new emergence behavior is coming up. So if you know physics very well, you cannot explain at another level, because that time the whole properties of the systems change. So in physics, the length scale, the time scale, and the energy scale becomes very important. At what scale you're looking at. And what we've found is that sometimes our integrative approach, or the opposite of what reductionism does, is important. Eko thoda kam kar dijiyega. So what we do is basically interdisciplinary science in applications of physics to chemistry, biology, computer science, economics, mathematics. And my own research has been in several domains, so starting from statistical physics of complex systems, what we call econophysics and social physics. I'll explain a few things: time series analysis, extreme event studies, combinatorial optimization, which Saurabh used to do, ab initio calculations, which condensed matter physicists and chemists do, quantum physics and entanglement, experimental nanomaterial science, and even cytometrics. So in fact, we have a small group, and I've named it ETC group because we do everything starting from experimental, theoretical, and computational studies. So, etc. when it goes on. So every time we have some new student, I start also learning new things and start doing it. So I wanted to give an overview of what we call a complex system. Now, we are used to handling a huge number of particles in physics. So this bottle of water would typically contain 10 to the power of 23 molecules of water. But the good thing is that each and every molecule of water is identical or same. So all the electrons in the universe would have the same mass, 9.1 into 10 to the power minus 31 kg, same charge, 1.6 into 10 to the minus 19 coulomb. And then I can actually handle these systems because the interactions amongst them are known. In the complex systems such as this, a small system, but then each of us are different. And we don't know the interactions between them. The way I interact with Dr. Gupta, maybe another student wouldn't interact. And we don't know the interactions between them. So this is what I call a complex system. First, each and every composite particle is different. And second, the interactions between them are not known. And then it becomes very difficult. All the statistical physics or quantum mechanics, classical mechanics laws that we have cannot be applied. So what happens is when you study something in isolation, so a single neuron in the brain, it would be completely different from a collection of neurons. So the brain is much more complex, not because the neurons are very different, but the way they are arranged and when they behave collectively, the behavior is very different. Similarly, one car cannot cause a traffic jam, but you have a certain density of cars and you cannot avoid traffic jams. So physicists and computer scientists have proved using models that above a certain density, you cannot prevent traffic jams at all. So when a certain number is there, the collective behavior leads to these problems. Similarly, if you see, collection of ants are very social insects. So individually, an ant behaves in a very different way, but when a collection of ants are there, it's very different. So what we say is a complex system. It is not only how each one is behaving, but the network connecting them, that becomes important. And you can see even in a genetic network, if you consider the number of genes, in a housefly, the number is there, and a human being has only 3 times more than that. But if you see the complexity, it is tremendous. The difference is tremendous. So networks play a very important role. And when we understood this, now when you start measuring things like risk in a system, so it's called systemic risk. It's not only an individual that we should pay attention to, but more to a system as a whole. So what is econophysics and social physics? Of course, physics deals with matter and the interactions between them, and especially statistical physics is the one which combines the laws of classical and quantum mechanics along with probability theory mathematics and tries to predict properties, average, which you can measure. Where, of course, social science is a very different realm, and I shouldn't introduce sociology and economics to you. But what we've been doing is actually combining the ideas of physics and natural sciences with the problems and trying to solve the problems in social sciences. And we, in fact, celebrated a big conference last year in JNU and DU, where we organized a 4-day meeting, and all the experts from the world had come. There is a huge literature already existing, so I just wanted to familiarize with you. We had edited a book called Econophysics and Social Physics. This was in 2006. What you see in the map is a small town called Dresden in Germany, and it's basically traffic movement. And as I was saying, that people model this and try to predict where the traffic jams would be. Now, of course, as a human being, we are very complex. But what happens when we drive? There are only 3 options. Either I can accelerate, decelerate, or stop. So instead of considering all the other degrees of freedom, so it doesn't matter whether I'm a Hindu or a Muslim, whether I'm a Indian or a Pakistani or a European or American, or I'm a male or a female, all these things become irrelevant. When you're sitting in a car, you can just do these 3 options. So what people do is they model it by using what is called cellular automata, which has 3 states, +1, 0, and -1 for accelerating, stopping, and decelerating. And with these simple models, you can actually do fantastic job. So these are some of my colleagues who have in Germany have modeled, and they actually designed the traffic system accordingly. So in Switzerland and Germany, they have been actually using these models to, practical use. We also edited, so we wrote a textbook on econophysics, and it's taught in many of the universities, including Paris, Bern, Leiden, Groningen, and this is with one of my colleagues from Math Science and my supervisor, Professor Vikas Chakravarti in Shah Institute. We've been doing a lot of work on income and wealth distribution. So we've published a book from Cambridge, and many of the articles were also published in what is called Science and Culture, and these are available online. So if people are interested, I can point them out to you. We've been editing series of books, which is called Econophysics of Order-Driven Markets, which deals with mainly stock market modeling. The other thing I was telling you is about this network. So people understood that, once one financial institution crashes, the crash effect spreads, and so you cannot, study these things in isolation. But the whole system behaves in a very different way. So systemic risk and network dynamics was another one. Econophysics of agent-based models is something you've been always hearing about, irrational behavior and heterogeneity, which can be incorporated in these simple models. And because we have very cheap computation now, it is much easier to do computational experiments than actually doing real experiments. The latest book has just come out, actually. This is again also from Cambridge University on what is called limit order books. So every time transaction, so if I want to buy shares or sell shares, I send the orders and they are electronically recorded. And then the price fluctuates depending on the supply and demand. So the modeling of this is what is called limit order book modeling, and we have a book that has just come out. So traditionally, physicists started becoming interested in financial markets for a very long time, and why they were interested is because of this thing. So financial markets are very complex systems where there are different agents trying to find the best price. And that is what we observe. So we observe the time series of prices, how they are going up and going down, and you have to use it strategically to make the most profit. Now what is interesting is that the agents interact to perform a collective behavior, and that's where physicists are interested. As I was telling, people are interested in the collective behavior and the interactions among them. So you have prices coming down, and of course you calculate the returns, and then you study the properties of them. So of course what we find is that whatever system physicists used to study for 100 years or more, random systems, chaotic systems, these financial systems are much more complicated, and that's why it's interesting to physicists, because they love to study these new type of dynamical systems. So for example, what we have been doing is studying the correlations and co-movements in a market. You know, if you just I give you a price series of one stock, it is difficult for you to judge. But then if I give you the whole picture of the market and how they are moving in relation to each other, then it becomes easier for you to. So what we did was we worked with different type of price time series and tried to construct networks. And then you will find that the central point which is in there, that's actually General Electric. And you'll find that that never appears in your portfolio. So you should not invest your money in General Electric. Why? Because it's highly correlated with many of them. So if that fails, it would lead to a collapse and you would lose all your money. So for portfolio optimization, anywhere in the outskirts of that network, that's always safe. So, this type of visual tools we've been developing, starting from, just the stock prices and helping people to, make strategies. So you also find that, when a crash approaches, you will see the topology of the network changing. So you can actually try to see the evolution of these networks and get clues that when the market is becoming correlated. And it doesn't depend on one stock. You have to look at the whole system. Then only you'd be able to predict whether a crash is occurring or not. We've been applying a set of other tools. These are also very popular in computational science. So it's called multidimensional scaling. So if you're given a distance matrix, it will try to give you a map of the coordinates. So what you do is, we tried to make these maps by studying the similarities, the correlations between these stocks. And you will see that in the center, there is a red spot with Lehman Brothers. That was before the crash. And then, if I follow its movement over time, you will see that actually it slowly goes out. So before the crash, during the crash, and after the crash, you can actually trace. So what we do is we study the co-movements of stocks, and with sophisticated techniques, which I'm skipping, of course, you start working with the correlation matrix. And there, again, you land up with problems which Schroeder was hinting at. That if you have big correlation matrices, it becomes very difficult to handle. One. Second is that because now, earlier, we used to have only daily prices. But now we have every millisecond prices coming. Now the problem is, every millisecond, all the stocks are not traded. So when you try to calculate the correlation between them, there is an asynchronicity. So, when Pepsi is selling something, Coca-Cola might be selling something. Now, you know that at a daily level, these two companies are very highly correlated. There is a correlation between Pepsi and Coca-Cola. But when you look at millisecond level or a high frequency data, you cannot detect the correlation. So with high frequency, the correlation goes down. And this was first observed by a scientist called Epps in the late 1970s. It's called Epps effect. Now, if you want to calculate the correlations, you have to devise a whole range of techniques and corrections. And that is what is challenging now. So it's not only the dimension of the matrix, but also of this problem. So you have the size of the data, but also the frequency of the data. Every milliseconds, every microseconds now with the computer, you can actually send codes. How do I measure the correlations between them? So every day, at least physicists, computational scientists, mathematicians are trying to work out better ways of estimating the actual correlations. So we were studying recently the thing about Indian stock market also, and we would have a paper coming out in end of this month, which tells that there are sectors and which you can identify very well. And if you invest carefully, you can find there are pair of companies which will always move together. So this was a strategy which was employed by Morgan and Stanley in the 80s, and they made millions of So if you just go to Wikipedia and type pair trade strategy, you will see that they try to identify pairs of companies which have very high correlations. And they will invest in such a way that you can make money out of it. Now, if you just give you money, if we give you just price time series, it is very difficult to identify these companies. But with these type of visual techniques and relations, it is much easier to identify and then employ the strategies that you want. So we've been doing this type of work for a very long time. The other type of work that we do is basically on resource allocation. Of course, economics deals with all this resource allocation. So I had a cartoon which says that, okay, it doesn't matter how many resources you have, if you don't know how to use them, it will never be enough. So we studied a huge section of models based on game theory, and this is published in what is called a physics report. It's a reviewed article of 25 pages, a very big and kind of thing of, it reviews different type of behavioral models and game theoretical models. So this is also available online if anybody is interested. I can point you over. So today I will be focusing mainly on what is called the socio-economic inequalities, because it's a conference of social statistics. And so there are different types of things that we can study, and mostly people have studied income, wealth, consumption and other things. So the type of questions we want to ask is, how are, of course, income, wealth and consumption variables distributed? What are their statistical forms? Are they robust? Do they have some features which are common amongst all the countries? And if they are there, how can we model or build microscopic models which will explain those distributions? Now, of course, the importance of social equality is known. So people have argued that societies or countries where there is less inequality, they perform much better. It doesn't matter how rich or how poor the country is, but if the inequality is less, those societies do much better. And what is disturbing is that in India, this is taken from Times of India headlines about a year or so back, that the income disparity between the rich and poor is growing. And India is amongst the, I think, few countries where the income inequality is actually going. In most of the European nations and advanced economies like Japan, the inequality is actually going down. So there are studies, and especially people like Xavier Salai Martin in Columbia University and all, they have studied country-wise. So if you read their papers, you will see these things. I don't have time to show all the things, but of course I will show you some statistical data. This was first discovered by Pareto by studying what is called the income distribution, and he found that in each of these countries there is a tail, and few percent of the population holds a huge amount of wealth, and which goes by the name of Pareto law. And you can see that that is independent of time, the country, the society, the economy. Now, you see that I've shown you data from United Kingdom, United States, Japan, and if you do it for India as well, I'm sure we find that same thing. Now, what we are interested is why this Pareto law comes. Is there a mechanism? Because that's what physics is all about. So people studied, okay, they found that iron is a magnet, but they found that some other element, chemical is also a magnet. Now, if you see the properties of magnetism, you'll find that above a certain temperature, there is a magnetism. Below a certain temperature, the magnetism is destroyed. Near this critical point, the laws of physics dynamics become very interesting. And they found that there are different systems. For each of the system, the temperature is different, but the behavior near this temperature is similar. So by the same physical laws, you can explain many of these elements of it. So whenever there is some sort of what is called universality, that means you see the same type of properties in different type of materials, physics people are very interested. Now, what interested us was that this law is perhaps one of the only laws, empirical laws in economics. And it is seen over centuries, over different economies, over different type of societies, and is always present. So is there a mechanism which can generate this power law? So this is basically what we see, that there is a log normal or what is called a gamma distribution towards the lower end and a tail. This is plotted in a log-log scale, so it looks like a straight line. We also studied consumption expenditure behavior from the NSSO data, and we're grateful to the people from NSSO we could get through one of our economist colleagues. And this type of studies have been done for other countries as well, in Japan and many other countries. We studied in case of India and also for Brazil and Italy because we could get the data. And these are all published in these papers. Again, I can point out the references later on. So what we did is we studied the NSSO data for household consumption and expenditure, and also from Brazil and Italy. And we found that if you do proper scaling, so you divide it by the average, then all of them have similar patterns. So you see, again, there is a hump, which is like a log normal part, and then there is a tail. Now, of course, the coefficient of the tail varies a bit. But then you see that all the states in India have similar behavior. All the states in Brazil have similar behavior. All the states in Italy have similar behavior. Now, we don't understand why this should be like this. This is just an empirical thing. Now, we want to explain that is there a mechanism which can lead to this type of behavior. Now, what we found, if you study within India, that is even more interesting. So it's a bit small, but you can see on the bottom panel there are the C, D, E. The C is based on whether you are from the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBC or the general category. The D panel tells you whether you are a Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian. And the E tells you whether you are from the urban sector or from the rural sector. And what we are showing is that irrespective of what background you're coming from, the pattern becomes similar. This we don't understand why it is happening. So this is what we want to discuss with the social scientists, that is it understood well that the consumption pattern or the expenditure pattern would be same for irrespective of where you are coming from, or what you belong, what type of background you, I don't know. So this is something which we want to discuss with you. Now, we formulated some very simple models which are based on what is called the kinetic theory of gases. And we showed that, for example, the Pareto law can be explained. So I just want to spend a few minutes on that. So what is the kinetic exchange model? You'll see that this room is filled with air. There are air molecules, so different type of molecules, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, helium. And at any time, they're actually undergoing collisions with each other and trying to exchange energy. So what happens is if I put a heater here, slowly the heat will diffuse because they'll start exchanging energy and then it will attain an equilibrium. Or if I put an air condition here, slowly the room will be cooled because again the energy exchange process will lead to an equilibrium. So what happens is any two molecules would basically collide and exchange energy, and after a long time this settles to an equilibrium. Now what we say is that suppose we close the gates and we say that okay, we formed a closed economy and nobody is allowed to go out, nobody is allowed to come in. Now, each of you has some money in the pocket and we start exchanging randomly. So I toss a coin. If I have head, I will give some amount of money. If I have tail, I will take some amount of money. And we'll split randomly. And I keep on doing this exercise for a very long time. If you just do this, I can tell you what you will get. The distribution will be basically what is called the exponential law or the Boltzmann-Gibbs in physics. So it will basically, if I can show you. So basically it will be this law which will. Now what happens is this. This would happen perfectly like in a casino also. Most of the people will have very little money. So they'll be almost zero. That's the most probable velocity. So in a casino, the owner is very safe because he knows I will on average make more money because most of the amount of people will be left with no money. Now what we said was if we just introduce savings. So for the simplest sake, we say that okay, everybody saves 10% of the income. So every time we go to trade or do some exchange, I'm not looking at the commodity which is being traded or the services which is being exchanged. I'm just looking at how money is flowing. So every time I go to trade, I save 10%. So if I have 1,000 rupees in my pocket, I save 100 rupees and go out with 900. If you have 1 million, you just save 10% of 1 million and go with the rest. And I do the same dynamics as before. So I put the money and exchange it. I put the money and exchange it. You will see that now the shape of the distribution will change and it will become like this. So depending on this fraction lambda, which the economists I believe call saving propensity, you will see the distribution will change. And higher the savings, the inequality will reduce. So as lambda goes to 1, this can be shown or proved mathematically that it will go to a Dirac delta function, which means that there will be almost no inequality. So I'm actually happy. I do not know how the current government is planning to do, but by introducing this concept of Jan Dhan Yojana or something, they're encouraging savings. Yeah. Sure. You can.
In this thing, when people are exchanging,
yes,
what is their objective?
Right.
Why are they exchanging? Just like that.
Sure. What we have assumed is, as present is there as if going random collision, but which can be explained. And I'll show you that some of my...
No, I don't. Yeah. I want to understand the story behind this. What is the story?
The story is like this. So whenever I'm buying something from you, I may be buying a pen, but some amount of money is flowing. And this is as if I'm exchanging a money. So I forget the commodity being exchanged or the service. So I work for you, you pay me a salary. But as if some money is flowing. And I forget all the other things and I just look at the money. And that can be modeled as if two body interactions are happening. And I'll come to it that you can explain from microeconomic theory also. Some of my colleagues and students have actually done that. So what we are saying is that if you introduce savings and the percentage of savings increases, then the inequality in the society will automatically decrease. Because if I want you to go to zero, a large number of steps is required. Because even if you have a finite amount of saving, it takes infinite amount of steps to make you go to zero. Okay? So that's what we show. And then you see that actually instead of the lambda being constant or the saving propensity becoming constant for everybody, if we now vary, and that is true in reality, I would save 8%, maybe you save 20%. And it's known in our society, everybody has different. So the Japanese save 30%, Indians save around between 15 and 20%. In UK, it's between 8 and 10%. In US, it's less than 1%. So what happens is that this saving propensity distribution affects your inequality. So there are people and colleagues who are studying that. And what we show, it's... Oh, okay. Fine. So I just wanted to show that, okay, that... Yeah. Sure. No problem. I'll just finish in one more minute. So what we show is that if there is a sufficient amount of diversity, you can actually get what is called the law. So what we did is we have a simple mechanism between the kinetic theory of gases and the economic models, and we show that you can actually arrive at this thing from a microeconomic picture where they give utility for different agents, and each agent tries to maximize the utility. And then we show that you arrive at the same equations, and so there is a one-to-one correspondence between the entropy maximization on which this theory is based and utility maximization in economics. So again, I can show you the papers where they have done this one-to-one correspondence. And what we want to say, I will end with that, is that in kinetic theory gases, we know there are 10 to the power of 23 molecules, and we don't need to know the position, velocity, or everything, properties of all the molecules. In average, you get what is called the ideal gas law. So in economics, maybe we do not need to know the characteristic of each and every individual. In the average, you'd be behaving, and we would try to predict this law. So there are some of these general references which are available. I've already pointed out 2 chapters of this thing. A few more things are available, and all the papers are downloadable from my website. So I would like to thank you with this.
I've been given marching orders. So, Anirban, there is someone raising a hand at the back.
Yes.
We will not have... We have another session to finish, so please.
In the many examples you put here, I find there is a behavioral aspect. So it is more or less like I seems to be behavioral economics, like the saving pattern and other things. And you are relating that with econophysics. So how you differentiate? I didn't get much, because I less understand the econophysics than behavioral economics. econophysics,
Yeah.
it's nothing new. I'm sure you would agree there. The idea of something like maximizing principle.
Right.
It is inherent in physics, of course, but in economics too it is inherent. In fact, Paul Samuelson, who was the second
Nobel laureate,
he might have been the first by most accounts, but he was disappointed he wasn't. But two senior people got it.
Yeah. So Jan Tinbergen and
There were Frisch and Tinbergen. They were the first two
to
get it. They were senior in age also, so Samuelson conceded that. But the very next year, Samuelson became the. Now, if you read Samuelson's Nobel lecture, it was about maximizing principles.
That's right.
Something very similar to what physicists have got in their theories.
Right.
And economists, or at least a certain kind of economic thinking, Paul Samuelson in particular, they were obsessed with the idea of maximizing, let's say, consumers maximizing utility, subject to certain constraints, of course, and producers maximizing profit. So the idea of maximizing principle is the key similarity between physics and economics. So naturally there are ways in which we can think of possible,
analogies between the
between these. So my next observation, and maybe a question also, is a lot of your work driven by this notion of looking at stock markets? Because I see that Wall Street is full of a lot of physicists who have come in now, top-ranked physicists who came in the last 10, 15 years. So is it that also which is strongly driving this kind of...
Yeah, in stock markets actually the availability of data was mainly the thing, because most financial data, huge amount of data is available, and that's the best thing that people can do is analyze them and then build or revise their theories. So what we found is that, of course, the fat tails or the deviations from the Gaussian behavior, which was first pointed out by Mandelbrot or Eugene Fama and all, those type of things people have really analyzed again in the last 2 decades, and they showed that there are similarities or what they call regularities in the stock prices, and irrespective of which country you're coming from, which economy you're coming from, again those behavioral patterns are same. So people started asking the same questions: that is there a mechanism or a dynamical process which gives rise to these, and how to model them, and that's the difficulty. So we, of course, building up from the scratch. And our aim is like this. So when we studied statistical physics also, it started developing in the late 1890s with Boltzmann, Gibbs and all. They found that, okay, it's very difficult to understand the behavior of solid or liquid. The easiest thing was gas. And they started with what is called the ideal gas. That gas doesnn exist, so only the inert gases behave similar to that. But we start with a very simple thing and then slowly start building. So what we thought in economics also, instead of considering all the variables modeling reality, if we start with idealized systems and then you try to build microscopic models in which you can simulate and predict and test, and then slowly start incorporating behavioral models, which probably the gentleman at the back was asking, I think that would be a better approach. And the things like this, that the deviations, what we want to see is that you should always have empirical observations which should lead you. Yeah. Somehow in the between what you said was correctly. And so the first few Nobel laureates, so Jan Tinbergen, he was also a physicist. He had done his PhD with Paul Ehrenfest, minimization problems in economics. So all of them were actually inspired by physics. But then slowly it started becoming so axiomatic, the economics, what I have heard and what I've read. In between, you probably lost touch with the reality. And now what we are saying is that you have empirical data, you have huge amount of data. So why don't you revise the theories, or you change your models? So we know the classical Markowitz portfolio optimization doesn't hold, but then you have to change or be accept to change. So that's what we are advocating. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So I really know that from either side people are going to shoot me, because if I can't do anything right, I either give time to other people or time not to other people, so I'm really in a bad position. But I know that we all agree that these were really new frontiers, and I think it deserved the time we gave it, and they were, the title was very fitting. I think it was really innovative, and we really gained, I think that's for sure. So we are now coming to our last session of today, and can I ask the chairman, Dr. Pipi Ghosh, who doesn't need any introduction. Professor Ghosh? He will be the chairman, and he will be introducing our discussant and two speakers of today. And so we now are running again back in more or less the old timing, according to your program. So we're doing in that way, we're doing very well. So all of the speakers will be getting 15 minutes, and there will be time enough for discussion.
May I request you to take your seats, please? We are 35 minutes behind schedule. We are supposed to start at 5:15, but we are now doing 5:50. From the world of reasonable abstraction that we were in last session, we will be back to the original real world. We have with us two distinguished speakers, Professor Sanjay Kumar and Dr. Ashish Kumar. These two papers are slightly different from each other. Nevertheless, both of them are extremely related to what we call the behavioral aspect of our society. We first invite Professor Sanjay Kumar. A brief description I read it out. Dr. Sanjay Kumar is professor and currently director at the Center for Study of Developing Societies, New Delhi. As an expert in survey research, he has directed various national and state level studies conducted by the CSDS, which includes the national election studies of several years, and you must have seen his face in the TV a number of times. Apart from his research in electoral politics, I am coming to that. But using survey method as a research tool, he has been engaged in research on Indian youth, status of democracy in India, slums of Delhi, and issues of electoral violence. Some of his recent publications include an editorial volume, Indian Youth and Electoral Politics, an Emerging Engagement, Changing Electoral Politics in India, From Caste to Class, and another with Praveen Raj, Measuring Voting Behavior in India. He has also writes regularly for newspapers, both in English and Hindi. Professor Sanjay Kumar, please. Roughly speaking, we will have maximum 20 minutes. 20 minutes for Shishir Devnath. We will have 5 to 7 minutes, and then we will have to comments.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. See, as soon as we, as you can see, I have changed my title a little bit, because as soon as we talk about election, data in election, what comes to our mind immediately is, everybody jumps into the conclusion. Election data would certainly mean something about exit poll, opinion poll, and the second conclusion immediately is that all opinion polls are wrong. Actually, I am not going to discuss that, precisely because there is no data on that. We always go by impression. One survey comes, it goes wrong, and then we think that every single survey is wrong, every single opinion poll is wrong. So I'm not going to touch upon that, but I would touch upon, I think, more meaningful thing which comes out by way of doing research on election. What do we do with the data? So I'm going to talk more about that. In some of the previous sessions, people talked about
the limitation of the data. What is there not in the data and what is the limitation? I am going to touch upon only two things. One is how data is useful to understand our electoral outcomes in a much meaningful way. How does data help that? And where does this data come from? What is the sources of the data? So these are the two issues which I am going to touch upon in next 15 minutes time. So I would pose some questions first, and these are some of the questions which keep coming to our mind. Do women vote more than men? Do Indian women take their own voting decision, or they are always guided by men? Young voters vote in sizable number or not? Dalits vote in election for which party? Same for the Muslims. And what about the urban voters? Do they vote for one party, and what are the causes, etc.? And there are several other anxieties about elections. So what I'm trying to do is to try to explain these with the help of various kinds of data. Where does this data come from, and how does the data help in analyzing or giving an answer, at least not exactly a fixed answer, but a more or less tentative answer to these questions. So the question is there one data sources through which we can actually answer all the 5-6 questions which I posed? No, there is not one data sources which can help you in giving answer to all these questions which I highlighted. Some of the answers could be traced from the election results itself. Only thing we have to do as a researcher, we have to actually analyze those data. Data sets is already available. Some questions could not be explained. You cannot explain some questions with the help of election results. For that, we need to collect our own data. This data could be collected through surveys. This data could be collected through various other methods using ethnographic method, or you could do a constituency level study. And there are some other questions for which we actually need to do different kinds of technique. You need to adopt different kind of technique to collect data to analyze those questions. So what I'm trying to say is there is no one data sources through which you can try and analyze all kinds of questions, or you try and answer all kinds of questions with regard to elections. So moving to question 1. This I have already mentioned, that there is no one data sources. There are different kinds of data sources. So let me take question number 1. Question number 1, if you recollect, was do women vote less or more compared to men voters? For this, where does the evidence come from? Do we need to do a survey? We don't need to collect any data for this. The data is already available. Results of the election commission is already there. What we need to do is to actually analyze these data in order to put it on a piece of paper to figure out what is happening in Indian elections. Do women vote more or do women vote less compared to men? And look at the findings of this data is already available. I have not collected data on my own. This is not the primary data. This is from the Election Commission of India. And this is the gap between men and women turnout over last several elections starting from 1957. This is the gap between men and women turnout. What is the difference? In the 50s, 60s, 70s, women used to vote much less compared to men. This is the gap. In 57 election, the gap was 17%, which is to say, if there are 100 men voters, if they have out of 100 men voters, 50 have voted, so out of 100 women only 33 have voted. So this used to be the huge gap. Women used to vote less. And slowly and gradually you can see over the years, this gap narrowed down. And in 2014 election, it is almost narrowed down. This is precisely 1.4, but I have not taken it in decimal just to keep it much simpler. Because the turnout is not exactly in these, like it could be in decimal, 58.2. So the last election, the gap has been 1.4. Where is this data coming from? This data is coming from the Election Commission. Only thing I have done is to put it in such a way to do an analysis, to substantiate the point that women are now voting in bigger numbers compared to the past. Is this happening only for the Lok Sabha election, or is it happening also for the Vidhan Sabha elections? And if you look at the different bars, these are various state assembly elections held in different period of time, starting from 1990 to 92. So these are different periods, 2-3 period of gap. If you look at the gap in the women and men turnout in the early elections, 90s till 2010, you can see that in early elections, the gap between men and women turnout, even in assembly election, was very high, which has narrowed down to great extent. And now if you look at the last 6 years, 5 years, actually women have voted more compared to men in all the assembly elections, which has all the assembly elections put together between 2011 and 2015. And you can see now the bar has gone down. So this is, and where is this data coming from? Again, trying to connect the point that where is the data, which are the data sources? This comes out from the Election Commission results. To disaggregate it further, what has happened in different states? And look at Bihar. Bihar is the one state where the gap is the biggest. The gap between men and women turnout is 7%. 7% more women have voted in the last assembly election compared to men. And this actually started with the previous assembly election in 2010. The gap was 3.4%. Again, and these are all the states where we can see women turnout increasing dramatically compared to men turnout. Again, where is this data coming from? Did I do a survey? No, you don't need to do a survey. This is all available from the Election Commission results. But can we answer questions about turnout with regard to other communities? If we talk about the young voter or the Dalits or the Muslims, for those elements, for those categories of voters, we possibly cannot answer these questions through the Election Commission data, because the Election Commission only distinguishes the voter by gender. There is no other distinction among the voters with regard to their caste. So such questions can't be answered through the results of Election Commission. I would skip this. So where does this data come from? If I have a question, the second question which I wanted to ask, do young voters vote more or less compared to other age group of voters? Do Dalits vote? What is the political behavior of Dalits, Muslims, and several such sections? Look at this piece of data which is about the young voters, and this is young voters in the age group of 18 to 25. And if, as a researcher, I wanted to look at where do young voters vote more or less, the red bar is for the all India turnout in various Lok Sabha elections starting from 1996 till 2014, and the blue bar is the turnout among the young voters. This is not from Election Commission of India. This is from where the data has been collected through large-scale surveys all over the country, and there I don't want to get into the debate of whether the samples were representative or not, but yes, this is a representative sample of the voters of all India. And you can clearly see that the evidences from the data suggest that young voters who have voted less compared to the average turnout in India for the last 4 or 5 Lok Sabha elections, there used to be about 4 or 5% gap. In 2014 election, the turnout among young voters jumped compared to the average turnout. So during last 5 years, we actually see a very high turnout among young voters. At least in 2014 elections, we saw this. And this is happening not all over, not in all the states, but this is selective. In some states it is happening, in some states we don't see the pattern. So where does this data come from? Can this question be analyzed if I am a researcher? And if I want to look at this question, can data from Election Commission help us in analyzing this trend? No, there is no way you can actually get an answer to this question unless until you do your own research, whether you collect the data from one constituency or you do nationwide survey, and this is based on a nationwide survey of representative sample of the voters. So this is where a survey data helps. Moving on to my other questions which I raised in my first slide. What about questions, which party do Dalits vote and Muslim votes? Can we answer these questions from the Election Commission data? No, we can't answer these questions from Election Commission data, and this is again where researcher has to collect his or her own data, and we have collected data again based on survey research, and I would try and give you some answers to that. Normally, now this is a puzzle I wanted to pose. What happens is that we look at a reserve constituency. What is the confusion? You look at a reserve constituency, and I would give you a concrete example. Like BJP won all the reserve constituencies in 2014 elections in UP. And if we don't do a proper research, if we don't collect data properly, we tend to conclude that this is because Dalits voted for BJP in large number in UP, because clearly you can see all the Dalit reserve constituencies were won by BJP. But is it the right way to do the analysis? You are getting some indication, but this doesn't suggest that actually Dalits have voted for BJP in a large number. So if we jump to the conclusion only by looking at the aggregate data, what I'm trying to say is to how election commission results and as a researcher, if you collect your own data, both supplements each other. We can't jump to the conclusion that BJP actually won all the SC reserve constituency because Dalits have voted in large numbers. And if I want to just show you, this is based on our own survey, and if you look at, we have divided the UP into two parts, reserved for Dalits and general constituency. And if you look at the vote of the Dalits, if you look at the fifth row in the upper column, vote for Dalits for BJP. In SC reserve constituency, only 8% of Dalits voted for BJP plus. And if you look at the general constituency, and if you again look at the Dalits, the second from the bottom row, actually 26% of Dalits voted for BJP. So what actually happened in Dalit reserve constituency was a consolidation, a counter consolidation of caste other than Dalits in favor of BJP, which actually contributed to the victory of BJP. So if we had concluded only looking at the number of seats won by BJP in Dalit reserve constituency, we were actually drawing a wrong inferences to say Dalits voted for BJP in large number in Dalit reserve constituency because BJP had won all the Dalit reserved seats. And this is where the role of primary data, whether again I would say whether you collect it from using a survey method, since we keep using a survey method in a big way, we do believe that survey method gives us more accurate results compared to other methods. So this piece of slide, this piece of data gives us a clear evidence that BJP actually won more by the votes of other caste rather than the Dalits, even though they managed to win all the Dalit reserved seats. Moving on to some other questions which I raised. How do Muslims vote in the elections? Again, where does the data come from? This question cannot be asked by any other source rather than collecting data yourself. And look at the pattern. This is large-scale surveys conducted over a period of time. This is over last several elections, and if you can see, we have plotted the data since 1971. We have collected data since 1970, much before that as well. And if you look at the Muslim vote for the Congress, which is the blue line, these are all in percentages. You can clearly see how Muslim vote, which was about 60%, these are all estimates. I can't be sure if I say 50%, 59, it is 59. Surveys are about estimates. There would be a variation of 1 or 2%. So look at what has happened to the Muslim vote. It has actually stabilized for Congress roughly about 35% Muslim vote nationally Congress is getting. And what has happened is the regional parties have eaten up large number of Muslim vote of the Congress. So I keep saying regional party are a bigger problem, bigger threat for Congress rather than the BJP, because in states where BJP and Congress are still in competition, Congress can still hope that some of the votes can come back. But in states where regional parties are in prominence, the votes which have been eaten up by the regional parties or snatched away from the Congress is very difficult for them to take back. And where do I draw these inferences? I draw these inferences not from the Election Commission data, but from the survey data. And you can clearly see how Muslims have voted over last several elections. And same for Dalit vote over last several elections since 1996 till 2014. And if you look at the trend, an important trend in 2014, we all know that Congress lost election in 1998 also, 1999 also. But in those two elections, Congress got more votes among Dalits compared to the BJP. The red line is the vote for Congress among the Dalits. But in the 2014 election, an important change which took place is that actually BJP got more votes of the Dalits compared to the Congress, because if you can see, the red line is coming down and the blue line is going up. So BJP's vote among the Dalits, BJP got 24% vote, and among the Dalits, Congress got about 19% vote. So that's the national trend of Dalit vote. Again, to connect the point of data, because we are all talking about data, where does this come from? This comes from the data which a researcher collects. There is no other way you could get answer to this question. If we try to derive answers like looking at the Dalit Reserve constituency and finding out which party has won, then the researcher is drawing wrong inferences from that. Same for class and voting. I don't want to spend time on that. If we want to look at whether rich or poor voted for which party, the Election Commission doesn't classify voters. What we have to do as a researcher, we collect data on various kinds, parameters, develop a class index, and this is findings from our study which we conducted. But can all questions, I picked up two kinds of questions. One, we try to relate or give an answer through the Election Commission results, and then there were several questions which I tried to answer and demonstrate that these questions cannot be answered by the results of Election Commission, but we need to do some surveys. But there are other kinds of questions which neither the survey can answer nor Election Commission data can answer. And this typically about urban vote, urban constituency. We only look at some big cities and we think that, okay, urban vote is going this way or that way. Again, to remind that there is no official classification by Government of India of a constituency, whether it is an urban or rural constituency. So if you want to actually study urban constituency, one has to figure out which constituency is urban, and this is a very tedious process of matching the boundaries of census and the delimitation boundaries. What I'm trying to say is that we should not look at Gaya, Patna, Munger, Bhagalpur, etc., urban cities, and we should not assume that these are all urban constituencies, because a constituency which you may think is urban may not be fully urban. So there is a very tedious process. As a researcher, you have to match the boundaries of the census and the delimitation boundaries, which does not overlap all the time, because the boundaries of the districts keep changing. Census boundaries, delimitation boundaries doesn't change so frequently. Delimitation has taken place after 30-35 years, and now it will take place after another 25 years. Yeah. So, and if wanted to give a glimpse of the urban constituencies, what is the urban population in these constituencies? Just to give you a glimpse of Bihar, constituencies in Bihar. If you look at Bhagalpur, is a constituency which we can actually see, this is completely urban. Almost all voters in that constituency are urban. And if you look at other constituencies like Chhapra, which is roughly about 60% urban, Begusarai 40% urban, Hajipur is 33% urban, and we can keep looking at all the 40 constituencies of. But where does this data come from? This data is not from Election Commission. Election Commission doesn't classify a constituency as urban or rural. Election Commission only classifies polling booths as urban and rural. So what you have to do, actually merge the polling stations to figure out what proportion of voters are urban and rural, which is to say this is the third technique of doing or studying elections. One you can do by using aggregate data, which is the Election Commission results. Second, by collecting your own data, survey or ethnographic method. And the third is kind of a desk work if you want to figure out this kind of a problem, if you want to look at these questions. So what do we conclude? Data is extremely important for doing research on Indian elections. Research on elections one could use both primary data and secondary data, as I have been saying again and again. Secondary data could be collected by surveys or by ethnographic method. There could be some other modes of data gathering, as I mentioned, desk research, which was an example of trying to classify constituencies into rural, urban or Muslim population and some other aspect. As I mentioned also, both aggregate data and survey data supplements each other. They are not fighting against each other. It's not that, oh, I do my analysis using aggregate data and you use your survey data to analyze election results. Both supplements each other. Basically, all three kinds of data supplements each other. But the last question about, people always ask this question, but how do I rely on this survey data? Are these data reliable? I think this is where the discussion on representative sample comes. Surveys, we always say surveys are about large numbers, and when we say large number, it is very, very relative. Large could be 5,000, 7,000, 10,000, 20,000, even a lakh. When we are doing surveys to understand elections, we actually don't go to each and every voters. We actually go to a sample of voters, not very big sample. Like to give you an example of the latest assembly elections in Bihar, when we did our survey, we actually went to only 4,000 voters spread all over Bihar. We actually couldn't manage to interview all the 4,000. It was slightly less than 4,000. Typically in a state like Bihar, UP, West Bengal, etc., we would not go beyond 4,000, 5,000 sample. And we know that if we actually adopt a good sampling method, we would end up with a sample which would be representative. And what representative of what? Because in the previous session there was talk about representative. Representative of the universe which we are studying, in a sense representative of the voters of the state. If in the state there are 10% urban voters, in our sample there should be only 10%. There shouldn't be 50% of the total voters. So we tend to, if we tend to get a representative sample of voters, we have great degree of faith that the data which we are getting from the field, whether it is about opinion about chief minister, their voting intention, or opinion on several other issues, we tend to have a faith, believe that these data are more or less in the right direction. It's not way off the mark. And just to give you a small example of at least several national surveys when we conducted at the place where I work, Center for the Study of Developing Societies, on some parameters, because representativeness you can only check if you have a parameter to check. I keep saying that if I want to look at my face, I need a mirror to look at. And we try to look at the representativeness of the sample by looking at how does the voters of India look like. And if you look at, there are a lot of data, but what we have tried to do is to, when we picked up 3,800 sample in 1971, was the sample representative of the Indian voters? Yes, it was, in parameters of gender, rural, urban, religious parameters, and in terms of scheduled caste, scheduled tribe. And these are the parameters for which we have data available. We can't compare it with whether we have appropriate number of upper caste in our sample or not, whether we have appropriate number of young voters in our sample or not, because for those parameters data is not available. And we have looked at all the surveys, and whether we have picked up 38,000 sample in 2009 elections or 3,800 in 1971 election. All samples are representative, more or less, compared to the representativeness of the voters. And that is how we have faith that survey is a good method to actually answer some of the questions which we keep raising about elections. How do people vote? And several other questions related to that. Thank you.
Now we will have Dr. Shiv Kumar. He will be speaking on a little long title, The Role of Local Variables in Social Statistics, a practical guide for preparing questionnaires to collect household level data on social capital indicators. Dr. Shiv Kumar is Assistant Professor at Economics at AS College, Khanna, Punjab. He has a teaching experience of more than 16 years. He received his master's in 1987 from Punjab University, Patiala. Completed his PhD in Economics in 2015 on the topic of social capital and poverty. A case study of household welfare in rural Punjab from Punjab University, Patiala. He is a life member of Indian Economic Association and Indian Economic Society. He has published 10 research papers and presented 9 papers at national and international conference, including at Colorado College, Colorado Springs, USA, University of Iceland, Reykjavik, Iceland, and University of Mysore, Karnataka. Please.
First of all, I am very thankful to ADRI and to Professor Shaibal Gupta for this invitation. And last of all, I am going to bind all the technical sessions with this last presentation. So my topic is the role of social capital, role of local variables in social statistics, a practical guide for preparing questionnaire to collect household level data on social capital indicators. While the literature on social capital has amply demonstrated the importance of social capital in the context of development projects and the provision of various services, it has not yet explained the generalized indicators for the measurement of social capital. This is because these social capital indicators differ both geographically and sectorally. Thus, instead of devising global measures of social capital that span entire countries and continents, a locally relevant measure of social capital is advised. Therefore, the main aim of this paper is to present major questions that, in context to the local social environment, can be incorporated in the questionnaire for the measurement of different dimensions of social capital, namely groups and networks, trust and solidarity, collective action and cooperation, information and communication, social cohesion and inclusion, and empowerment and political action. The paper is divided into 5 sections: data sources and methodology, concept of social capital, 6 indicators of social capital, and 15 survey questions, weight assignment, and finally conclusion and suggestions. And methodology. The present paper is based on both primary as well as secondary data. The primary data is collected through a well-organized 2 questionnaires, one at household level and other at community level. Multi-stage sampling technique is used to collect primary data. In the first stage, 3 districts of Punjab are selected, namely Jalandhar, Ludhiana, and Muxar, with low, medium, and high % of rural poor, respectively. Jalandhar is characterized by high rural monthly per capita consumption expenditure, and its literacy rate is higher than the state average. Ludhiana has a very high population density and is the most urbanized of 3 districts. It has slightly lower rural MPCE and a higher literacy rate than the state. Muxar is the poorest and least urbanized of the 3 study areas. More than 70% population of Muxar belong to Sikh community. In the second stage, within each district, 3 blocks are selected on the basis of high, medium, and low level of development. In the third stage, within each block, 3 villages are selected based on low, medium, and high % of BPL families in the village, provided the village has at least 10 BPL families. In the final stage, within each of the 27 villages, 20 households are selected, 10 poor and 10 non-poor, randomly to participate in the household survey for a total sample of 540 households. The whole survey work is carried out from June 2010 to December 2011. A personal interview method, which is most common method in collecting data through large-scale sample surveys in developing countries, is used to collect primary data. And Delphi method is used to assign weights.
Please go to the results. These
Yeah.
are not more.
So this is about the definition of social capital. So I am skipping this. So these are some indicators of social capital. So there are 6 indicators: groups and networks, trust and solidarity, collective action and cooperation. So I explained earlier. So for groups and networks, I have chosen this question about how many close friends do you have these days. These are people who you feel ease with, can talk to about private matters or call on for help. Every village in Punjab has formal and informal organizations, groups and networks. So these are some formal groups and informal groups which exist in Punjab. So the first involved the community questionnaire. The provision of a map of local groups and associations was one of the prime objectives of community questionnaire, and a complete inventory of all existing groups and associations was made at the village level. Each household was then given that inventory and asked through household questionnaire which groups and associations they were member of. So this is the result of the first indicator. Overall, the data indicate that out of 540 sample households, 344 are members of one or more groups in the village. The maximum number of group memberships for an individual is 14. The total number of active memberships in the village included in the sample added up to 682, which indicates that on average each household is a member of about 2 associations. Membership is most common in agricultural, cooperative and multi-purpose society, finance committee, milk producer society and religious group. On the other hand, Dharmshala committee, water supply committee, welfare club, health committee have attracted very less membership. So for the second indicator, trust and solidarity, So in Punjab, it is found that in matters of lending and borrowing, so people trust on each other in rural areas especially. But it is found in the analysis that in the past few years, the level of trust in matters of lending and borrowing is going down. The third indicator is related with the collective action and cooperation in the village. So this was the question about overall how would you rate the spirit of participation in this village. So overall it is found that 36.67% households reported high spirit of participation among people for the collective action in village. However, it is observed that for religious, sports, plantation and other common property resources, everyone in the village contribute money according to the financial position of the household. On the contrary, for educational institution, health facilities, streets, roads and lights, very few villagers are willing to contribute money because they expect these services from the state. The fourth indicator to measure this aspect, people are asked about the source of information basically for their economic needs for agriculture and for the job sources. So it is found that 43.3% households consult neighbors and friends to acquire information for agricultural activities and for job opportunities. On the other hand, 19.17% households depends upon radio, television and newspaper as the most important source of information. So it is also observed in Punjab that for the social cohesion and inclusion, people generally meet on the festivals, they exchange sweets and gossips, etc. So mainly the major festivals are Diwali and Lodi, which is very common in Punjab. And another problem is, if that is reflected in the second question, that if some children of the village tend to stray from the correct path, for example, they are disrespectful to elders, they disobey their parents, using drugs and mischievous, who in this village feels it right to correct other people's children. So the analysis shows that as many as 22.6% households feel high social cohesion and inclusion in the village, whereas only 3.5% households reported the least degree of social cohesion in the village at aggregate level. So last indicator is empowerment and political action. It is found in Punjab that in Lok Sabha elections, almost every villager participate and every villager casts their vote. But in case of Vidhan Sabha elections, there is some differences. So 100% voting is not there. So finally, I am coming to the weight assignment section of this social capital. So weight reflects the decision maker's intention and preference. Subjective weighting method is a kind of weight assignment based on one's judgment of the importance of indicator. The Delphi method is a reliable way of obtaining the options. For weight selection for each of the 6 dimensions in the study, 2 well-known and foremost persons from each of the 27 sample villages are proposed through community questionnaire to give ranks to the 6 dimensions of social capital. The dimension a person viewed as most important is coded as 6, and the dimension he viewed as least important is coded as 1. With the help of this preference score matrix, the responses for each dimension are added and rescaled from 1 to 100, and the result is there. So finally, it is found that indicators of social capital which are relevant for a region may be quite irrelevant for another region, because norms, networks, values, etc. may be different in different regions. A locally relevant scale based on local variables is more important than a generalized one for the measurement of social capital. Even in a single region, the survey questions on social capital measurement may be different for rural and urban households. There is a need of different indicators for the measurement of social capital even at micro and at macro level. For the measurement of social capital at any level, one must include the norms of collective behavior and mutual trust, bonds and bridges which protect networks within and between groups, values and attributes which guide individuals to reduce opportunistic behavior and to believe on reciprocity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Friends, before we move on to question and answer, may I request
Dr. Srishi Devnath to make his points.
Thank you. So let me talk about both the papers in the order they got presented. So the first paper was essentially an overview of the questions that you can answer using different sets of electoral data. And of course, since the Election Commission does not publish data which you can cut across various dimensions, socioeconomic dimensions, you cannot answer some interesting questions. So therefore, if you have to answer questions which are regarding caste, religion, or whatever, you have to conduct your own survey. But there is one concern that that comes to my mind while conducting this survey. Typically, there are some evidences that if the elected members do realize that this particular section of this constituency did not vote for the winning candidate, could there be a backlash against that particular community which did not vote for it? So there is a reason probably why Election Commission does not publish these electoral results along socioeconomic or religious dimensions. So one has to be careful how to interpret that data, whether this particular community voted for this party or not, in which constituency, and so on. But that doesn't undermine the value of collecting surveys, because that's the only way you can get or rather answer political economy related questions. What comes to my mind is some other issues, such as there is a lacuna of data that you can use in India to answer political economic questions. First of all, there is no data, the development outcome related data, that are published constituency wise. Most of the data that you get are published district wise, so it's virtually impossible to do any analysis, because you cannot judge the performance of the sitting MLA or MP on the basis of the development outcomes. This is the first thing. But there are some good news. There are recently more and more data are getting published, which has geospatial indicators in it. You get data with latitude and longitude, and once you have that, and if you have the constituency boundaries, you can extract the data to create some averages at the constituency level. So the two data set that comes to my mind is the DICE data that now has school locations, latitude, longitude wise, which you can use to create constituency level data. Again, the PMGSY data, Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana, that has the roads that were constructed and the constituency in which they were constructed, that data is available. So you can correlate electoral data with development outcome variables data. But unfortunately, there are many other things that are not collected. For example, there is MP LADS data, how our the persons we choose as the legislators who will enact the laws, and this is how democracy works. You choose a party or choose a candidate who is supposed to take the mandate and then transfer the mandate into policy. But whether they are doing it or not, the way to check it is what they are doing, and one way to do it to see how they are performing in terms of spending their money in MP LADS, spending their money through MLA LADS. But this data is not very readily available. And the participation of elected members in in the assembly, how often do they participate, whether they are present or not, if they talk on an issue, for how long do they talk. These data are available for many other developing and developed countries, which in India is very hard to get. So there is, of course, a lack of lot of data, socioeconomic data, especially when you can connect the development outcomes with the constituencies. Unless that is solved, you cannot answer quite interesting political economic problems. And on the second paper, the main topic or main idea of the paper was that measures of social networks or social capital varies by region. And if I had to run a thought experiment, and therefore there should be different questions or different metrics of measuring social capital based on the region where you are collecting it. If I had to run a thought experiment, how do I test this hypothesis? What comes to my mind is that first that I would go to completely different regions, and then I would collect data which on the basis of same questionnaire, and try to see whether the social capital value that I have constructed explains the outcome variables the way it should, or in the literature the way it has explained, right? So, but the study here is located in Punjab, which is very homogeneous. So, I would rather expect to see that this survey being conducted at completely different regions, and you collect the socioeconomic data, both local, using local variables and some general universal questionnaires, and then see which one fits better or explains better the outcome variables that social capital is supposed to explain. Then probably that explains or that helps you answer the hypothesis that you have formulated. And another thing is that the way you are assigning weights, you are just choosing the Delphi method, which is on the very subjective, based on the persons who were chosen, who say how important that particular question is. There are some other methods which are available to aggregate indicators. There are a lot of debate on this issue, especially Millennium Development Indicators, the weights that are assigned on different indicators. You can see there are simple weights, that there are other complicated weights. One exercise could be to measure social capital using different weights and see how the ranking of the household based on those weights are different. And my last point would be that the reason probably we want to measure social capital is to see whether that is correlated with some other desirable outcome variables. Probably that will be your next step of the study, to see whether this social capital that you have measured are correlated with some other desirable development outcomes. Thank you.
Shishi, you rightly pointed out that, see, right at the beginning I mentioned that I don't want to talk about various gaps in the data when we want to do the electoral study, and what I didn't say, you have correctly mentioned, because my entire focus was largely on looking at voting behavior studies, but election, if we want to talk about election study, it's a very wide range of issues. You rightly pointed out about if we want to look at developmental indicator and the electoral outcome, there is no good work on that, because the difficulty is that we don't have data available at the constituency level. All the data are available at the district level, and now with the technology it is becoming much easier, but still not as easy as one would expect, that you can't do it in overnight. Borrowing all the developmental indicator from a district and putting it into the constituency, but I think this is the this is the direction in which we should try to take election studies forward. In a sense, if we want to look at electoral outcome, if we want to analyze elections in a more meaningful way, it shouldn't be only which caste voted for whom, who voted for whom, etc., but to take elections research in this direction. There is an effort now to connect electoral outcome with MP-led data, etc. So there are groups which are working on that. But yes, these are some of the gaps which are still there in technically. There is no harm in election commission giving you the data for all the constituencies. Like election commission can ask from the Lok Sabha secretariat or from wherever they can, and put the data at the end of the Lok Sabha session, that after 5 years or year after year, that this is the data, this is how MP in each constituency have been able to spend, and after 5 years, when the election takes place, we should be in a position to figure out, is there any relationship between MPs spending, doing developmental work in their constituency, and the electoral outcome. So this data, if we want to do any analysis of that kind right now, as a researcher, we will have to collect the data, and collecting this kind of data is not easy. I would expect that this kind of a data should be readily available from the Government of India, whether it is released by the Parliament Secretariat or from Election Commission. So you rightly pointed out various kinds of gaps which are still in the electoral data, which could, if this is available to the researcher, we in a sense, me or someone else doing studies on election, we could do a very more meaningful analysis of electoral outcome. So thank you, Sushil, for pointing that out, which I actually left out.
Actually, what I found that compared to other forms of capital, physical, financial, and human, social capital is a comparatively very new concept. It develops since last 90s, early 90s, developed by Putnam and James Coleman. So I just try to figure out, try to trace the social capital, what is its extent in Punjab, particularly in rural areas. Because in Punjab in these days you can find that the main problem of like farmer suicides is growing like other states, like poor states. So it looks very much surprising that agriculturally rich state is also committing suicides. There are number of cases daily you can find in newspapers also. So I tried to trace out the social capital. This is my next step. I will test the social capital, impact of the social capital. That is there any impact of social capital to reduce the farmer suicides? If it is, because it has psychological impact also. If you live in the group, if you have social networks, then naturally your willingness to survive may grow. So this is another impact, not direct economic, you can say. So as far as weight is concerned, so I tried my best to contact two or three major persons in the village that know the village almost since last 34 years and well educated people. So I keep them separate also. So that was my view. So for all over level, if you want to test the impact of social capital on India level, suppose at macro level, I think every indicator, I have mentioned 6 indicators. So every indicator requires special attention. In word value survey, there is a question, word value survey, question on trust. So can we trust general public, or we should be aware to discuss any personal matter to other people? I think the data is sample size is very small in that it has included 1,581 households, and in Punjab particularly only 49 households are covered in word value survey. So it is very difficult to trace or to penalize the same indicator or the same question for each and every part of this country. So state-wise you have to draw some questions. It is my view.
We'll have some questions before that. I'm very happy to inform you that Dr. Kumar has done this research with his own expenses. He didn't get any fund from anyone. That's I very much appreciate that. That shows his commitment to the job that he has done. Now please open to the questions.
This is to Sanjay Kumar. Like we know that collecting electoral statistics are very sensitive. And how do you, when you do the survey by religious or caste, so religion and caste, you go, what is the time gap between the election and also you are asking the survey? Because you are asking whether you voted, to whom you voted, and then you are relating with the caste and religion. Once there will be a gap, then your survey results will be biased, because they might not remember to whom they vote and other things. The second thing is I am interested regarding the voting pattern by educational level. Do you have any data? Because you showed caste and religion, but I was a little interested by how they are voting by different levels of education.
My question is actually for both of you. But first of all, Sanjay, you mentioned that alternatives could be surveys, and we prefer that above ethnographic methods. So I want your arguments why you don't use, in particularly when you compare to his study, which shows that it is very much important to actually see per state and within states, and that ethnographic methods might be much more useful. What is your hesitation of using surveys of ethnographic? And also, again, in your case, though you actually agree that this is very much, it has to be research state-wise, and social capital you emphasize, but social capital is something which I think is very much much better captured in ethnographic methods than in survey methods. So both of you can say something about it.
Any other? Please.
First, about the question of caste, religion, etc. Most of the data which I analyzed, typically we would go to the field, we'll ask the voters after they have casted their vote, after elections has been over, but before counting takes place. Sometimes we get 2 days, sometimes we get, if there is a phased election, then we get slightly longer time. So we ask the question to the voters after they have cast their vote, before they know the electoral outcome, who has won, which party has won. When we go to the voters, it's typical question of voting, and people keep asking this question that how do you manage to get this answer, because people tell you a lie. We don't believe that people tell us a lie, because over the years, last 30, 40, 50 years, we have been asking questions on voting, and we actually get the estimates which is very, very close to the actual results, not once, twice, thrice, at least 50 times, 60 times whenever we have done. And we ask this voting question in a secret manner. It's not that going to a field and asking which party have you voted for. We use a dummy ballot box, basically to ensure secrecy of the opinion on vote, asking them not in the open. So that's the method which we use. And when we go with the questionnaire, there's a whole lot of opinion related question which we ask at the beginning, and then we have a lot of background question, your age, gender, education, caste, etc., etc. And then we do the correlation, cross-tabulation to figure out which caste who actually voted for whom. Survey and ethnographic method. If we see that this is an old debate which is going on and will go on for next several years, not going to come to an end. But the difficulty, our generalization is for a geographical area which is very large. So what I was trying to do is to generalize at an all India level. And we believe that if you do an ethnographic study in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 constituencies even, based on that generalization at an all India level seems appropriate. So what we have done, if we have a sample of 10,000, 5,000, 8,000, but these are spread all over the country. The data points, the data which has been collected is spread all over the country. So this is based on our experience and based on the method what we suggest, that if you collect the data from various points, it is more useful to generalize. But from the survey, we are not able to answer many whys, why it is happening. If we had used an ethnographic method, we would be able to tell why this is happening, why Dalits are not voting for party A or party B, or why Muslims are not voting for Congress, why they have moved away from Congress. This may be possible from an ethnographic method, not from the survey. But since our studies are largely aimed to generalize, we don't even tell you about which district and which constituency. We don't say anything about constituency. At the most, in a state, if we have done bigger sample, we will say something about regions, etc., but not beyond that. So that's the debate going on between ethnography and survey method.
Actually, I want to share my field experience about data collection. In my questionnaire, there are 98 questions spread in 3 sections. The first section belongs to income level or income variables. Second section was about school education and credit history, and third section was about social capital. So when I went to the first household, started from the first question, so he was a little bit hesitate to give me answers about income, about land, about occupation, other sources of income, etc. But when I turned to social capital section, so he was very much happy to give me answer about each and every question. So then I found after this pilot survey that I should shift my sequence. So first I go to the section C. So, but one difference was that in my study, in every village I went 10 households rich, above BPL, above poverty line, and 10 households poor, BPL households. In case of rich households, I have to visit individually, personally. But in case of BPL families, what I found that every person, every household, they sit together at one place, and for each question, everyone was answering very, very, very lively. But one thing was very depressing for me I think that was the experience, this may be the experience of other surveyors also, that when we went to the BPL cluster, so people think that I am a government servant, so I am coming here to give them some type of benefits. So I was little bit selfish also at that time, not disclosing my identity, that I am not here to give you benefits. I am just a selfish motive behind this. So it was very much depressing for me also.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So friends, you can. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So the dinner is downstairs. Maybe it will take half an hour before it's ready. And I have a change for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we do start at 9:30. But unfortunately, John Harris, who was supposed to speak, he had a big problem. He's moving houses from different continents, and his luggage is coming much earlier than they had predicted. So he has to be there because all his house, his whole things, whatever is in the house, is arriving. So he's really, really sorry he cannot be there. But we instead, the chairman of his session, Dilip Sinha, is now very much willing to deliver a speech, the lecture, in his place. So we are very happy for that. So tomorrow we have Dilip Sinha as the main speaker at 9:30, and downstairs. Again, the whole program will be downstairs, where it was the first 2 days. Then more or less the rest of the sessions tomorrow are like scheduled in your program. The only difference is that the valedictory address is not addressed by Mr. Bibek de Prooi, but by Pronab Sen. So Pronab Sen is giving the valedictory address. You already got that information in some of the leave out, but not everybody was there yesterday. But the program it's still in that Mr. De Brooy is doing, so that has changed. And the morning session is there at 9:30, but now the lecture will be by Dilip Sinha. So thank you, and I invite you all for the dinner downstairs. Thank you.